Yaska, and today's my first day of hosting the Stani Army Watchalong. With me, I've got Dr. Akbar at the moment. How you doing?
Yeah, hi, it's Alaikum Mimi. Yeah, all good. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the next test. With a bit more hope than I had after the first 2 or 3 days. Anyway, the last one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be a interesting one. We're 10, 12 minutes away from the toss, and I'm quite nervous today because Christchurch is a wicket that doesn't suit us. It's one of them where it's a very seamer friendly. I'm just hoping that we win the toss.
Well, this is what we thought. Obviously, this is what we thought before the last game. Obviously, we thought we'd maybe win the toss and bowl them out cheaply. And to be fair, we got a couple of early wickets, and then obviously there was no answer to Williamson and Taylor. But I can think of a few examples in the past few years where where we've managed to win the toss, bowl and bowl quite well. We did it at Lords a couple of years ago when Abbas took a few wickets. We did it at Edgbaston in 2016 here. And we actually bowled quite well on the last tour here in Christchurch, having been bowled out for 130. We then bowled New Zealand out for 200. So hoping if we do win the toss, we can make best use of it. I guess it just shows getting Williamson early whenever he comes in is going to be really, really important, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I was just looking at your stat a little while ago.
Would you win the toss and bowl, by the way? Would you, because it didn't work last time? Would you still win the toss and bowl based on history and conditions?
Well, I was going to use this stat later, but I'm going to, on your thing, before the toss, look at that. 5 of the last 6 games at Christchurch have been won by the team bowling first.
Yeah.
New Zealand have won 4 of them out of the 5 bowling first. The only time they lost was against Australia.
Yeah.
The one game where a team batting first won was New Zealand. And basically, I think Sri Lanka were bowling first, and they're bowling New Zealand out for about 180 yard.
Yeah.
75, 180. So that just gives a complete indication that it's bowling friendly. And I'm not sure you'll be able to see this, but I've just had a photo sent to me.
Can't quite see that. Go on. What's it say?
It's completely green.
Really?
I cannot tell the difference.
Right.
I can't tell. I will send it to you right now, so you will be able to see it.
Oh,
you as well, though.
Yeah, you can barely see
completely green.
Yeah,
it's completely green now. Whether that is mind games like the last one, I don't know. But it's one of them. The wicket's pretty green. All the stats are showing that it's a bowling bowl first sort of ground. So
I made the point in the last game as well, though, that it's funny you mentioned the one game where a team was put in and still won. That was New Zealand. And if you look at the last game, they were put in and they still won. And you look at the West Indies games, they were put in and they still won. So it just shows the kind of team they're playing. That, to be fair, New Zealand don't mind. They'll bat first, they'll bowl first, and they still find a way to win. And that just shows the kind of the mark of the team we're up against. That even when they lose the toss, they still win. So, we're playing against a really good team here. It doesn't make any excuses for losing, but we are playing against a really good team. We can't forget that.
Kabir says, Assalamu alaikum, guys. Wa alaikum salam. Guys, this is a new app that we're using today. So if I do get stuck on something, don't mind, because right now I am completely lost. I don't know even how to take.
That's all right.
There's this comment away from there, so I'm trying to work myself around it. That's fine. I'll work myself around it eventually. But yeah, so yeah, this is where we are. 9 minutes away from the toss. and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. There's a rumor that Yasser's not going to play and Zafar Goher is.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's a hard debut. I mean, like on where he's going to end up playing.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that the biggest change that's been rumored so far on a green seeming track is spinner for spinner. I don't know what the thinking is. I couldn't see that there was a huge. Well done, you got rid of the comment. I couldn't.
Yes,
see.
I've worked it out. There's a completely different way of doing it on this, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I think we've got another guest, and it's the guy who never lets anyone speak. How Nav? How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Nav, you okay? Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You're very faint.
Speak up now.
Let me see. Is that better?
You just
Am I clear?
need much encouragement to speak up.
So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We're not far off the toss now.
So the team change you mentioned was possibly spinner for spinner. That's
the only one that I've seen muted around. I mean,
now what have you heard?
I've heard the rumor that they might play Zafar Goher, who to be honest, I don't know a lot about. I mean, yeah, you see, Yasser we've picked on his figures for a long time. But Yasser took 10 wickets at Lords in 2016. Never thought Yasser was a great spinner. Got a lot of wickets for us, but he's never looked like running through a team at any stage, has he? And spinners are supposed to get better with age, but I mean, he's not done very well for us for a while. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think this, you know what I mean? It's a difficult one because he's got a lot of wickets, but he just hasn't got a lot of wickets anywhere abroad, has he?
That's the thing. So he does run through teams, like you say. He's run through a few teams in the Emirates, but no, he hasn't done it abroad. So I'm not sure about the thinking behind that move. I can't. There's nothing that I've seen in the stats that would suggest that. Yeah,
it's confirmed now.
Yeah,
Zafar is playing ahead of Yasser, so that is a confirmed thing.
Where does Zafar Goher bat?
He's a more able batsman. I think he can even bat at 7, but obviously I think for him done quite well, so he probably bat at 8.
So is he a good enough bowler to be played as a bowler?
I think he is. I think he's very talented.
Right.
But this is not the ideal wicket to be making your debut. I don't.
Is he a batting all rounder or is he a bowling all rounder?
Bowling all rounder.
When you play a spinner, you want a spinner that can hold up an end sometimes, where it's not particularly spinning, so it can give you 20, 25 overs in a day, maybe 50 or 60 runs. The problem with Yasser, if he wasn't taking wickets, he couldn't hold up an end, could he?
No, he couldn't. Just before we carry on, though, Umar, you've been on for like 5 minutes here and you haven't heard a word in. Assalamu alaikum, how you doing?
Walaikum salam, all good. How are you guys?
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, we're just awaiting the toss now. We're 5 minutes on the way.
We're all good.
What time is it on?
We're all good because the game hasn't started yet. We've all got that blind half an hour. And,
are we on BT Sports 3?
Yeah. I've just.
So why are they showing? Oh no, the game's finished.
Yeah,
they're showing Bundesliga and it said live, and I'm like, 65 minutes in. Yeah, well, I mean, are we like? But it was just they're just showing the goal. That's fine.
So what is the team? Just one change or two changes?
Just the one change by the looks of it, but let's see.
I think that's why we're all scrabbling around on our phones trying to see if we can get some team news before it's announced at the toss. But that one change is the only one that I've heard of. Yeah, it almost feels like bringing Zafar in. It almost feels like if Shadab was fit, they might have just brought Shadab in. They just essentially want someone who can spin it a little bit and hold an end. And
hold up one end.
But obviously Shadab's not fit, so that wasn't going to happen.
If Yasser is your number one spinner, and you drop your number one spinner to play someone who can bat a bit more, that strikes me as a bit of a negative move, doesn't it? It doesn't strike me as particularly, oh, well, we're going to win the match, or we need an extra batsman, kind of.
But
It's getting a bit loaded right now. Hi, Debs. You okay?
Debbie,
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Has Nav
Yeah.
not paid his electricity bill?
No, he never does. He never does. Right, guys, you know what? It's quite a few of us on right now, so it's gone up to 6. This is the limit, yeah? I didn't even want 6, I wanted 4. But, guys, what I'm going to do, right, if we're going to have this many people on, yeah, once I'm taking the questions, right, what I would do is I'll direct you towards, so everyone gets an ample time. So what are we now? What, 3-4 minutes away from the toss? What we do know is Zafar Gohar is playing ahead of Yasser. What we do know is a green wicket. What we do know is 5 of the last 6 games on this pitch have been won by the team bowling first. What we do know is it's a must-win toss. We have to win the toss to stand any chance. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't know about you guys, but I'm nervous. I am absolutely. I do not be nervous at the start of Test matches. It just doesn't happen.
What happens as soon as we start batting? I get nervous.
That's about natural. Umar, get a word in. What do you think?
do you know what? When I'm nervous, we do fine, but when I'm confident, it goes the opposite.
What are you right now?
The start of the last test, I was confident. Now I'm like, all right, I'm not nervous and I'm not confident. I'm just in the middle. So I need to wait for the toss, see what the team is, and then everything else will just kick in then.
The problem is, we've had a good test match. We'll probably have a bad test match.
No, we had an okay test match. In the last test match,
I don't think there was an okay test match. We performed below the belt.
Before this game starts, can we talk about what's going across the Tasman Sea? The old the old COVID breakers have been eating beef. It's all blown up, hasn't it? Self-inflicted.
Yeah, India face your camera.
Sorry.
Either way, yeah, Doctor. So Zed says Yasser is a world-class spinner, probably the best since Mushtaq. And Yasser is the first leggy to get a 10 fight in Lords since Mushtaq. So he has done it abroad. Is that isolated?
Can I come in here?
Doctor, Nav, 1 sec, Doctor.
Maybe Nav's a doctor as well. So
MSc, not PhD.
So
he's an ambulance driver right now.
I am a big fan of Yasser, so I'm not one of these who's going to say you didn't do it in the last game, so get out of the team, because you need kind of a long-term plan. The only thing I would say is that was 2016. We are now in 2021, so that's coming up to 5 years ago, and it's really difficult in sport to how much kind of rope do you give someone off a performance from 3-4 years ago? Do you say one performance every few years is good enough? One performance every 6 months? One performance every 12 months? That was a long time ago for me. There's been a lot of cricket in between then. I don't think he's been fantastic abroad. He's been okay. He's not been horrific. And it's not as if I don't think bringing in Zafar for Yasser is going to change much in this game. I'll put it this way. That's not going to be the game changer. I don't think.
What I'm hearing, Nav, is Mitchell Santner's not going to play. They're going to go for an all-pace attack.
Wow.
So
right, the toss is happening right now, but
so they're going to play.
This is what I'm hearing.
They'll play Daryl Mitchell, who bats a bit as well. So interesting. Go back to Yasser. Even when Yasser took the 10 wickets at Lords, a lot of the wickets were gifted to him. They weren't spinners' wickets, caught a slip, caught a forward short leg. I've always had a problem with Yasser. I've said this before, that he doesn't flight the ball. He's more quite quick through the air. So he's not a conventional leg spinner, in my opinion.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm just having a look at the best way of having us on. I think I prefer this. We can see Nav's face as well.
No, I've not had a haircut for about 3 months.
So, you know what? As soon as anyone, I don't know, we're all on our phones right now trying to see it, because BT are going to be behind by at least a couple of minutes. As soon as anyone just sees anything about a toss, let us know. Oh my word, the wicket though.
Have you seen it on Crick Info? Like, it's greener than the
You
outfield.
actually even see that. It's actually greener than the side pitches.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's the picture I'm looking at.
It's greener than the outfield.
Why do you think they're playing five seamers then?
It's gonna be interesting.
I think there's another comment come through from Zaid about his tenfer. It's fine, Zaid. I think we've all seen Yasser play well. It's not an issue of kind of not knowing what he's done. It's a question of him being pretty poor on the previous Australian tours and not particularly good in New Zealand. It's not his fault. I just don't think. I mean, New Zealand have dropped Santner, so they know the conditions better than us. I would say.
When it's not a spinner's wicket, the spinner should be able to control the run rate. I don't think Yasser has ever been that sort of bowler. He doesn't bowl. He always gets milked for a couple of runs and over. He's sort of 4 and over, 3.5, 4 and over. He's not a spinner that can dry up the runs if he's not taking wickets.
Deb, do you think it could be that case that they're just going for a bowler who could hold up one end and just bowl economically on one end while
the toss?
I will put money on us losing this toss.
1 second.
Well, maybe why don't you let us know what's happening in the toss?
Okay. So
little Indian kid.
We've got Atri Prasant with the.
He's a little sweetie.
The little bastard Indian.
I mean, look at the nervousness right now. It's a toss, so we're absolutely
Okay. Kane's won the toss. New Zealand ball first.
Oh.
I told you that was going to happen. Little Indians done us.
Guys, this could be a very long night. I'm just hoping against hope right now.
Okay, yeah, no Satna, no Wagner, Darryl Mitchell and Matt Henry.
Darryl Mitchell's like Grondine when he bats a bit as well. So they've lengthened their batting as well.
It's I think it's Jameson we need to get. We can't let Jameson dictate to us as much as he did in the first test. He absolutely was going at like 0.7 and over. We can't let that happen again.
It's his bounce that does it because he gets a bit of bounce.
Okay, Rizwan.
Best thing is, boys, we can't lose by an innings, can we?
You think?
We can't follow on.
If their bowlers can do it, ours can too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a massive advantage bowling first from this sort of wicket.
Good luck today. Thank you. So the news from the middle is finally Thanks very much. Yes, let's have a look at the
Just one change.
Yasser and Safagoha.
Is this our most inexperienced attack ever?
I think the only solace we can take. Can you hear me? I think the only solace we can take from this is the first test at Old Trafford was similar conditions. The ball was going everywhere, and we managed to make a fight of it.
We did. We got the 320, and we had a first innings lead, and we won the game.
Can't hear you. Can anybody else hear Doc? I can't hear him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't read his writing, but I can hear him.
Because he's a
Go on,
doctor.
Doc.
Absolutely.
I can hear Deb, but I can't hear Deb.
Omar, you mentioned Old Trafford. We got
I
to
can only hear you, Deb.
we got to 320, which wasn't bad, and we probably should have won that game. So if we can play like that again, we'll be okay.
What I was going to say was this must be our most inexperienced test team in terms of wickets, because how many test wickets have they got between them?
100 and something, I would have thought.
Abbas has got 70. Fridley's got 30 odd. I think 20 to Naseem, and that's it, isn't it? Fahim's got a few.
Azhar Ali, Harris,
A couple.
there's another 3 or something. Yeah, no, it's not many at all.
Can you all hear me?
It's really muffled there from yourself.
From
Interesting.
Deb, would you have made any more changes to the team?
I would have.
No, I think the batsmen have got to do the batsman things, haven't they? That's going to be the issue today. The batsmen have got to do their job.
First class success. The batsmen have got to do the batsman things. Well, it's very hard when you get one test here and there.
Your voice is echoing.
I don't know what happened there. Hello?
Yeah, it's fine.
Have I got you back?
Strange now.
I would have played Safraz instead of one of the openers as a batsman.
Say that again, Nav.
I would have got Safraz.
I think I lost you guys there for a second.
We
Oh, it's all
lost
going
you.
off there. There's all kind of technical problems. This doesn't bode well, does it?
I lost you guys for a second. I thought the stream stopped.
No,
Oh, it's going to be an interesting one.
you disappeared. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I
Jack.
did. No, it just said to me, your connection's gone. And then I'm back. I actually thought I've just lost the live stream, but we haven't.
Can you guys hear me?
So, yeah, let's see. So, yeah, the toss, New Zealand bowl first. Now, we've got one change. So, let's just go through our 11. Shan Masood, Abid Ali, Azhar at 3, Fawad Alam, Haris Sohail, whichever order you're going to have them, probably be Haris and then Fawad. Rizwan at 6, Fahim 7, Zafar Gohar at 8, Abbas at 9, Naseem 10, and Shaheen 11, or whichever way. Doctor, before I'm going to come to each and every one of you now on this 11. First of all, would you have made any changes?
If Barbara was fit, obviously Barbara comes back in. If you look at the players that are in the squad but not playing, I don't think there's anyone who you can say he's going to make our team a lot better compared to the last game. I don't think you can say that about Imran Bag. I don't think you can say that about Safraz and the rest. So I probably would have just kept the same team. They've gone with maybe a bit of extra batting in the form of Zafar. I mean, that's what happens when you're 50 for 5. You probably try and strengthen your batting a little bit without weakening your bowling too much. So, yeah, I'm okay with that team. I think it's probably our best chance of winning. I have to be honest, I don't think we will, but you never know.
Nav, should we have just gone with an extra batsman?
No, because we've got young bowlers, and I don't think Abbas is effective as the innings progresses. So he's got no pace. That leaves Naseem and thinking to do a lot of bowling, and you can become much of a one. Sort of 3 bowlers bowling right arm medium and 1 left armour. I would have taken one of the openers out and played Safraz, and I would have given this back character a go instead of Harris. But that's me. But 2 Test match series, it's hard to make too many changes. You know, 2 back-to-back Test matches. If there'd been a warm-up game in between, you could have obviously had a look at other players, but it's very hard to change, very hard to get dropped in a 2 Test match series.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this 11, and one of the things I look at is the inexperience in the bowling now. With no what's his name, Yasariva. The combined 11, I've got a feeling, has less than 100 test wickets. That is huge pressure on, say, a boss who's got to lead that attack. I mean, he's got 3 essential teenagers playing with him.
There was a figure on Crick Info in the last X number of text
Hiya,
messages.
Deb.
What?
There you go. That again.
Now, give us a second.
I
breathe. Just breathe.
Who was it? Someone tweeted, didn't they, about letting these guys get their experience in home cricket, and I do worry Azim is perhaps one of those. I think he loses his control a bit, doesn't he, in these high pressure situations. I think Abbas is completely up to leading that. He's amazing. He's a fielder for me, actually. Might not have the speed, but he's got the accuracy. So I think he's fine with that. But Nazim is a bit of a concern for me, and I wonder if they brought him in this spotlight a little bit too soon. But what other options were there for bowlers, as Nav says?
Yeah, that's one of the things. Shazad, let's take away from the bowling. Faisal says, on the positive, we have Fawad Alam back. Better than late than never. One talent they wasted for so many years. He batted superbly, didn't he, in the last game? And we're going to need, well, hopefully we don't need him until the very late today or maybe tomorrow. But we're going to need him this innings.
Shall we predict lunchtime scores?
We will do, but let's get through this first.
Like, hard work pays off. So there's a saying, you never give up. That's what Fawad Alam has done, like waiting for 10 years, making all those runs. Finally, he's been called up. But let's hope he lives up to the expectation. He's done well in the first test. There was a rock solid innings, isn't it? Like, that was one of the highlights. One of the good takeaways from that losing game. Also, what I'm really impressed with is Rizwan. Like, the way he's batting and the way he's leading the team. I think it's just amazing. With our captain out, with second in command out as well, he's leading the team, which is a tough task, especially in the New Zealand conditions. But he's done really well. I'm really, really impressed with him. Like, when he was replacing Sarfraz, there was all hoo-ha that Sarfraz is better, Rizwan wouldn't be able to do it. But probably instead of speaking with his words, he's made his bat talking. So that's the best thing that's happening with the Pakistan cricket. Fawad Alam, look, he can be a hit and miss. So let's see. He's done well in the first test. I really, really hope that he does well in the second test. But as you said, we don't want to see him at least today. Let's wait for him to come back tomorrow. These are the two positive, Rizwan and Fawad Alam. Abid and Shan, I don't know what's happening with our opening slots. These were the two strongest contenders, to be honest. We don't really have much options, but they're not doing really well, especially Abid. He seems like a walking wicket. Like, he seems really scared. He's making really, really basic mistakes. I hope after the first test, Misbah and Yunus were able to pick it up, and they have done some work on it. This is their job. This is their responsibility. All those notes writing on the page that needs to come out and being implemented. So I'm really hoping that he shows an improvement in his batting and gets clicked. I would have really hoped to see Imran Butt picked up today. He's got a really good average in the last Guardian Trophy he played. We should have given him a chance at least, given all our betting was getting flopped. So we needed a change in the batting at least. Like, our bowling was doing here and there fine. With Zafar Gohar coming in, that was expected because Yasir Shah has flunked more than often now in a few test games. So it's good to see Zafar Gohar in. A change always makes a difference. But I would have liked to see another change in the batting with Imran Butt being included. But I think we have to back up what we have and support them.
The thing is, Umar, about the Imran Butt, he's overall he has batted well for the last in the last 20,000, for example. But then overall, when you look at him, he's what? I think he averages 35 in first class.
He is in 36, 37, but he's the most improved player. Like I doesn't profit averaging above 50. I think it's a really good achievement. If you look at his score, if I look at the stat, like he made 934 runs at an average of 62 in the Qazi Azam Trophy 2019-20. And under him, there was Sami Aslam. He's got 864. Like if you look at the current batting lot, I can't even find Shan Masood in the top 10. We had Haider Ali as well. He has performed well. Haider Ali is also in ODIs and T20 squad, but he's not in the test squad. I don't know if the consideration could have been given that he could.
I think with Shan or anyone else, you won't really find a lot of the international cricketers in the top because they're normally on international duty while the Qaidi Azam Trophy is being played. But Umar, I'm going to come to you. Now, we've gone with this 11 for today. I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking Haris Sahel. And I'm looking at it, is this last chance still in for him? Is this the one that he has to do something, or otherwise that's him done?
Just one thing on Imran, but if you look at our schedule, we're playing a lot of cricket this year. So I think for Sean and Abid, for one of them, it could be the last chance. Not last chance, but Imran knocking at the door. With Haris, he needs to score. He does need to score. He's one of our most experienced batsmen. We know he's had problems mentally and physically. Personally, he's got the talent, but I don't think he should be in the team because he's so unreliable. But today, or whenever he bats, he does need to make a score. I don't know about last chance for me,
Sorry.
You know, with Pakistan, even if you're 45 years old, it's never last chance to lose. But yeah, with there are a few. Obviously, we know there are a few batsmen knocking on the door. You got Saul Shakeel, you got obviously Imran Butt, then you got Abdullah. We've got a few coming up the ranks. That's why I think going off topic a tiny bit. I think that's why I think Asad Shafiq's career is over. Even though I'm contradicting myself for what I said 5 minutes ago, but yeah, we've got so many batsmen coming up. I think these guys do need to take their chances now, or else.
Can I make a quick point about the domestic cricket? So today the PCB tweeted that we've got. I don't know who's running the social media department, but they tweeted that we've got the highest runs per wicket of all the the domestic kind of 4-day cricket in the world. Now, I can't promise that I watch every single QA game because clearly I don't. I don't know if any of us do, but that would suggest that the conditions this year have not been that difficult to bat in. So you've just got to be careful with domestic performances and domestic runs. You've got to look at the context of those runs, who they're up against, what kind of wickets they're on, and what they meant in the context of the game. And just one example I always come back to is when England picked Vaughan and Trescothick back in the mid-2000s. They weren't pulling up trees in domestic cricket, but a lot of what they were picked on was kind of character and how they would fit in and how they would play international bowlers. So we've just got to be careful that we're not. I agree, stats are important, but we shouldn't just go, okay, 1, 2, 3. They're the top 3 in domestic cricket run scorers. Let's get them in. 1, 2, 3 top wicket takers. Let's get them in, because you've just got to be careful with domestic performances. But it's a balance, because your domestic cricket that's the lifeblood of the game. So you've kind of got to show it a bit of respect. Otherwise, what's the point of having domestic cricket if you're not getting players ready for international cricket? So it's a difficult balance. It shows why it's difficult to be a selector and we need the right person in charge as well.
Can I go on to what I was talking about, expectation? With Pakistan, there's always an expectation that we're going to win, we're going to beat anyone, that we're one of the best teams, and the solution is to constantly change the team. We've got these players coming in. Let's drop him. Let's get rid of him. Let's get rid of the coach. Let's change captain. And we do too much of that and not enough of picking players and leaving them at it for a while.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to take some of these comments quickly. Omar Mirza says, Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum salam.
Welcome,
Zed says, Azad has dismissed Williamson twice, though. Azad Ali, wow. Interesting. Omar Mirza, apparently Rizwan said that God could bat a bit, but he averaged 20-odd in first-class cricket. It's the bowling all-rounder they've gone just for. The guy who's going to hold up one end and just be able to hold a bat. I mean, he's not he's nowhere near as where you say an able Test cricket batsman, but he's someone you can play at 7 or 8. If he can give you 25, 30 runs, well, that's pretty decent. Let's just carry on, though. Yunus Ashraf Salam. Faisal says Sean Masood's a one-hit wonder. Zafar scored 100 in the last QEA. I mean, he can bat. I mean, let's not get... And I remember Zafar as playing for the under-19s here in England. It was an ODI, and he absolutely spun England out. I mean, he was turning it miles.
Does that look like a turning wicket?
No, obviously not. I'm not going into that point. That's not the point. I mean, Zafar can bowl. That's what I'm trying to say. Zafar can bowl.
We need to bat.
This is the hardest place to take a debut, though. Let's just keep looking at it. I think that's Kaleem. Wow, full house tonight. Hello, everyone. Kaleem, we'll see you in a bit. We will be rotating, so after a little while, 1 or 2 people I will leave them at the stream, and then you can come in, and then we'll keep rotating.
Which Kaleem's that?
Our Kaleem.
I thought Kaleem, the Peshawari Kaleem, the Pathan Kaleem.
No, this is
Cow.
Badsha. So that's Holkistan. Safral is never the strongest batsman in Test, so why would we play him purely as a batsman in this game? Has anyone even suggested that apart from... Oh, Nav has. Oh, because I was hardly paying attention. I was trying to get the banners ready.
Because he's got more testicular fortitude than some of our openers.
He's not a test opener, is he? That's probably a one-off, like Yasser Shah scored a century in Oz. You know what? Woman, look what we got a comment on. Read it.
I can't read it, my eyes.
Which one?
The comment at the moment. This is a constant joke, right? That basically, why do we keep talking 100 in Australia? It's a one-off. It's not going to happen again. Really won't happen again.
And that comment is, I think, against Zafar Gaur's comment that he's got a century as well. So that's a comparison.
Yes, so not much difference in the back then. Yeah. No, but I think they've just got. I think Nav. Sorry, Deb. 1 second. Nav.
Yes.
We do.
Somebody.
Yeah, so Deb, sorry, you were going to say something.
You're going to ask me a question.
I'll come back to you.
That Yassir's placement is a better field, and please tell me that Yassir is not 12th man. He's not a Jadeja, is he, in the field? Why haven't they got a decent fielder as a 12th man? Don't get it.
I don't know.
Shadab's injured.
Yassir used to be a good fielder.
Fair point. Shadab is a Jadeja.
Definitely. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, Nav. I was just going to say, Nav, that with Yassir and I think Zafar, I think the difference is you got a left-arm bowler and they're probably banking on him being able to just keep one end quiet. With Yassir, you tend to find that he's always going to give you a boundary ball and over. So maybe they're thinking that, they can't rely on, going to Yasser and just to hold up one end.
That's what I said. That's what I said about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, see? Genius.
Shall we have a score prediction?
Yeah, go on then. First session, Doctor, first with you.
55-2.
Nav?
60-5.
Oh,
Get him out of here. Deb?
Shocking. 75-3.
Shazad?
as much as I would love to say that's 300 for one, but I'm gonna 30-3 probably.
For the whole session. Wow. That would be demoralizing viewing.
To be fair, that's
What doing this session
What
now?
about me?
Go on, man.
42 for no loss.
42 for no
Take
loss.
that.
I'm gonna go for 50-1.
Okay,
I'm
that
gonna
will be telling the truth.
Right, we've got comments again. Cass says, Assalamu alaikum, brothers. We got this, inshallah. And then he also says, Deb, get the chance going.
Deb,
And
you're the only
Rounds, not it.
Deb, you're the only one that won't get kicked out of your house for doing so.
Yeah, I guess so. Yunus Ashraf says, inshallah, we'll come out with a victory up the oak. Umar, what does up the oak mean?
up the pack.
Off the pack.
Oh.
Do you go and the P are next to each other? Fat finger syndrome.
I am getting old. What was the point in bringing Sohail Khan? But everyone can't. I mean, we had 2 tests. I mean, we can't exactly play everyone, can we?
No, but we had to bring a bigger squad, didn't we? I mean,
We had to.
Yes.
We
they might,
got 2 tours going on.
they might have got caught eating beef in an indoor restaurant.
Oh, no.
And hugging a fan, maybe. Cass says 3-1.
3-1.
Guys, get your predictions in as well for the first session. Naseem seemed slow and tired last time. He did. I'm not going to knock him though. He had a couple of chances missed, and at that age, whatever you make of his age, when you're that young, you need your fielders to support you. You need every little bit of support, and that does bring you along. And he bowled quite well in the second innings.
If Naseem's tired, if Naseem's tired, hold on, he didn't play any of the limited overs games, did he?
No.
Honestly, to be 17 and playing 1 test match, it's not that tiring, surely.
I think
sorry, guys.
In the second innings, his pace was higher than in the first innings. So maybe it was a conscious thing from the management to get your line and legs and then pick up.
Yeah.
There was a stat in Crick Info that recently Abbas's wickets have cost a lot more, and his strike rate's gone up to 99 balls per wicket. So people have worked him out. I hope when we bowl that Rizwan comes up to the wicket, stops people playing Abbas outside the crease.
Yeah, that was noticeable last test, wasn't it? He needed to do that, really.
Yeah.
We're almost ready for
55-2.
That was my prediction. Great minds thinking alike.
Optimist.
Bilal says his second innings, he got gifted wickets. I think we've been very harsh on him. He wasn't superb, but he's been thrown into the deep end. He really has been thrown into the deep end.
First ball coming up, lads. And lady, sorry.
It's fine, lads, it's fine.
Come on, boys. It's done.
Runs.
Oh my God!
Run out coming up.
Oh my
Sweet
God!
Jesus.
Ow.
You know what? I'm about 30 seconds behind. So the first ball has not been bowled yet.
Why are you guys watching? Because I've got it on BT Sports, and it's still going to start now.
Yeah, are you on the app?
I'm on the
app.
Sports, yeah.
I'm on the app as well. The app is
Hopefully-
always
hopefully-
behind the TV. So these guys are going to be in
I'm
front
not
of
going
us.
to be able to stop my reactions, I'm afraid.
That's fine. That's no
Someone knows
issues.
something happens.
Can you all guys get in the app?
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this now. Watch this.
I've got it on telly.
Oh! It still got me that reaction. I thought your reaction's off the mark.
I was about to say, Ball's doing nothing.
That's the last thing you can do
One.
on this wicket. He's actually lucky the field actually hit the other practice wicket.
Did you see the bounce though?
The bounce just went over.
I was going to say one thing. We're talking about Naseem. He's got more of a Test future than Musa Khan.
Oh yeah, I mean Musa's a surprise pick for me. I mean I don't understand it.
Hopefully Matt Henry bowls like he throws. High, wide, and anything but handsome.
It's that second ball. If like the bounce on the wicket was a bit like tennis ball.
I'm not sure whether these are wickets are normal wickets, whether they're dropping wickets.
No idea.
Wickets, surely. Why would they be dropping wickets?
They do use a lot of dropping wickets in New Zealand.
I know what they do in Australia. I'm not sure about New Zealand. It doesn't look
The
like
third one's a bit more normal,
Don't
but the
they-
second one it's
in
not just.
Australia, surely, because they're not only cricket grounds, but surely these are only cricket grounds.
I'm not sure.
I don't think they are because I think they do rugby as well in these grounds.
Don't think they do.
I'm not sure Christchurch. But
So there's another stadium. There's the AMI Stadium in Christchurch, I believe, where they do. Here, ball coming up now. Ball's doing nothing. We're all right here, lads. And there's another stadium.
Famous last words.
There's another stadium in Christchurch. I think the AMI one. I think is that the one with yellow seats. I might be wrong, but I think that's where they play rugby there. But I think Hadley Oval is cricket only. I think.
Sorry, guys. I've still got the
lurgy.
cough. Yeah, I got prescribed antibiotics today, so hopefully it starts clearing off. But it's quite chesty, that's all it is. But apparently it's quite normal, so...
Well, there doesn't appear to be any movement, and there doesn't appear to be any great pace in this wicket.
Well, let's wait for the second over when someone a bit more quicker than Southie's going to have a goal.
Well, someone with more than 300 wickets at 27 or something.
I'm not knocking him. It's just that he doesn't really bowl with a lot of pace.
He's just on the money, isn't he, all the time? Well.
He is. I think 3-4 overs in, we'll get the gist of the wicket.
And
but I mean, the first over, apart from some of our running, there wasn't really much to worry about.
Our running's enough to worry about.
Now you're a ball of optimism, aren't you?
Look, I've been watching this longer than you have.
Never was it? No, don't tell us. Don't tell us. We've heard the stories already.
Looking at the New Zealand team there, I have to say, rightly or wrongly, I'd rather have Matt Henry than Neil Wagner. I think that's probably a good thing that Wagner's not playing.
He was half unfit, Debs.
Oh, here's a question.
Wagner was half unfit. He had broken toes.
Broken toes. I know. What were you going to say, Mark?
I think Nav or Doc will remember this. Does anybody remember when Matt Henry made his debut against Pakistan? There was another fast bowler with him. I can't remember his name.
Was it Adam Milne?
That's the one. Where's he gone?
I think he still plays. I think someone mentioned him. I think Hunter might have mentioned him in the last little show that we did. I think he still plays domestically. He might be in the BBL. I'm not sure.
He's still playing, but he's a long way behind because they've got Lockie Ferguson as the next taxi off the rank.
Yeah, because I know he had a lot of injuries. I just couldn't remember his name, and he was really.
So we've got Trent Bolt on the other side. I mean, not bad, is it? 276 wickets as well.
This is going to be an interesting over. pace and experience.
Let's see. The first one
So Fraz is like telling Yasser something.
bring the parathe.
Imagine the conversation like something like, मैंने तुझे कहा था ना तुझे भी ड्रॉप कर देंगे.
Dev, you will have watched England come to New Zealand. I think, was it not this time last year that England were out there, and I think they lost the series. Can you think back to mistakes England made that we can kind of learn from or something? I mean, I know I think it was a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, they bowled Archer for loads and loads, didn't they? They scored a massive score.
I didn't stay up to watch England. I stayed up to watch Pakistan.
No, good on you.
Dave, do you remember in '83 with the Bothams tour, '84, where they got bowled out for 53 in 60?
Didn't they get bowled out for cheap last year as well?
Yeah.
In New Zealand, I'm sure they did.
New Zealand, if they get you right, you get knocked over very quickly.
Was it 59 last year in the first day?
England have a habit of doing that. It has to be said.
It was either the last tour or the tour before that one. I can't remember, but there was a double figures. Obviously, there was double figures against Ireland as well.
Was it more than 36?
It was. I'm sure it was last year.
Apparently, 36 is a beef dish in the Chinese.
Welcome to all Indian viewers this evening.
These Indian comments are getting a bit too frequent. I don't really like to think about them too much, and especially not at 10 o'clock in the evening.
Well, I was going to order an Uber Eats. I've just ordered a 36.
Oh, actually, no. Last year they didn't have the time score, but New Zealand scored 615 against England.
Archer bowled and bowled and bowled. They bowled him into the ground, didn't they?
Really.
So they're both getting a bit more bounce out the wicket,
and a bit of seam.
More carry.
And you're right. Archer bowled 42 overs. Jack Leach
without taking a wicket.
7. Got 1 wicket. 100
Hey, shot.
Got the second.
This should be 2, 3, and maybe. Well, they're not going to get ball for that. Good save on the boundary.
Is that a slow outfield?
Looked pretty slow to me, didn't it? You?
Well, Kane Williams said it was a lightning out.
Me and Shazad just looking, thinking that ball's gonna come. That ball's gonna come one day.
Good shot that was off the legs. 3 for no loss after 2 overs.
That ball stopped before he stopped it anyway.
Here we go. Yeah, the outfield is slow. It
stopped.
Well done. Is it going to 4?
Seems like a bigger ground as well.
Yeah, it could be,
No, he's let go. He's
Umar was fielding as well. I see a bald guy with a beard, with glasses on.
It's gotta be Umar.
It's gotta be.
His beard isn't as good as mine.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, to be honest, yeah, having a bald haircut like that is just not right. I either just go full, or I either, grow some hair. You can't be halfway. That's 4, isn't it?
3.
So far that's an overreach, and you'd have to say, apart from our running, no alarms. The ball's not.
Good single.
Good running. The ball's not doing a huge amount. Nothing too alarming. That's
it's not as bad as it could be. That ball could have done all sorts.
Is Jameson going to
after about 2 minutes? I need to put the laptop on charge.
Mate, you got to wait till your mate Sean to face a few balls.
I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I mean, all I've got to do is put the laptop on charge.
That might be enough for Sean.
Oh, no. You're terrible.
Let me see what my laptop is saying right now, anyhow. Oh, it's telling me still 33%, which is a lot.
Oh, you got loads of bars.
Omar, I've looked into Adam Mill, and he's playing T20 right now, but he's a limited over specialist. He's never played test matches.
Yeah, he was.
Played for
dubbed
Kent. He
this
played
week,
for
but I
Kent
think
for
he
a
had-
couple of years. As
He,
his mate.
he played a match 2 days ago, Thunder versus Stars.
Oh, that is
Sean's been given a LBW.
Yoked.
That's a full ball zeroing in on his.
Review it. I think that's missing. Yeah.
I think that's hitting. I don't think he can review it. He's got 1 second left and he's reviewed it.
I think that'll be umpire's call. That was a Yorker, wasn't it?
It was a Yorker, and Southey did one of those Stuart Broad appeals where he doesn't even turn around. He was that confident. It looked pretty out to me.
But he did lift his bat straight away, so he hit it.
Like I'm literally 1 ball behind.
And who wanted to play Sean?
Everybody.
Remember, I was played for surprise and opener. He would have got more than 0.
Oh yeah, that would have been a great.
You also said not to keep going on the merry-go-round of putting players in and out. So
yeah,
what do you want?
Okay, here we go.
Hopefully he's hit this.
He has hit it.
He might have. I haven't got the sound up. He might have middled this.
If
he's middled it, why didn't you review it straight away?
Yeah.
I think he's hit it.
It's close.
50-50. But he's fallen over.
Hit his foot first. So.
Yeah, it does look like he hit his foot first.
Why can't we bowl Yorkers like that?
And the first impact is.
That is a lovely ball.
Hold on, it's not hit the toe yet though.
Hit his foot.
I'm not going to look at you guys. I'm not going to hear the commentary either. I'm going to watch that first, and then I'm going to show.
Yeah, I feel like muting you all. Seriously.
That's not great on a watch along, but you can feel like. Yeah, he's gone.
Damn.
But you said he's middled it.
Lana.
I said he might have middled it. He didn't middle it.
Hit his
middle it with his foot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shame.
Ibby, your dad would be going off at top speed at this.
So that's nothing to do with the green pitch. It was just a lethal delivery. Right on the mark.
The Yorker. We don't bowl enough of them.
Yeah. I don't think cricket in the world does, do you? Really? Really hard to deal with.
Literally plum, innit? Literally plum.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, 50 for 1. That's our one. This is going to be a long night, guys.
And Azza is very susceptible to LBW early on.
Oh, come on, Azza. Do your thing.
Take Azza out of the team. How many test caps have we got?
About 5.
I'm going to say something right now. I would love to see that one by one, yes. So start from Doctor, and we work ourselves around again like normal. Do you think that Test cricket needs the county system of the toss? Of you just bowl first. If both teams decide they want to bat, then you toss.
I can't say I'm a fan, to be honest. I think one of the challenges of being the best team in the world is that you can adapt when you go abroad. So the toss shouldn't be altered just to cater for teams who can't be bothered to adapt to conditions. Good shot from Roberts. This one will be a boundary, I'm sure. Oh, for goodness sake.
Where did he come from?
I feel.
So, yeah, I don't. Just going back to the toss thing, the great West Indians and the great Aussies, they went everywhere and won, and so I just think keep the toss as it was. If you lose away, you lose away. Prepare better next time.
But that ball that got Sean swung, didn't it?
Yeah, that was.
Looked like a reverse swing, to be honest. Like angling straight in.
Ahmed, we need Vazim up there telling us how he managed to lock. He locked the wrist, didn't he? And then it just went. Is it that one or that one?
This morning I had a word with him.
Tim Southey from the north. He's from the north.
Nav agrees with this. Nav agrees probably would agree with this. Get Sean to open and then maybe, I mean, as Nav was saying.
There's a really good comment.
Surprise.
Comment by Bilal, that attitude to review that was very arrogant in my opinion. I think if Sean knew he hasn't hit that, it was he shouldn't have reviewed it.
When you're not sure you're placing the team.
I think he took the advice of his partner as well there. So I don't
think
that's
the partner is even more scared. He's more afraid.
And we get free reviews. So taking a tactical one, you got more reason to take a tactical one now, I think, than anything else.
Unless he thought he hit it, that had no merit because it pitched in line and was hitting middle.
Yeah, it was a waste of a review, definitely.
Abid wasn't watching. What do you think?
No, our players aren't that unprofessional. Debs, come on.
The Braves is saying Sean has been poor for a while. Time to move on from him.
I don't think he's got a lot. I don't think he's got a lot of shots. He had that one innings, but that's the exception to the rule. There isn't enough about he's.
Who are we going to have instead?
People realise.
Sorry, carry on.
Go on, Deb.
Who else can open? Specialist
There's no recognized names, but I think we need to give chances. As I said, Imran Butt is one option. He's played well. He's done well in the Kaizen Trophy. And
I'll give you an option. Why not get Azareli to open the innings? And that's for either Sean or Abid. And at number 3, why don't we play who right now is our best batsman in the country? And he's sitting in Pakistan right now, Saud Shakil. Why not give Saud Shakil a go?
Saud Shakil.
You have a look at the boy. In fact, you know what? Stats don't do justice. Go to YouTube and have a look at his videos if you've not seen.
Yeah, but you look at YouTube videos, and Mohammed Irfan looks like the world's fittest bowler.
No. Saud Shakil. Anyone that's seen Saud Shakil will tell you the boy is special. Left-handed batsman, very, very good. This year, I mean, he's finished with 970 odd runs. This QEA this year, the season that's going on right now. Superb player. Someone ideal for to be batting in our top 3. He's not an opening batsman.
How old is he, Amy?
Saud, I think he's 24, I think.
He's 25. But what is the reason he's not been looked at by the selectors? Like, nobody knows about his name. If someone like us knows about him, why the selectors, why the management does not kind of see that light?
Well, if you look at the PCB Twitter account, he's all over it because the amount of runs he's scoring and the class he's scoring it with, they're all over it now. He's played for Kuwait in the PSL, but he's not made for T20 cricket.
Oh yeah, long term.
He is someone who's ideal for your test team.
Boundary. Well done.
And ideal for your one-day side as well. Very classy batsman. Played for our A team. I'm actually shocked that he's not in with the Pakistan Shahins right now.
I think in the Kaizen Trophy, he played 5 matches and he scored 227 runs at 75.
That was last year. This year's stats.
2019-20.
Yeah, no, this year's got 970 runs.
Okay, let me look at the last year's ones.
And I think they've come at 65.
The only thing I
And
would
he's
say
better-
about
you think he's better than Babar, Imi? You said the best batsman in the country. Surely that's the captain.
Okay. Let's go back here and let's reframe that. Babar is on a completely different level.
Undisputed.
Right? When you talk about anything else, when you talk about batting, Babar's on a different level, and then you look at anything after Babar.
Okay, I'll give you that then.
The Brez again, if I was the non-striker there and Sean wanted to review, I would have met him in the middle of the pitch and kept him talking for 15 seconds.
Good plan.
You know, let's see.
Quick question, guys. I'm now looking at 2021 cards. South Shakil is second. There's no Imran Butt in the list. Why would that be?
He's with the international team. So when you're with the international team, you're not going to be on that list.
No, but was he with the team in the previous tours?
Who's that?
Imran Butt.
No. But because half of the series, half of the QEA, he's been with the Pakistan Shaheens. So he's basically missed all the. Oh, sorry, he's been with the Pakistan national team. So he's missed all the QEA trophy because we've been here for what, 2 months now. We spent 3 weeks in isolation. Then we had T20s. Then we had the first test, and now here.
And it's been
at least 5-6 weeks.
So the people.
Sorry. Yeah, go on.
So I was going to say, people are talking about Shan, obviously, and dropping Shan. What do you want from your opener? Do you want an opener who will score 100 in the Sri Lanka series, which he did, 100 in the Bangladesh series, which he did, 100 in the England series, which he did, and then be pretty awful the rest of the time? Or do you want someone who will get 20s, 30s, 40s, see off the new ball consistently, but won't go on and make big scores?
Can I come in there? Take out Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, who aren't very good teams. He made one score against England and failed in every other game, and he failed in 3 innings here. So,
no, but if you're talking about dropping a play, you have to think of. I mean, those hundreds, they give him some credit in the bank, don't they? They're not meaningless hundreds.
No, but like you said earlier, that it's got to be seen in the context of who you've got him against.
I think the answer is consistency. He has failed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive innings under a score of 20. So that is the problem. Like, he's made good scores. He's made 3 big hundreds, but he's disappeared. His form has disappeared. He needs to come back. He shouldn't be dropped for good, but I think he needs to be sent back. He needs to probably play domestic and make some runs and come back.
It's the mode of his dismissals. You know,
you say that was an exceptional ball he was out to. I don't know.
Yeah, but take that. But all the other dismissals, how many has he been strangled down the leg side?
2.
10.
Nice. Strangled down the leg side is 2.
End of the 5th over.
And on your to answer, I think you want someone to score 30 to 40 and take the shine off the new. So that when you're 3 and 4, your better batsmen in, they're not facing a shiny red ball.
That's one thing with Pakistan.
It's a really good answer, Dubs.
They don't attack and they don't take the shine off. So if they're just leaving it before, the shine's not going to come off with leaving it. So when 3, 4, and 5 do come in, the ball's still effectively 10 or 12 overs out.
But put it.
Sean and Arbin aren't doing one or the other. They're just not doing anything, to be honest.
Well, he's got another innings, hasn't he? If he fails again and he gets dropped, then he can have no complaint about getting dropped, can he? He's had a fair run at it.
No,
he's had 5 tests. He'll have had, 4 test matches without a score.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough? 8 innings?
9, because it was the second innings in England in the first test match as well. It's 9 innings.
Hasnat says hello, guys.
Hello, Hasnat.
And he also says, what was that from Shan Masood?
He missed it. He missed it.
It
He
was
missed
terrible. It was
a.
a fantastic ball.
I think to be fair to him, anyone would have had trouble with that ball. It was a really
Yeah.
good ball.
So they're
Right,
showing
you know what?
on the coverage. They're showing when the Pakistan team they went to meet the families of the victims of the Christchurch attack, didn't they? Which was really good. Really good. Good effort.
Really good gesture. The one thing, a positive, doctor, on the
Shot.
whole thing, and it's just not the.
Ooh.
Yeah, go on.
Driven for
Sorry.
one.
Right.
Who's saying-
It's not just the basically what they've done today, but our social media game, the PCB social media game, has really gone really up here since the last 12 months, 18 months. It really has gone up, hasn't it?
Yeah, and that's good because there are loads of nutters like us who will feast on anything to do with Pakistan cricket, and for years we've been waiting for this kind of engagement and for them to kind of catch up with some of the other countries who are quite good at it. Say what you like about the ECB and the Australian board or whatever, but they engage their fans. I mean, it's something I've mentioned before. How difficult is it to get Pakistan replica kit? It's ridiculous. It's 2020. It shouldn't be so hard, but it is. So no, I'm glad they're doing that.
Especially in fat boy sizes.
should be. They should have their own website, and all that should be quite easy to purchase. I bought some of the training tops that Deb's wearing right now. I bought a lot of them, and that website's been told they can't sell them now. But then you can't tell other people not to sell them when you're not selling them yourself.
But then, how easy is it to buy a PIA ticket online? We don't really do e-commerce very well, do we?
I haven't tried that one for years now. I sort of value my life.
I tried to renew my Pakistani ID card, and I gave up in stage 57, and they wanted my fingerprints. Like, how do I do my fingerprints online?
You've got to scan them apparently. I don't know how you do that. I mean,
so you're basically supposed to get ink and then scan them. Once you've scanned them, they might as well not have your fingerprints. You know where they're going to be readable, are they?
Hasnat has a comment that Abid Ali to score a century.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. You know what? Zafar Gohar, interesting thing, yeah? I just remembered something about Zafar Gohar while you guys were talking. He, I can't remember what year it was. No, he's not my cousin. Basically, can't remember what year it was, but Yasser got injured, and he was supposed to fly out from the UAE, from Pakistan to the UAE, and he overslept. He overslept and missed his flight, so he would have made his debut the following morning, but he never. I'm pretty sure that was Zafar Gohar. I'm going to search it up quickly.
It was. Imi, you're right. Imi, you're right. It is 100% Zafar Gohar.
He sounds like a legend.
He overslept, yeah? He would have made his debut the following morning. He overslept.
Favourite dish, Nahari?
Oh, Azhar. Hello. Good shot. You can't bowl short of 127.5. Jimmy.
Imran saying the ball is moving now, especially from Bolt.
Yeah, it is to the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
That was well shot, though, wasn't it?
Good shot.
Was a good shot.
He's no Matt Henry.
Oh, Deb, you would be saying that, wouldn't you?
My friend Azhar. I know.
Oh, you're Deb and Azhar already at basketball.
Oh, shot.
Oh!
Ooh, banana team after it left the batsman.
Brilliant.
Interesting. It's quite interesting. Ball's getting a bit of movement, but Southie's not getting anything.
You know, here, watch this ball.
What's this next one?
He just got pulled for 4, or hooked for 4, you could say, with more near his head.
Azhar's now moving his feet. This is good.
That's probably the exact moment you I said he's not getting any movement. My word, did that go?
Hazard looks better balanced than he has for a long time. Wouldn't you say? He's not falling over like he has been.
Yeah.
Yeah, he done a tweak, doesn't he? In his stance.
The
And I don't think he don't mind that ball moving away. He hates the ball coming back into him. It's gonna be an interesting. It's been an interesting just over half an hour.
Yeah.
We've got everything, I think.
We've had runs, we've had wickets.
Dodgy running.
Nahari. 36.
I always look at us batting, and I always think to myself,
through slips for 4.
I'm never comfortable. Just never comfortable watching us bat.
Other than when who's batting?
Barbara. Apart from that, I'm just never.
Even at the Champions Trophy, we were sitting there, and the fucker's going, and Barbara's going, and we're doing really well, like 120, 130 for one. We said, we're not going fast enough. We haven't got enough runs there, innit, Ivy?
Yeah. But that more to do with like the Indian batting lineup. You're thinking
we're going to have a collapse, we're going to lose all our wickets for nothing.
You know, we were thinking like, it's if we end up getting like 300 odd or 290, if we end up collapsing and getting that, we were like, fearing that Indian batting lineup. But we shouldn't have worried because we got 338 and then Army decided to finish it quite off early. Just a funny story on that one though. We picked up the tickets the night before or the day before. So we've travelled to the Grand. We got a lift. As I walked up to like the corner of my road with Holkistan, there's 2 of us walking. This guy in a white convertible Mercedes comes.
Whose name you still don't know?
Shazad. I know his name now. And because he texted me once and I go, who is this? Even though I got his number saved as the anonymous guy. But yeah, he just popped up. And he had a Pakistan flag over his bonnet, and he goes to us, "Boys, you going to the game?" I said, "Yeah."
LBW shout. I think going to play.
Yeah, looked a bit.
No review, so we're okay.
So he gave us a lift to the. We told him that we've got to pick up Nav. He said, "Not on his shoe, we'll pick him up on the way." So we picked up Nav. So we've driven to the Oval with a complete stranger. I nearly got kicked out at one stage because I saw his little thing on his rearview mirror, and it was a little Liverpool thing there.
That's a heck of a delivery that went through Abid there.
And I nearly vomited. And so he nearly kicked me out, but that was a different case. So we've got to the game, we've watched this game, and I think it was the Dhoni dismissal. I think it was a Dhoni dismissal. Me and Nav are celebrating. I've got absolutely no clue how, but at one stage, literally, Nav was picking me up like a baby. He's like rocking me. I was literally in his lap while he's standing there.
Yeah, Abid, boundary.
Wow, that ball moved, didn't it?
That one did.
24-1.
Amy, you got to tell about every Indian fan left. How I give him a send off.
Yeah, Nav was just waving at I think Nav's size does matter. He was waving at every single one. He's telling them to like, where you going? The game ain't over. And they would. I mean, not one of them looked back. Not one of them looked back.
Fair
what a day! What a day! How many of us were there? I think Doctor, you were there, weren't you?
I was there.
Well.
Yeah.
So we have an expert comment from Mr. Tabby. He's commenting on Saudi's ball to Shan. He's saying the line and swing was good, but Saudi is bowling at 125. That's time enough to adjust for the swing. Shan's foot was too far forward. Technical mistake. What's your take on that, guys? Debs, on you.
Oh, look at that. If Dan Brown given that out, he'd have been in trouble.
I think, yeah, I think he probably has a point. But it was a Yorker. I just think they're so difficult to deal with. Do you have time?
Sorry, guys.
I think it was a really good ball, even though speed was less, but the angle, the direction, I think it was a really good ball. But yeah, there is a point. Anyone could have done better, you know. But
Well,
yeah,
actually, umpire's cool, wasn't it?
That was, yeah.
it's not.
We've got away with one then.
You can see Arbin is stepping out though.
The ball is now.
I think you need to speak up a bit, or we can't quite hear you on the mic, Velma.
I was just saying, you can see Arbin just stepping out. He can visually try to smother the swing.
Yeah, it's starting to swing a little bit now, isn't it?
Yeah. Ball's pace has picked up as well. He's touching 140 now. His first few overs was like.
Sorry, Shazal, I haven't got your Twitter on there. You can announce it. He doesn't remember his own one, so. He's there. I can't be bothered. I don't remember myself.
I want your comment on Tabriz technical mistake he's identified. What do you think?
With me?
Yeah. Everyone is waiting for your comment.
I think it's an interesting point. Basically, it is quite an interesting point. So let's get it back up. It was a very good ball. So let's not get that wrong. Let's not mistake that. It's a very good ball. But can you play that better? Yes, you can. One, he's just literally planted his bat there. His bat stayed so his leg out there. His bat stayed behind his pad. And obviously at that pace, you should be able to adjust a bit better. I think it caught him by surprise. I don't think he was expecting a Yorker.
Especially in a test match in the second over. You don't expect it.
Yeah. Was it a third over?
Yeah. His second over.
Yeah, so, I think it was one of them, but it doesn't help the situation, does it?
I agree with what Nav said a minute ago, by the way. There's been a couple of balls, not the one that just happened, but a few balls that have been kind of honing in on as those pads that he usually would have kind of struggled with early on, that he's managed to kind of clip away. So without jinxing it, he is looking in decent nick. Was it the second innings that he stuck around for a bit in the last game, wasn't it? Not the first.
Yeah, and then he played that shot away from his body. After hitting the fall.
So that's looking good.
I mean, he's the one player who could play a long. If he gets in, he could play a long innings. He's got the mindset and the game plan.
I think you just need to get through to the first hour, don't we? Just get the drink and then see where we are.
He gets through to the hurry time, we're okay.
They're not making them play, are they? There are far too many balls they're bowling that they can just raise a bat, which is not great bowling, really.
Well, it's going to be interesting when Jameson comes on and what he does.
Yeah,
he's a real.
The giant.
I think if he just bangs it in short, it's just going to sit up.
Is he actually from New Zealand or is he South African or something?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's have a look.
And if he's South African, why didn't England pick him?
I was waiting for that. It took ages.
I've got my list now. James.
Arbin doesn't want to run today, does he?
Yeah.
That's like the fourth thing.
I'm going to quickly take this, guys. Tabriz again. Good point, Amy. That's why I'm taking it, because you know what? I made a good point. Southie caught Sean by surprise, which begs the question, who is that team in international cricket known for the Yorkers, and why don't they use them? Interesting.
They seem to
Why do we call Yorkers?
In all cricket, not just international cricket, all cricket. I know Tom Curran can bowl a beautiful Yorker.
Sorry, guys.
But we rarely see him do it. Born in Auckland, you'll be pleased to know. So he is proper Kiwi.
But
I think
Mitchell, Mitchell isn't.
There was
Daryl Mitchell isn't then.
There was a comment from Wasim Akram on why international teams are not bowling many Yorkers. What he said was the bowlers are getting afraid of failures because getting a Yorker done correctly, you need really good precision. Like you need to hit it on the right spot. More often than not, like the bowlers were getting hit. Like the Yorkers were either coming. What?
Full tosses.
At me, see me.
I think players are a lot better at playing Yorkers than they were 5-10 years ago. Especially in limited over stuff, a Yorker. If you miss your Yorker by this much, you're either going to have some batsman running down the crease and turning it into a full toss, or someone standing deep in their crease and playing you over fine leg. So, I think it's easy for us to kind of sit here and say bowl more Yorkers. It's blooming difficult to land the ball Yorker length and get it spot on every time. I think it's good as a surprise delivery, which is probably what did for Shan this morning. It's hard, guys. It's hard.
Well,
what can you say?
Daryl was born in Hamilton, so he's a Kiwi too, Nav.
Sweet Jesus, what's going on there?
Anyone else?
Shan Masood. He definitely wasn't born in Pakistan. Can we get rid of him?
Yeah, I want to know what Abid was looking at when he told Shan Masood to review it.
So Allah Malik.
It'd be interesting to see was actually properly watching, wouldn't it?
I reckon he must have said to him, if you think
I have seen that though. I can't remember which player it was. And like his partner, it was Pakistan playing. His partner said, "Just show a review that," and he went, "Yeah." And when they actually showed the replay, he was actually looking the other way.
Must be an Akbar.
That's about right as well.
Stop.
I mean, considering this is a very green first day wicket, it hasn't done as much as I feared it would.
Not with the bowlers they have.
It could have been a lot worse. Doesn't Craig
Yeah. It's not swinging as much as we thought it would on such a green surface.
Doesn't Craig McMillan look more and more like Jesse Ryder now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or one of those Peaky Blinders with that hat.
There was an interesting cricketer, Jesse Ryder. Pretty good for Essex at times.
He had a massive drink problem, though, didn't he?
He did, but then you know, I sat next to him at a dinner and he was drinking blackcurrant and lemonade. So I think he got himself sorted.
And then he got into a fight and ended up in a coma.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there was a stage where he was in a coma, and then he didn't play cricket again after that, I don't think.
Oh, that's a shame. He was a talent. He was a talent.
Yeah,
cricketer.
especially in a short form game.
Yeah. There's been a few decent New Zealand players over here.
So, in your time at Essex, you must have bumped into Mr. Canaria.
No, that was before my time.
Because the rumour was he was the worst. Because he used to be seen in East London a lot, but the rumour was
before my time
that he was a terrible fielder, but his driving was worse than his fielding, and he was always crashing cars.
Allegedly.
No, I've got a good source.
Right, Haris says salam lads, and Haris Mahmood also says looks like they're setting up Abid for his off stump.
The one that tends to get Abid in his short career so far is the one that kind of ducks in at him. So he played on, didn't he? I think in the Did he play on? Oh, he was. Yeah, he was beaten, kind of not forward, not back in the first innings.
He gets bowled between bat and pad.
Yeah, and then the second innings, he got. To be fair, he got a very good short ball. Look, none of our openers are perfect by a long shot. If you look at their numbers, they're not. None of them are particularly stand out over another.
I mean, but to be honest, right? You go back in the history of Pakistani openers. There's never been that many that have been very good as they're off stump in the New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, England.
But don't you think that again that's possibly a worldwide issue? Openers, it's such a specialised position, isn't it? How many countries have got fantastic openers?
Oh,
Australia have.
I mean, I think if you look at England, for example, they took them, I don't know how many years to replace Strauss, and even now they've only just kind of stumbled upon Sibley and I guess it was Sibley and Burns, wasn't it? And now Burns has been injured for a while, so there's a lot of teams struggling at the top.
But I will say, I've been watching Pakistan cricket for nearly 40 years, and there's never been. There was a stage with Syed Anwar and Ahmed Sohail, but even when we had Yusuf and Inzamam and wherever we've never had great opening partnerships. There's no been, Mohsin, Mudassir, and it's progressed over the years. Ramiz and Mudassir. We've never had two great openers for any period of time in Test cricket.
Guys, there's a link there. There's a link there, just in case anyone's interested. Shaheen's versus the New Zealand A team. We're about 50 odd for 0 after 5 overs. So we're batting quite well.
Who's batting?
I'm going to check that now.
So there's a comment from Horace about once Imam is fit, he has to get in.
Agreed.
Horace, just if you don't mind me asking, what's your evidence for that? In Test cricket?
Not Test cricket. He did well in England in English conditions in the last World Cup. I know that's not the same as, but he done well. In English conditions.
But against a white ball now.
That was a white ball, and he wasn't exactly superb, was he?
We got 150. He got 100, and he got a couple of decent starts. He wasn't the worst, was he?
Now, did you not say in the last game that you're annoyed that Pakistan pick players who do well in one format for a different format?
I think Imam hasn't been given a long enough run. I think technically he's a better player than Sean, long term.
Right, guys. Let me just get the A team thing in. We're 64 for no wicket after 6.3. Abdullah Shafiq's on 18, 15. Yeah. And Zishan Malik, who's been batting quite well. He's on 42 from 24. And they've got, at the moment, they got Tim Pringle bowling, 1.3 overs. He's gone for 17 in 1.3.
Oh, no, not Tim Pringle.
Tim Pringle.
Is it a 50 over game?
Who's he? No, it's a 20 over game.
Right.
So yeah, they're batting well. There's Tim Pringle, not Derek Pringle.
Chris Pringle. Chris Bolt's Pringle.
Otherwise, we're still talking about the 92 final and how, I should have got 2 wickets.
Right, Kyle Jamieson time. Here we go. This will be a test now. We've got to play him better and with a bit more, I'm not one for going crazy, but a bit more intent than the last game.
25 wickets in 6 test matches at 14.
Okay, is this only me or I've lost your voice?
Lost whose voice?
Can't hear anyone.
Hello.
I can only
hear you.
Hello.
Let me leave and probably rejoin.
You see that?
Hear him. Okay.
We can hear you. And Shazad's gone. And then there was 5.
25 wickets. 25 wickets at 14 so far.
This
Timber.
guy's huge, isn't he? Huge.
Well, Hardest says the same thing what Nav just said, that Imam's done well in white ball and should get a chance in red. And he also says everyone deserves a chance.
No, hold on. No, everyone doesn't. I don't deserve a chance. Not everyone deserves a chance. Come on, guys. It's international cricket. It's not under 12 stuff. There's got to be. I'm not saying Imam's a bad player, but there has to be. You've got to have some evidence for picking a player. Because once you pick a player and put him in the team, you've then got to give him 5, 6, 7, 8 international cricket test matches to prove his worth. So it's not. You can't just say everyone deserves a chance. Sorry, I disagree, but it's all about opinions. So fair enough.
Well, then, Doctor, what do you make what the base is saying there? He's not Imam's biggest fan in white ball only because of his strike rate. So maybe trying him in test could be an option. Surely we should be looking for better openers now.
I would say to that Imam played in Australia, in South Africa. Arbit has played in conditions and abroad. They've all had chances. And to be honest, I think you could close your eyes and you can pick any 2 out of the 3, and I still think we'd be 60 for 2 most games. So I don't have a particular. It's not a cop out. I just generally don't have a particular favourite out of the 3, a particular 2 that I would pick. My thoughts are that if you've got 2 in situ at the moment, you need to have a reason for changing it rather than just saying. It goes back to what I said last time. Players always look better when they're out of the team than when they're in the team. Imi, you've gone silent. We can't hear you, Imi.
Oh.
He's getting some bounce, isn't he?
Yeah, I just saw Jameson. I mean, he's getting bounce. He's getting a bit of movement as well. Cass says Lumbu's on. Deb, what do you think of that?
Why can't we get an injury?
Say that.
He said, Cass said Lumbu's on. Lumbu's on.
I understand that.
Should we subtitles?
Lumbu is the 2 guys on. Like, two guys on.
When I was a police officer, I'd go to any Bengali house in Tower Hamlets, and they'd go Lumbu, point at me, and start laughing like it was the worst insult. Like it was the worst insult ever.
Yeah.
Can you share it? What it is? What is it?
Lumbu just means tall person.
Tall person.
So tall person, right? Okay.
Oh,
he is tall, isn't he? Very ridiculously tall. Actually, imagine the height that ball is coming down from. What did
he's 6'10".
Is he 6'10"?
Is he 6'10"?
So it's coming down from nearly 8 feet, probably. Horrendous.
So he's 6'10". You add that hairstyle onto there, that's about 6'12" then.
And add the length of his arm.
That hairstyle is really going back to the that mid-90s when everyone should walk like curtains and just funny old haircuts.
I've got people who live in New Zealand, and New Zealand is about 20 years behind the UK. Apparently, is a little bit hillbilly.
Well,
right. So we've upset the people in India. Now you're upsetting the people in New Zealand. Who else?
Anyone else?
Nav's going on a world tour.
They just showed Harris padded up, ready to come in. Harris, to me, he always looks like that cousin that turns up 2 hours late to the wedding, with no suit on, with his shirt and trainers. His parents haven't come with him; he's just come on his own. But anyway,
I put up the Champions Trophy video. I put up the Champions Trophy video today. When the players go back to their hotel, I'll put it up on the YouTube, and you see him as that, yeah. But you see how the sales one. It's this is for you, Pakistan. Congratulations! It felt like we've just won a Champions Trophy, and it looked like he's probably slipped right through it.
Well, the best is Amir
He was bored. Amir Shahzad is exaggerated actor, isn't he?
Yeah, but he hadn't even done anything. He played one game and got
No.
dropped.
Not your head.
Exactly. Have you noticed the two ICC tournaments he's won, right? He started the tournaments and he actually got dropped in both of them.
Which other tournament has he won?
2009.
Wasn't it Shazia Hussain who played in the final?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Ahmed Shazar started the tournament and then he got dropped and then Shazib Hassan come in.
Who disappeared off the scene totally.
He did,
Nav,
yeah.
Nav, we'll leave you to track him down, see where he is and what he's doing. Give us
Fixing.
an update.
Spot fixing.
Do we see the
What it says,
at the
the
bottom?
reason our openers have been poor and the fresh opener is needed. And he
What is the
also
reason?
says one with some international experiences in mind, therefore should get a chance.
But not against a
Deep
Red Bull.
breaths, Doc. Deep
Look at
breaths.
Jostler.
Oh,
It's a
beautiful
different
shot.
game.
Beautiful straight drive.
Oh,
It's a different
mashallah.
game. You can't,
Go
you
on, go on,
can't-
go on, go
Oh,
on.
what is this outfield?
What a joke. What a joke.
Alhamdulillah.
This it shouldn't be going this well. What's going on?
It's a little bit like
Don't
England.
move.
Yeah, no one moved.
They want Johnny Bairstow back in the Red Bull team. No, because he can't play against a Red Bull. Got
We
to
need
be
an
able to play-
hour in, guys. Need an hour in.
Imi, carry on talking about Harris. Don't worry about the game. You just carry on talking about
Guys,
Harris.
look at what you're wearing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm one ball behind, guys. Bloody hell, that is a slow outfield, isn't it?
It's like deja voice, as Riz would call it.
So we've had nearly an hour. Okay, obviously there's been one wicket, and we've all been half watching whilst going on some rants as well. But can you think of how many other chances have there been in the first hour for a team that's bowling first? There was the LBW that was clipping. What else?
Maybe,
ball that moved.
maybe that flashy drive of Abid. It wasn't a chance, but it was a bit flashy.
That's you would if you're New Zealand.
I'll be back, guys.
Oh, all right. So if you're New Zealand, without jinxing it, obviously, but obviously just kind of trying to analyse it, you're hoping to create a bit more in the first hour, no?
I mean,
Well,
if Pakistan
end
were
of the
batting
over
on a flat
35
wicket,
for one, so
and we were 35 for one, with only one chance, we'd be happy. And this was supposed to be like a green top. So this is almost in terms of miracles, like, you know, fish and bread type miracles.
I think we do need to keep an eye on Jameson. We can't get bogged down. We do need to.
You can't actually miss him, can you?
The Braves again. First session predictions. They're coming back up. I
So
mean,
that reminder to Brez.
Shaz, what do you make of it? Shaz, what do you make of the first hour?
Bye, hi,
I think we've done well, to be honest, like not losing a lot of wickets. The pitch was expected to be more troublesome, but it hasn't been, to be honest. I think we've done well at 34 for 1. I'll still stick with who's 50 for 1. Is it Imi's? I hope that we go with Imi's prediction.
Well, you said 30 for 3, which I think was quite pessimistic.
It's good I said that, because if you put high expectations, you always lose more. If I've said 30 for 1, you will lose probably 4 wickets.
Fair enough.
So that was kind of a negative jinx.
Reverse psychology, love it.
yeah. 30 for 3 is quite an odd one, though. I mean, it would be one different session.
Oh, nicked. Well,
we're still in 30s.
Edge past Gully.
That
Gully.
that part of the outfield seems to be a bit quick, isn't it?
I'm one ball
Sides,
behind, and I'm
drives
still just looking at Jameson's hairstyle, and it's really annoying me.
That ball reminds me of the Stokes catch of Adam Voges, I think, at Trent Bridge.
Oh yes, flying away when
Broadface.
He's a Kiwi.
That was a really bad shot. The last one.
Think
Kiwi.
if he were in their team.
Right, here's Jameson again. Oh,
dirty full
Lima,
toss.
out the attack. Out the attack.
4.
Another 4.
Hello. 43 for 1.
Warn him! I haven't even seen the ball yet.
Take him off.
We're going quicker than we do in ODIs.
No, but it's okay because Imam gets to 150 eventually, so it's fine, yeah?
Put your claws away, Doc. Put
So-
them claws away.
Is Kyle the second tallest bowler in the international cricket? Is it?
After
I think
after
tallest
Irfan.
one was Muhammad Irfan, probably at 7'1".
Yeah, but this
Bizarre
guy
stats.
looks a bit more athletic.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, he is.
Oh, those were the days, weren't they? Irfan, Saeed Ajmal, Junaid Khan. We won a one-day series with that attack, didn't we, out in South Africa?
Yes, 2-1.
The Champions League, the Champions Trophy, 2013, wasn't it? And we had Irfan. Sorry, not much cricket.
It was that ball that you wanted him to go out the attack for. Bloody hell, you missed it. It would have been LBW.
You have a question from one of your biggest fans. He's saying, "What are you netting?"
Oh, what are you doing?
Drive away.
Me, I presume you're asking.
You gotta show it, Debs.
No, I'm crocheting. I'm actually finishing up a cardigan.
So as has just flashed at one outside off stump that he really didn't need to do that for, and
There was no footwork or anything.
it's difficult. If he nails that down on one knee and that goes for a boundary, we are sitting here purring, saying what an amazing shot with great hand-eye coordination. It's all about the execution, I guess, isn't it?
Fine margins.
Do you know what? It's one of them
better.
evenings so far. I was just taking a video, because like this is a new stream that we're using for the first time. So I was gonna just make a quick video for the other admins, so when they come in, it's so much different. And I've just stood there for the last 2 minutes here making this thing, and guess what? I didn't press record. Seriously?
Drinks break.
Drink. And then I'm down.
Small victories.
Drinks break at 43 for 1. That's a lot better than expected, isn't it? I think we've got to applaud the lads for that. Well done.
Yeah.
Shabazz.
Also, it's 43 for 1, not 13 for 1 after 15 overs. So.
Ali Raja says, top right, we can't see your face.
You don't need to.
Oh, we can see, it's just like,
undercover.
Undercover.
Yes, top right.
That's it. That's better.
Now, what did you do? You're glowing.
Radiated.
It's gone dark again.
I think it's with the TV that does that. There's something bright on that's a light in the room.
You need to buy one of those media lights. You know the photographer use
the round ones.
Put it on your face. You glow like a model.
You don't really want to see me.
The funny thing is, I think we would have. Our expectations are so low after the start we got in the last game. We probably would have taken 13 for 1 at drinks and said, well, at least we're only 1 down.
It was the other days. I tweeted about hopefully Watchalong could take the momentum into the next game, blah, 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 blah. And then someone goes, with Miss Boss tactics, we're probably going to be 50 for no loss at the end of the first session. I was like, if it's for no loss, I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly.
So what is a good first inning score?
Can't hear you now.
What is a good first inning score?
Yeah, on this,
Yeah, 300 for me as well.
Anything less than 300, I think would be disappointed. I mean, it's not doing a lot, is it?
Well, if Azhar puts his drive away, I'll be even more comfortable. I think he knows Deb's watching, that's why.
Don't know what you mean, Umar.
I mean, the whole top right now has gone completely blank.
Yeah, I'm back. Look who's back.
What are you actually even doing? I mean, I don't really understand it. It goes faint. We see a little bit more. And then it goes completely black.
It's because as the TV flickers, the light does a trick. So they've shown.
So Nav's got like a cinema lighting on. Switched off all the lights, just a TV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when he changes the channel to something else, then it glows. So it shows his face.
Anyone listen to the commentary?
Yeah.
No, Cal says no more Christmas lights flashing in the background to give us a glance of Nav. Now over there. Is that the case, Nav?
No, Christmas lights are still there.
Mhm.
Do you any of you even know what day of the week it is?
Saturday.
Yeah.
I only know you because I checked earlier on today.
Is your shop shut?
My shop? No, my brother's running my shop.
What about the Ilford one? That's gone.
That's shut at the moment. Why are we discussing my work right now? We're on a live stream.
Because we won't be going to work for a few months by the looks of things.
Well, I'm due back on Monday, but let's see. We might have to keep it closed for a week.
Matt Henry's on, so South is
13
gone.
wickets, 13 matches, 30 wickets, and an average of Sammy.
I have to say, Sarfraz looks fit, hasn't he? He's lost some weight, hasn't he? Lost some timber.
He's been off the Nihari.
I can't hear anyone. I've been muted.
No, you're not muted.
We can hear you now. Unfortunately.
What are you showing, Debs?
Now he's muted.
That was the cat.
Oh, it's the cat.
Yeah, that was the cat. She likes to join in.
What's her name? Or his name?
Guys, anyone watching?
She's a little rescue cat.
Ali Raja asked, "Where's the rest of the gang?" We can only have 6 at a time, so that's the reason why it's 6 o'clock right now. They might join us a little bit later.
I can't hear you.
My little boy's just come into my room just then and said, "Dad, can you keep the volume and if you make sure because I can't sleep."
Wait. Oh, dropped.
Bit of extra
Ali
bounce
Raja
there.
also says 300. Nav, can you speak?
Yeah, that happened to me as well, Nav. You can't hear us. If you can't hear us, just leave and rejoin.
Bit of extra bounce there from Henry.
Did that? I think it fell just short, didn't it?
To Gully. Oh, well left, well left.
It's gone. You know what? Everyone forget about Nav now. Yeah, it doesn't exist.
He's gonna leave. He's coming back. Don't you worry.
He's seen this all before. He saw this exact test match in 1983. I hope he can't hear me.
He can't do it right now.
Doc, have you met Nav?
I haven't met him in person, no.
Just to let you know, he's 6'5" and about 25 stones.
Right, okay. I mean, I'm missing him already. I think he brings so much to this show. It's, I can't wait to see him again.
He's an ex-copper, and right now he's actually, bless him though, this is something he's doing voluntary right now. He's actually working for London Ambulances. So
Guys, there's really good news from Shaheen's. We are now 100 up and only losing 1 wicket. So I hope the over national team is also able to replicate that.
Just out of interest, speaking of the Shaheens, has Headed Ali hit double figures on this tour yet?
Yeah, I think he got a 50 in the last game.
Are you sure? Oh, okay.
I think he got 55 off about 30.
Yeah, Cal, you can join in for a bit. Go on.
Good. He was due because obviously he's, you want him to be our next big thing. You hope that a few low scores don't knock his confidence too much.
But I think the last game was a 12-a-side as well. So.
No. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Shot, beautiful. Punched off the back foot.
On the short side from Henry there. His first few balls have been kind of in good areas, but that wasn't particularly good.
Doctor, are you coming to the matches with us this year?
I will be at the matches, and I'm sure I'll see you guys there. So yeah, I've got tickets for everything apart from Cardiff is going to be difficult, and obviously Lords I think we're all waiting on. But apart from that, I've got tickets for everything.
The trouble with Lords is you need a mortgage to buy a ticket for Lords. It's so expensive. Ridiculously expensive. I'm not good Lords. It's just stupid money. Like 120 quid or something.
So did you all see that email from Lords about it being first come first serves this year?
Yeah.
is that going to be the old school way of doing? You know, when the ICC put tickets on sale and literally everyone logs on at 10 o'clock in the morning and the website crashes.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Great. Well,
See you in
the queue then.
The tickets will range from 80 to 175 quid. That is a lot of money for a ticket.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Well, they've got a redevelopment.
A cricket member.
They've got a redevelopment to pay for, I guess, haven't they?
They get millions from the MCC members, millions, and they had no cricket for that money this year. They didn't give any back at all. And people pay thousands MCC member every year.
Well, you know that a lot of the people who will be trying to get tickets to that match, and this is not a judge of anyone of who should and shouldn't go to games, but a lot of people just want to tick off Lords and having a drink at the game to say they've been, as opposed to actually kind of going to watch the cricket, which is, I think, probably why most of us would go.
How many tickets do you need for Cardiff?
No, I don't think I can do Cardiff. That's the one I can't do. So I'm all right, thank you. If you're asking me, thank you.
When is it? Because Eid's the 20th of July, isn't it?
Oh, that could coincide with the T20 in Old Trafford.
No, Eid is the 20th. What date is the Cardiff game?
Oh, I can't remember.
I can't remember. Is Cardiff not one of is Cardiff not the first or the second ODI? I'm sure someone can look it up. If it looks like you're looking it up for us.
It's a day-night game.
Well, government says, Hawkistan says, for Lord's ticket, just find yourself an MCC member and they can sneak you in.
Did you, Halkistan?
That's what we know him. And Shazimon would say, Salam, guys, hope you're well. Welcome, Salam. We're doing good. Guys, we're going to get Kaleem on, so if one person, whoever's willing to leave the stream for a bit, just let me know, and I can get Kaleem in. No. I will be the first one to leave, but I can't leave because...
I'll take some rest. I'll let Colin.
I'd actually be the first one to leave, but I can't leave it because I'm adminning it right now.
Yeah, Amy, just
I'll take some rest. You can add Colin. I'll leave for the time being. I'll rejoin you guys at some point. Okay. Good to see you all. Lovely to see
you. Thank you, guy.
Just boot any of us when you need to. It's not just whenever. It's fine.
There's no guarantee there's no guarantee there's going to be any cricket in June or July. The way things are going, though, is there?
No, but we have to hope, don't we, Nav?
Yeah, I think hope.
There's no, bro. It's okay. Cal, you might as well join us for a bit because I'm only going to do the first session. So if Hawkistan joins us for the second session, it's a different case. But with my situation, I'm already struggling to speak, so I'm only going to do the first session.
I think from an attendance point of view, obviously when you're looking at the vaccine and things like that, I think a lot of movement after the bat there. I think the football season is going to struggle to get many fans in because I think a lot of people are still going to be being vaccinated. Certainly where I'm working, we're projecting that we can vaccinate a lot of people by kind of May, June. So you'd hope those Pakistan games in July, maybe not 100% attendance, but 50 to 100 somewhere. I don't know.
I mean, how are you doing the vaccinations? Are you doing a priority or
Say again, Nav.
On what basis are the vaccinations being offered? On a demand basis or starting with the oldest and the most vulnerable?
It's starting with the most vulnerable people. So at the moment we're doing, well, not all GP surgeries have started yet, but those who have are doing kind of 80, 85 and older. And obviously it comes down the age groups. Oh, Abid, careful.
What on earth was that? Oh.
If you're going to flash hard, I guess, is what every commentator in the world has ever said.
Bloody Jeffrey Boycott.
Okay, guys. Cal, how you doing?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I'm good, bro. How about yourself? Everybody okay?
You feeling better?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I feel a lot better today.
Your cough okay now, Cal?
Yeah, it's calmed down quite a bit. I was struggling last.
Do you know where you caught it from?
Say again?
You know how you caught it?
What happened is about 4 or 5 weeks ago, my granddad passed away. Obviously, you're not knowing it. And about 4 days after that, I just got the cough and I had phlegm coming out. So So I had for good 4 or 5 weeks. I had it, but I was just trying to rub it off, but it wasn't going away. And then it come to a stage where I was having really problems at night time when I was sleeping. Like my chest was getting really tight, because of the phlegm, and I was having really problems sleeping at night. So then the doctors gave me antibiotics, but they only gave them of me for 5 days, and then I had them for 5 days. They finished, and on the 5th day, I was struggling really bad, like to even breathe. And then obviously I called the ambulance. They come and did a checkup on me and everything. They checked the heart and that. They go, it's okay. And they said that basically, because I've had COVID before, they said it might be the aftermath of, because it can last up to like 12 months, the aftermath of COVID. So they goes that it's possible it could be because of that. So then they prescribed me some more antibiotics. So alhamdulillah, I've had them now and I feel a lot better, alhamdulillah. Last 2 days or so, the coughs calmed down quite a bit and the chest has gone a lot better.
I think it's best avoided this COVID.
Good.
Yeah. But it's deadly, man.
Yeah. You know what? I caught it on the 16th, 17th. Fever that was like, around 40. Then it went to the whole body was aching, a lot of fatigue. Then I got the cough. My wife lost her sense of taste and smell. I'm telling you, right now, even though I'm about 5 days off, 6 days of isolation, I've got antibiotics today. The whole body does not work. 10 minutes of walking, and that's it. I'm finished.
Yeah, that's what happens.
As a virus, it seems to be a very good virus and what it does. Something designed to kill you seems to be.
Everybody reacts differently to it. Like, for example, my dad got it, and my dad's maybe the fittest person out of all of our family members, and he got the worst. Like, he was completely bedbound. He couldn't even basically get up and go to the toilet. That's how bad. And he obviously breathing issues and everything. And you had to go in hospital. You had to have the the oxygen and that. But my dad's the fittest person out of everybody in our family, and he got it the worst. Where the rest of us, we all got it, but we all had minor symptoms. Like I had a bit of a temperature and a bit of a cough. One of my sisters had this taste and smell. Different people are not taking it serious. That's the problem right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Very serious.
Definitely. I mean,
happen to your own family.
Protect everyone.
Amy, where do you think you caught it from?
Probably work.
And you wear a face mask?
Probably work, and I passed it on to my missus. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. She's hardly been leaving the house. So I know 4 days before we got symptoms, she did leave the house for an hour. I took her out shopping. That's about the only time she left the house here for about 2-3 weeks. So
it's
probably work. It's probably work, but it's one of them things. Yeah, you can never be sure on how you did it. Could be the most innocuous thing, like touching a door handle.
Yeah.
It could be the most innocuous. I could have touched my car handle, and the person might have had COVID or might have tried to open my car. You just don't know. Or you can just say, man, may Allah protect everyone, because it's deadly. People are still not taking it seriously, but it's absolutely deadly.
Down your end is proper, really bad down.
Some of the videos
right now,
things that people are doing.
We want Cal. You got Cal.
In Essex.
And then some of people saying we want Hulk. Why hasn't Hulk joined? So Hulk, why haven't you joined? Join up.
No permission slip.
He's always on about it, isn't he?
Oh, that's a good.
That was a good ball. How do you think we feel? You only want a celebrity.
USA I think Boxer proved me and Dr. Akbar wrong at the score prediction. What was it earlier? 55 or 2, was it?
Yeah, I think we said 55.
That's next to Shadab. Guys.
Oh, I've missed it.
Have you missed it? That's what I've not seen that face before.
Yeah, Shadab's there.
No, who was sat next to him?
Sohail Khan.
Oh, was it?
Oh, good running.
Oh my word!
The way he's playing now, That's not a great way of playing the ball, is it? Your back coming across.
Shezi says, Alhamdulillah, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You're okay. And he also says schools are a hotbed for virus infections. So you have kids in, I guess you are at a greater risk of schools reopen.
Apparently,
I mean, they're not going
there was an
to
80-year-old
reopen
who
in
passed
our
away.
area.
Apparently, there was an
Seriously.
80-year-old who passed away in London or something this week.
An 18-year-old.
That's bad.
Or did he have underlying issues? Or apparently he had underlying issues as well. So
Yeah, no, all the schools in London are not going to reopen now.
I don't think they should open them anywhere. But
no, they shouldn't be. No.
My daughter's supposed to go back. My daughter wants to go back to university on Wednesday. She's getting all ready. So things are going to change so quickly. There'll be about
57,000 infected today. New cases, 57,000.
So times that by 10 days, people are still infected. That's over 500,000 people.
Yeah, but every day now, it's been over 50,000. Like last 4 days, it's been over 50,000 every day. Yesterday was 55,000.
I haven't left my sofa today.
Too bad.
Is that because there were just back to back football matches on?
That did help. But I've got nothing else to do, and I'm being safe.
See, the issue is every single family member can be at home, and only one of them go out, and they can bring it back, and everybody's got it.
Well, no, we're getting.
Yeah, exactly that. The thing is, though, they say education's important and everything else. I mean, I'm all for that, but then it'll only be important if they're alive. And I'm not just talking about primary students. There's secondary, there's colleges, there's unis. It's hard. It really
Schools
is hard.
is even
And
worse.
then you don't know what they're bringing back to their parents and their grandparents.
Exactly. Yeah. And the schools is the worst because obviously so many children mingling with each other. Yeah. You know, it's easy to spread a lot quicker.
It's not just the children. I dropped my boy to school, and the parents, some of the mothers and their behavior, kissing each other, hugging each other. I haven't seen you for ages. Like, come off it.
Yeah.
Deb, you're based in Essex, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Yeah, yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was Nav. I was saying to Deb there. Whereabouts in Essex?
In Chelmsford.
Okay. Pretty high rate there as well.
So, yeah, definitely. Brentwood's not far from here. There was a great big party, wasn't there, on New Year's?
Yeah, they broke into a church.
Yeah, it makes you so proud to be from Essex. It's lunacy. The problem
How's your surgery been? Has it been busy?
The government. So,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Go on, me.
I was just asking Doctor how his surgery's been. Has it been really busy?
It has been really busy. I'm on the topic of healthcare. I can see Abid's getting his little finger sprayed right now, so I'm hoping that's all right. Yeah, it's been busy, which is good because we still need to see people for various health issues. So that's the big concern. Just very quickly, is that obviously if you're getting GP surgeries to do all the vaccinations, it's going to take away from all the other health issues, the mental health, the other physical health, the cancer stuff that patients are still getting. So that's a big challenge of the vaccination program, is to still devote resources to the other healthcare problems. But
anyway, when the ambulance came out to me, they said to me that it were taking them basically 2 hours just to get somebody checked in, and then another 5 to 6 hours for that person to get checked when he's in the hospital to assess him what's going on.
Dr. Smora actually tweeted today, and she said it's been a busiest day in urgent care in 5 years, and she nearly broke down and crying. Over 50 people waiting at one stage. I mean, that is hard. That is hard. That's a lot of pressure.
In the ambulance, they're going from heart attack to heart attack.
No need for that.
Is he out?
No, but he again flashed at one that he didn't need to, and thankfully missed it.
Do you know what? One thing I've realized about today, they're playing with more freely, like a bit more confidence. I think the last thing we want is to get into a shell again. You know, like in the last Test match.
Yeah, but overconfident.
No, I understand. Yeah, don't go for the crazy ones, but they're playing a bit. I think a bit more. You know, like more confidence in that. You know, I think.
But you got to keep your concentration, haven't you?
Yeah, true.
Oh,
The intent is there.
The same thing happened to Arbin in the last game. He got hit and then he got out.
Yeah, and he's had a few hairy deliveries there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and we have had intent, but there have been a few rash shots in there as well. So,
but you know, in a weird way, that run out off the first board, the run out that nearly happened off the first board. If you think back even to the last test, I don't know if they'd have been looking for a run there, whereas they were.
Yeah.
It seemed like, you know what, we've cut.
Oh,
yeah, 4 bar. Oh no, keeper's got something on that. 2 buys maybe. It almost felt like, you know, let's not back. Let's try and rotate, which historically we've been really bad at doing.
Yeah, good point.
they'll probably be reading the thousands of tweets that said rotate the strike.
I don't know. Arbin looks a bit more twitchy.
I think Azhar needs to take the strike for a bit. Just try and hug the strike for an over.
Henry is going the old short ball technique, isn't he? He's doing what the other bloke does.
Anybody know what's the first inning average score this round?
Sorry, Cal?
Anybody know what's the first inning average score on this ground?
So I was looking at this. I was looking at this earlier, the past kind of 6-7 years, because you know you can go back so far, can't you? And most teams tend to get between about 150 and 300 on this track batting first.
Yeah, but there was another record on this ground. Every single team who's won the toss have fielded and they've won the game on this ground.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any. Not actually one. Sri Lanka. They're the ones what lost.
And they lost to New Zealand, yeah.
Yeah, they lost to New Zealand. But every other team what won the toss and fielded, they won the game.
So do we think? Okay, so do we think that that is not relevant? But do we think that goes through the minds of the players? You know, you get this in football all the time, don't you? West Brom haven't won at Anfield for 25 years. City haven't won here for 30 years. And you think, well, okay, but they were different players in different teams at different times. Should it really matter? Or do you think maybe they should be looking at these kind of stats and basing team selection on them?
I think when it continually happens, it does play a part in it, because there's plenty of example. Even with those Pakistan, we can't seem to win a thingy in the World Cups, whereas in any of the games we win them no problem. So it definitely plays a part. But
Nat, what do you reckon? You were going to say something, Nat?
With football, I've never worked out what difference home and away makes. You're playing against the same people, and you can play well at home and you're no good at away. I've never quite worked that out, especially now there's no fans. Home and away should make no difference, should it, really?
Right now, it's not making a lot of difference. If you look at the stats right now, there's been more away victories than ever before at the same point. But
I don't think home and away should make
when you got the fans, it does make a difference, because you've got the you got the fans right behind you.
Unless you're at West Ham when the fans are nowhere near you.
Now.
Oh, beautiful drive. That's 4. Don't matter how slow the outfield is. That's 4.
Is saying Cal looks like a professional. He should have his own show. Cal Corner. Cal Corner.
He's got green.
Cal's Corner.
Probably with that bed, it'll probably be this land.
That's true, Deb. Good point.
Yeah.
That was a shot of the morning. That was barbarous.
Good shot, that one. Oh, that was a class shot, that.
And Hamza would have dropped Azhar.
You know what it is? We need Azhar to get back into scoring mode. Because we know when he starts scoring, he can score big.
Some people were dropping Azhar, weren't they?
With Pakistani, we do that.
The thing is, we've got nobody to. The thing is, we've got nobody to replace him with, and that's with a lot of players here. We haven't got really much to replace him with.
Okay, boys. When did Azhar make his debut?
2010 against Australia.
Oh, brilliant! 4 runs.
The neutral series in England.
That's correct. And who else made the debut in the same game?
Steve Smith.
No, Pakistani.
Umar Amin.
Got some wickets as well.
Yeah.
I went to the first day of that. The only test match, a 50 captain.
I tell you, his second innings,
One and a half, really.
wasn't it like dots?
Halfway through the second one is like I'm done.
My target's coming
Guys,
up, isn't it?
comments.
I think we're gonna pass. I think we're gonna go past my prediction.
Shot. Played.
Jameson must be
Got a
thinking,
couple
what's
of
going on
comments.
here?
Yeah. Go on, me. Sorry.
Shazzy says that shot was Barbara Zeke.
I just said
And
that.
Cass says, Umarin got in the periscope. Remember that. Cass says, Din's on the stream. Fire. You're on the stream and you got a guy bowling here with the worst hairstyle ever. I think I've mentioned it 10 times now. I'm getting so annoyed looking at his hairstyle.
Why don't we get Jung on? Why don't we get Jung on to talk us through the hairstyle?
You know what? Jung can sort his hair out. It's actually annoying me. That's how.
What's wrong with his hair? His hair. Decent hair.
No, it's two 90s.
It's David Beckham.
Oh no!
He's gone.
Edge that.
Abid.
He's got bad attitude. He's got bad attitude, Jameson, hasn't he?
On first glance, that was quite a good delivery.
I'm one ball behind, so you'll see my reaction right now.
Someone was, I think, Nav, I think you said about he's bringing his back down at an angle. I don't know if, let's have a look at this again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Big time an angle.
I'm got reaction right now. So Jameson's coming up.
He's done all the hard work, hasn't he?
53 balls.
You got a good one though.
So this goes back to what I was saying. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. Do you want your opener to be 100 and something or 0, or do you want someone? Do we think Abid's done enough there? He's got 25, 53. He's batted for an hour and a half. Is that good enough for an opener? And I'm asking. I'm not saying I'm on the fence here. I'm asking the question.
I think it's borderline.
He didn't get his bat on enough of those balls, so he's not done the job of taking the shine off that ball. He needs to get his bat on more of those balls.
I think it just shows that because we all go on.
You go.
It becomes
a double whammy, doesn't it? Sometimes you think an opener's job is just see the new ball out, but then once he sees a new ball out, you think he's done the hard work.
Someone's waking Harris up. He's picked up someone's bat and someone's pads.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You might be on a bit of a delay, me, but I think we can hear you. Yes. Oh, he's gone now.
Gone.
So it just shows that it just shows how difficult it is for selectors, because you've got a guy who's I agree now. I think he's on the borderline as well. I think he's done okay. It just depends on whether okay is good enough.
We need to like tuck in.
So much today. We can't get back on the back foot.
Harris has picked up someone's bat and someone's gloves and walked out, hasn't he?
Agree with Pakistan there. I think they can go into lunch with only 2. That'll be Pakistan's session.
This outfield is horrible.
Pakistan said 27 minutes to lunch. We don't want to lose a wicket, and that's exactly when the
you watch it tomorrow afternoon when New Zealand are batting. It'll be flying across there.
Nav, was that some optimism?
No, it was pessimism.
No, you said they're going to be batting tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, nice shot. Is that Azhar?
I felt like he could have left that.
Proper flop field.
That's really frustrating, isn't it? Really
I think it's because I'm sure they were saying it's been raining or something. Be a wet outfield.
There he is, Harris.
I'm telling you, he's turned up a minute before the Bernard gets here. Am I late, guys? Have I missed dinner? No, you're all right, Harris.
I
Don't
think
worry.
if that were either side, they would have missed that because that went too fast. That catch. He only managed to get it because it hit his chest. So I think if it was either side, he would have missed it.
Well, it's good to see Abid
He's
looking
really
disappointed.
Yeah, he is.
Done for the day.
Is that what it was?
Harris off
And then
mark.
me like taking myself out of the stream and back in the stream.
Well, there's my score, God.
Shazzy says we need more from Harris in the first test. We definitely do.
There's another comment coming in about Abid that he needs to understand that he should be leaving on length rather than playing everything. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. Yeah, I can't see the comments. Sayyid Hassan is saying Abid Ali needs to understand that he should be more on length rather than playing at everything.
To
I'm
be
no
honest,
expert in coaching.
but did Abid go to Australia last year? He didn't, did he?
No.
So he's not really played very much overseas, has he? He wasn't a bloke who's been on A tours or things. So it does take a little while to learn pitches abroad. So that might, he's not had A tours or Sheen tours. It's probably his first time in New Zealand. So it takes a while to acclimatise.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I was just going to say it's frustrating because he did this in the England tour as well, where he would bat for an hour or an hour and a half, and then he'd just find a way to get out. And it's so difficult to judge a player then because you think, well, again, as I say, I'm going to bore everyone by repeating myself. It depends on what you want from your opener, whether you want him just to get 25 in an hour and a half and get out, or to go and get big scores. Because if it's to get big scores, then Abid's failing.
I mean, to be honest, he got a decent ball. He hasn't flicked one on the leg side or slashed at a wide one. It was one that it was a decent ball. That you can see people getting out to it. It wasn't that he chased a wide one or something stupid. So you have to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. I think.
Sorry, Umar, you were going to say something.
Or is it just me?
He's okay.
Or maybe you
know what you got to look at.
I was going to say, Doc, what do you want? The one score in 5 or the 20 each game?
No, you're right. If he's making 20-30, he needs to go on to make a big because he's done the hard work. Like obviously, seeing the first 1.5 hour off here. Obviously, if he's got 20-30, he should carry on. He should minimum get 50 plus there.
Harris has got no footwork again.
I think I value reliability over kind of one score in 4 or one score in 5. So I'd probably go. I'm probably more Abid than I am Shan. If we're putting Shan in the kind of feast or famine and Abid in the kind of consistent but not high scores, I'd probably take Abid because at least I know he'll be there for a while and it'll take the shine off for Barber.
Guys, just a quick one. Did you see that shot by Harris? Harris has just played a no footwork shot.
Oh, Harris. Jesus, what is that?
I just saw it just now.
He's out.
Harris is gone.
Well, the ball before he moved. Yeah, the ball before he played had no footwork.
I'm just watching his play and miss.
Yeah, no footwork.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing again.
Yeah, it gets worse if you don't.
Doesn't move at all. Terrible.
He was almost trying to leave us.
What is he doing?
Getting himself is what he's doing.
It's almost like he didn't want to get behind the ball, did he?
That's a nothing shot. That.
But he's done
He's
that
trying to
3
leave
times.
it and he just gets it.
To me, it strikes me that he's afraid to get behind the ball. He's almost trying to get out of the way of the ball.
Don't let him bat in the second innings. We bat with 10.
Don't let him
If you hit him on the head with a bat, can we take him as a concussion substitute? Because the shot before he played, he didn't move his feet at all, just threw the bat at it.
I seriously don't think he's a Test player.
His feet for that one, did he?
In the end, you're playing for your place in the team. You come in and you think I've made this mistake. You're tentative. You'd probably play a defensive shot. That was like he's got to play the shot and decided to leave it.
On a serious note, I don't think he's got the temperament to be a Test player.
Yeah, again, you're number 5. You've gone from 70 for 1 to 70 for 3, and your number 5's in before lunch. What chance has your forwards got when you're batting?
He fascinates me, this guy. The way he stands is amazing.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing.
All that hard work is so annoying.
Peter Willie was no different, was he?
No, but on a serious note, has Harris got any defense mode? I've not seen any defensive mode what he's got, any defensive shot even.
What about footwork?
Oh, don't even go there.
See, the reason why I prefer someone like Abid to set the platform and be 70 odd for 2 is because you would hope your fancy dams can come in but not get out first ball trying to leave. So then it is frustrating. Then you almost want the openers to be getting more. I don't know.
Did he not get out in the last innings like that as well? Similar to that?
Yeah, all 3
It was similar, like you were trying to leave it or somebody, and I'm sure he got on edge or something.
Yeah, we're making Jameson look like a world beater again.
All of a sudden, we've gone from Azhar hitting a couple of boundaries to getting a 2 to the bowling all sorts now.
But yeah, I'm trying to work out what is Jameson doing. He's getting quite a lot of swing in the air, isn't he?
Yeah. But it's giving the ball room to swing, isn't it? Because from the height,
Straighten gears. Sixth over right now. So Hardest is giving him a wicket away when he's probably going to come out. He's probably got one more over in him.
Fawad was nowhere near that.
Great stuff.
He's just got a massive banana swing.
60, 77, 68 for you end up losing 2 session has gone down to pants.
Just the way he sets himself up is just bizarre. Bizarre.
But Debs, if you ignore that, he's on a thing. He's using both eyes to look at the bowler until the bowler.
I think he's great. I love it.
Yeah. So by the time
by
the time the bowler gets there, he's in a good position.
Yeah.
And he's also got.
I think he was like this as well. Was it West Indies? Was it Chandimal?
Chandapal.
Yeah, Chandapal.
Chandapal. Yeah.
He was very similar.
Chandapal, Peter Willie, and the way he plays it, bit Kim Barnett as well.
Must put the bowlers off, mustn't it? Really, because it's bizarre.
The thing I like about Fawad,
it's got to be an advantage, isn't it? To be honest, for the batsman.
The thing I like about Fawad is he sells his wicket dearly, right? Whereas Harris doesn't place any value on his wicket. He just walks off dopily, like, well, so what?
I made the point in the last game that he reminds me a little bit of Ian Bell in that he when he's in full flow, he's lovely and he's gorgeous to watch and he's got these amazing drives and all that. But one, it probably doesn't happen enough, and two, it doesn't happen when the team needs it. And the thing with Ian Bell is he was probably one game from being. In fact, I think he did get dropped, and then he made his way back in the team and he started scoring tough runs. I just don't know if Harris has got that in him. Deb, you probably remember maybe a bit more about Ian Bell than us. I don't know, but he had that reputation at the start of just getting pretty easy runs.
Mm-hmm. Ian Bell. I mean, look at Ollie Pope is our new Ian Bell, but
the
hopefully won't
saying on.
What's the Bray saying?
It's a shame because he's lovely in the eye. Just saying that, Harris just looks like he's not made for international cricket. And it's a shame because he's quite lovely when he's in full flow. I mean, but it's just one of them where he lacks a soul away from home.
I think he's not. He's okay for 2020.
I think it's more mental. I think it's more mental than anything else.
For test, I don't think he's made for test. No way.
I think it's mental application. He knew he was under
I think
pressure.
it's more mental.
The thing is,
Can we have-
we
can we
weren't,
have
we weren't,
The
we
test
weren't.
for the
I wonder how much, because he's had, he's had these problems before, with away tours and hotel rooms, etc. I wonder how much this isolation took out for him, this COVID bubble in New Zealand.
Mm.
Hmm.
Omar, were you going to say something? Sorry, Omar.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
a few overs ago, we weren't probably too far from seeing Daryl Mitchell bowl their 5th bowler. But now,
Yeah.
obviously, with two overs, 2 wickets, it's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah. No, good point. And then you're thinking, oh, it's not, you would hope that seed of doubt gets planted in New Zealand's mind of, oh, that's a nice shot for none. The seed of doubt gets planted in New Zealand's mind thinking it's not doing a lot. Maybe we should have picked a spinner. And you just get a little bit flat, don't you? Like we would be if we bowled first and they were 70 for 2, or like they were, in the last game.
Well, we're 10 minutes from lunch. 70 for 1, which was would have been very good. It's gone totally the other way to 70 for 3, which is bordering on disastrous.
I agree with Kaz there. I think bowlers off.
Oh, do you see that?
Do you think he rolls them, Debbie?
I think he does. Yeah, I think he's bound to put them off, isn't he? They've got their procedure for what they do. They're ready to go, and he's not ready for them. Yeah, I think he does. I don't think that's why he does it, but I'm sure he will upset the bowlers.
I'm just saying, Matt Henry doesn't look as good as Wagner with a short ball, does he?
No.
He's banged that in,
Not
and
Wagner.
it's just flown off and ballooned over the wicketkeeper.
Wagner's a bit more aggressive.
I do. I love Neil Wagner. I think he's brilliant.
Little angry man, isn't he?
Quick.
He's a little angry man.
Yes, he really is. And yet he's actually lovely off the pitch. He's a really nice man off the pitch. That's my score, God. I think we're all out, aren't we, on that?
I just need 2 more wickets.
Oh, no thanks.
The predictions, but I do not remember any more.
The British remembers them.
Cass has made a good point there. Cass has made a good point about Wagner having a go at him in the previous test because he didn't. They picked it up on the stump mic, didn't they? I think he said you need to be ready or whatever. And then I think there was a post-match interview with Jameson. I think, and the 2 presenters after the game, like he was saying as well about. He said something about Fawad. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was just it didn't think he riles you, or I can't remember the exact phrase, but he made a point about him being quite annoying to bowl at. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that can work. It can work both ways, can't you? Can't it? If you rile up the opposition, there is a chance they will try the magic delivery or be thrown off their game a little bit.
75 for 3, Debs, pretty close. I mean, Debs is a winner right now.
Like I said,
you can tell Debs is the most rational of all of us, right? That's the reason why.
Why have you got to stand sideways? He sees the ball.
This is a stage when they'll be like, "I want another 2 wickets."
Who can he stands? If he doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah,
I do think he'll put these guys off.
So he looks at the bowler with both eyes. So he's got the best vision on the bowler, so the bowler gets into delivery strike, where he goes into fairly orthodox, looking like he's pushing forward, and then he goes forward or backward. So if you stopped most players at the time of the bowler delivering the ball, they're already gone into that kind of stance, haven't they?
Yeah. It's effective. It doesn't matter what he looks like, does it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Another 10 minutes to go. We just need to get to lunch now and not lose another one. Just another. Let's get to lunch, not lose one.
By the way, how good was Rizwan at faking that he had something in his eye in the last game? That was brilliant. That's genius. No one's going to disprove that, are they?
He should have laid in the back.
No, but do you think he was faking it?
I reckon that was a good 45 minutes or so we took out of that test by Rizwan doing that. Good work.
He should have claimed whiplash.
Do you think he might? Do you think he might have been a better option for captain full time rather than put it on to Babar?
I think once they've appointed Bob, they can't exactly remove him.
No, but initially, do you think it would have been wiser to have gone? Because making the best player captain, is that a good move?
No, I can't understand why Azarelli lost it. Why, you know, one series he lost against England, and they were rained off what he'd done wrong to lose the Test captaincy.
I don't think Azarelli's captain material. I don't even think he should have got it in the first place the second time round. From the first,
you can't give. Why once you give him the captaincy, you can't just suddenly remove it after 3 or 4 because it's not that you haven't seen his
shot, is it?
He's captained the one-day team, hadn't he?
Not very well though.
Yeah, so he's captained it.
Right, it's everyone.
You knew what you were getting,
my internet?
and then you give him 3 or 4 test matches to get rid of him again.
I think it's you, Imi. I think it's you. Sorry.
Shot.
Yeah, I can barely hear you guys. I'm just removing everyone and putting them back in again. That actually felt good.
I mean, I've not played cricket to any standard, but they say when you're on driving well, you're usually in pretty good form, and Azad has on-driven really well in this innings.
Yeah, that's usually a sign that his balance is right. When he's playing badly, he falls over himself and he can't hit the ball off the square. But when he's driving well, but it's after like he needs to get going again.
Saying if he wants to appoint Bobber, they can't remove. Welcome to Pakistan cricket. Yeah, but if Bobber Azam, and I mean removing him as a Test captain without him actually even captaining us yet, that'll be like
peak Pakistan.
So for Pakistan cricket. I mean,
now that you've appointed him, you've got to keep.
Oh,
Fuad's gone.
Heck of a delivery. That reared up, didn't it?
Yeah, that's his height that's done that. Damn.
Oh no.
That was horrid.
One another wicket.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you can do about that.
That's horrible.
Not for what?
Oh,
all right. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's a little bit disconcerting to see him on the ground afterwards as well, isn't it?
Well, it was either his gloves or his face.
It hit his gloves. It didn't hit his helmet. Yeah.
Gloves. That was a horrid. This Jamieson's a bit of a.
That was a horrible ball.
3 for 26 in 7 overs. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Good moustache and beard, can I just say there? To be admired.
That was almost Patrick Patterson or Michael Holding like that delivery.
How quick was that ball? I'm going to rewind my thing for and see.
Look where he hit it from.
This is a thing about Fawad, isn't it? But if Fawad gets out like that or like anything else, it actually looks worse than it would look for someone who's just batting conventionally.
It makes
it look bad.
That took off a length. No one could have played that.
No,
I'm not knocking. I'm not knocking that particular. I mean, it was a brutal football. I'm just saying that Fawad will make most balls look when he gets out. You always say, well, you know what, he's done something wrong there.
That was.
But I mean, that is that's a brute.
But then you look again and you realise that nobody would have coped with that. Or
Look where that pitched. Look where that pitched and where it took off. That is not not a short ball.
That's horrible. That's a horrible ball. Thank goodness it didn't hit in my head.
84 miles an hour. Quick enough, isn't it?
Yeah. From that length. That was Michael Holding, Patrick Patterson like. That was, it wasn't a short ball. That was a length ball, just short of a length.
Oh.
He hadn't got the gloves in the way. That would have hit him under the chin.
Yeah, it would. So it's a good job he did get his glove in the way, really.
Yeah.
He would get that to hit him on the head.
Shot Hazard. This could be his 50 if this goes to the boundary. Go on. Go on the ball. Go on the ball.
Yeah.
Go on the ball. Well done, Hazard. He's got over half our runs and he's looked so good.
Yeah, he has. So hope he can double it now.
Played Hazard. The Brett says our batsmen have more blind spots in the queue of lorries in Kent.
I think that's unfair. That was a horrid delivery. Shame
Funny
Harris
comment,
didn't get
though.
it.
Yeah.
Shame Harris
Shazzy, Rizwan to save him again. Come on, Rizu.
Is this Riz 007? No, he's got his 50. He's got to concentrate again.
There's-
Hazard looks like he's been just batting almost on a different pitch to some of the rest of them. In terms of looking, I know Quick Info do those kind of control percentages, don't they? And I don't have it to hand, but it just seems like he's been in control a lot more than every other batsman today. It's good.
Yeah, again, our middle order, 4 and 5 have let us down well. I would do my shoelaces up, trying to avoid another over.
Do it.
Something in his eye?
He did that last test match.
You know what Rizwan's thinking?
24.
Do I want to be captain of this shower?
Minutes ago, this session looked really good.
So just on Quick Info, Hazard's control percentage is 86%, and I think that's very, 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 very good. So
what are they doing there?
Good on him.
Well, credit to him. I mean, he's played really well.
What are you doing?
Still 300 then.
It's 11:58, so there's probably time for one more
What
over.
on earth is going on over there?
We still want 300 in the first innings.
Yeah,
Why?
of course. Why are you going to leave that? Azhar's going to get 200 and Rizwan's
Why are
going
they
to get...
spraying the gloves?
No idea what that was all about.
Inni, you're about 3 overs behind. Just
Amazing. Sorry, how many overs? Sorry, what happened?
I said you're about 3
I
overs
just saw them
behind.
spraying the gloves. I was like, what on earth is going on? I'm probably about 10
He's
minutes
getting the bounce, isn't
behind
he?
you guys, but
Can you hear me?
Yep.
so
So he's getting
the
the bounce,
prediction,
isn't he?
I mean, it's somewhere between where Deb said and somewhere where Nav said it. Sorry, guys. Oh, let's hope these two can do what Jaya Wardena and Sangha did for Sri Lanka. Big, long innings.
And then all we need Zafar Gohar to be like Murali, and we're laughing.
Can you bat?
Test match 1. Nice and easy.
So this will be the last over before lunch then.
Don't lose a wicket.
Doesn't Jameson get tired?
Yeah.
Is that lunch?
How many balls behind are you?
Give me one game you're on.
Yeah, this last one.
I'm behind.
How behind?
I'm
you
seeing
boys?
Jameson still ball, and I'm seeing it's 1 minute past 12.
Imi, stop watching. Nassim bunts it back to Santa, who takes the catch. We lose the game. We're on the next one now. Ooh. The scorecard's missing off the bottom of the screen. I think we've probably got, what, 2 balls to go? 3 balls to go this over?
2, I think.
I don't mind this point. It should be long.
So we've mentioned...
Everyone gone quiet.
That's what to be like.
Go on.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, Doc.
This is the hard thing about doing a watch along, because when the team is not doing well, can get quite depressing.
It's been perfectly fine 20 minutes ago.
yeah.
Until they brought the Jolly Green Giant on.
So just a quick straw poll. Given that there's still 1 inning to go in this series, who is, given that there's Sarchikil, Garon Gulam, all these other players that have been doing well in domestics, who is dropping Harris for South Africa at home? Hands up if you are dropping Harris.
Yeah.
Now, if you see a hand up, I can only see your face.
See my
You
hand.
can't hear us.
My hand's up.
Okay, so
I can't
basically,
hear the question. You've all disappeared. What was the question?
are you dropping Harris for the next game against South Africa at home? Yeah, we'll just presume he said yes.
It's Cal's fault. Hulk has started out.
Hulk is
Yeah. I came on when it was 40, 30,
well.
I think it was about 40 for 1 or something, and I predicted 70 for 1.
There you go. It's your fault.
All your fault, pal. All your fault.
That's it. Lunch.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Bedtime.
See you later,
Right,
Nav.
speak to you later, guys.
Cheers, Nav.
Thanks.
Fair enough. Take care.
Bye.
Stay happy.
Take care.
And you. Bye.
Guess what? I should
Come on,
have
you
moved
going
it
as well?
before he
Come
said
on.
bye. It feels so good.
You working tomorrow?
No.
Where you going, bro? Chill.
We've gone. Omar's gone as well.
No, I'm still here for
Deb's on.
Yeah, Deb's gone.
Right. You know what? Another 5 minutes and we'll all go because I'm literally knackered. And
they just wasted such a good start. Yeah, from what, nearly 70 for 1 to what, 88 for 4 or 5 now.
that Harris
It's
dismissal
ridiculous.
is
That.
sickness.
Only Pakistan can do that. You know that.
I mean,
even the last game, yeah.
You try
know
South
the last
Africa
game.
series.
You know the last game, yeah. I think there was about 1 hour left before I went to sleep, before the end of the day, and they needed 5 more wickets, I think, or 6 more wickets, and they managed to get them all.
So I think there's a message saying, "Is that it for the watch along?" That's not it for the watch along. I think we're carrying on, aren't we? Some of us are, anyway.
Yeah, we are. Hulkislan's going to join us now, and he'll take over the admin rights. It's just that with the pro-COVID, I could barely speak, so now I'm completely out of energy. So Hulkislan's going to join us, and then I can move along.
Amy, you taking any vitamin tablets?
That's the. But sorry.
Are you taking any vitamin tablets?
So I didn't catch you there.
Are you taking any vitamin tablets?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, stick to the vitamin C and D tablets regular.
Mm-hmm.
Try avoiding oily foods and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So if that was go on, Amy.
No, go on. Go on. On the South Africa series, I'm just saying that you're discussing with all the batsmen coming through. I mean, Harris' position automatically becomes hard for him because Barber comes back in. So with Bobber coming back in, that's one position already gone. So someone's got to drop out, and at the moment, both of the openers are not exactly covering themselves in glory either.
I think I will.
So let's see.
Go on,
Cal.
Cal. No, please.
Sorry. I would drop Sean and I would drop Haris. I bring obviously Barber and then Imam as an opener. Haris, I don't think he's got the technique yet to be a test player. He hasn't got the temperament. He's okay for 2020 and 1 days because obviously it's a much faster game. You know, he can play your shots, but he hasn't got no defense technique to play test. I think personally.
You're going, Doc. You're going to say something.
I was just thinking for the next game really. Obviously, don't forget there is still one innings here, so you never know. But I think probably Barber comes in for Harris, and I'm just thinking of the makeup of the team because at the moment today we are 4 seamers and a spinner, and the spinner is not a part-timer, but not first line international quality that we know just yet. I imagine Yasser will come back for that game against South Africa, no?
But what do you think about Hassan Ali? Don't you think he'll come back as well? Because he's doing really well at the moment in the other tournament where they're playing in Pakistan.
I don't know if he can come straight back into a 5-day test match, though. I mean, I know he's been playing 4-day stuff. I'm not sure. It's a bit of a risk, isn't it, with his injury record over the past, 18 months or so? What do you reckon, Owen?
Well, firstly, I want to say this is the most Pakistani thing. We're in the first session of this first inning on the first day. I mean, what do you think?
We're lunch on day one, and we're thinking about the next series.
We've changed half the team.
And who we gonna pick?
I think we basically had enough of this tour now. We want to get out of this tour and get on to the next one now. I think we've done with this tour now.
That's a really good point that Saeed's just made on the comments there. Pakistan always chase a test match. So you said that it sometimes masks when we come back in a test match because we've been chasing it. It sometimes masks like the crap that's been going on for the first 4 days. So if you look at the amazing fight back on day 5, it was brilliant, but it's only because we were 50 for 5 in the first innings. If you look at Azhar's 100 against England in the third test, it was only because we were about 70 for 4 at the end of day 2, I think, when England had made 500. So Barber's 100 against Australia last year, again, we were up against it massively. Rizwan's innings against it. These are all innings that happen because we are massively behind in the game. And we've got to start, it's simple, it's easy to say, we've just got to stop doing that. We've got to stop being behind in test matches. Sorry, we're gone.
No, I was just going to say about Rizwan. Have you seen his last 5 test innings? 70 for 5, 60 for 4, 80 for 5. Wouldn't it be great if he could come in at 250 for 5?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
You can understand
Sorry, Kaz. The only exception to that, the only time I guess I can think of in the past year, 18 months, where we batted really well was in those 2 home series against Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Now, obviously, some people will say, well, okay, it's Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. So that's why the South Africa tour, I think, is going to be really interesting because that is, I know they're not as good as they were a few years back, but that is a top-class international team playing us in our home conditions. I think it'll be a good test to see where we are.
They just made 7.
Oh, Cal, you've gone silent. Sorry.
Oh, can you hear me?
Go for it.
I said you're saying about 600-700.
Yeah, Cal, you've gone silent again. But I think was your point that they just made 600 against Sri Lanka? Yeah. Oh, he's gone. I presume that was his point.
No.
I was saying you're saying they're not good enough. They just made 600-700 in the last test.
Are you talking about South Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Sri Lanka lost 2 or 3 players in that game. They were playing with about 8, I think, in that game. So I don't know if it's it was particularly a fair kind of competition because obviously you're not allowed. It wasn't COVID and it wasn't head injury, so I don't think they were allowed any substitutes. They lost half their bowling attack.
But still making 600-700, not a straightforward thing, is it?
Exactly. No, exactly. It will be a good test. It will be a good test. But you look at the rest
it's
of
still a strong team. They're not. You can't. They're not a walkover. Still.
But if you look at the rest of their year, they lost at home to England, and they were pretty poor. I think previous to that against Australia as well. They may have won. They may have won a limited over series, but Hulk's here anyway. So best behaved.
Guys, you right? What have you done, man?
Yeah, you came too late. That's the thing. I left you that
Sorry,
day
I'll
with 6 wickets to play with. I left you that day with 6 wickets to play with, yeah. And you've come back now and you lost 6 and 5, 11 wickets altogether.
Yeah, don't worry, man. I'll come back. We've got 6 wickets left. Yeah, I've come to save the day. Yeah, don't worry.
I can't believe we lost that.
Get your pads on.
All that time,
Before I go,
all that time we stayed awake, yeah, and I thought that's it, 100% we're gonna get a draw. We won stage, we think we're gonna win it.
We are going to win it.
Stage.
But before I go,
sorry,
see, have you got the admin rights on your screen?
No, I don't. I'm not sure what I should be. I've just used the link that you put in the group. So, what should I be seeing?
No, you need to log in.
I have logged in.
You need to log in.
1 second. Let me go. I'll come back in. Hang on.
Yeah. Otherwise, you won't have the admin rights. That's a good thing. Because I had to add him in, I realized that he's just coming like as a guest, and that doesn't help.
Did you record it and not watch anything that day, or did you really?
No, 100%. So 100%. I went to bed at lunch, which was midnight. I woke up. I used my phone only for Google Maps. I got to work. I didn't look at my phone all day. I told my wife, if you need me, call me, because I'm not on WhatsApp or Twitter. I got home, didn't look at the phone once, and watched. Obviously, you can forward it on Sky. So I watched those 2 sessions without knowing the score. So I think I messaged to you lot. I think about 7:15 is when I found out that we lost. And that is difficult.
I could never do that.
It's difficult. I mean, I
could never do that.
Because I saw so many notifications on my phone. Kind of, your light flashes. I'm thinking this could be anything. We could have won. We could have, But I don't like. Pushin says I don't like work getting in the way of me watching cricket. So I didn't want to miss something happening by having to go to work. So yeah, that's just me being a bit stubborn.
I said good night to these. I think it was about tea time. Was it just before tea? Was it?
Yeah.
And then I think I was still on the thingy watching it for a good an hour and a half. And I think the last 45 minutes I said, right, all right, I'm off now. We should draw it 100%. And next minute, when I woke up at Fajr time, I seen it. I thought, oh my god, how did
this guy? Yeah, he leaves us at tea, yeah, and he goes, "I'm going to sleep now." For the next hour and a half, yeah, he's there texting us on YouTube.
I thought I might as well make it more concrete in it, but I should have stayed longer. At least
you should have come back downstairs.
If I was downstairs, obviously I wouldn't have gone then, but. It's really disappointing. We should have drawn that. It would have been a great. It would have been it would have been like a win. If we drew that match, that would have been like a win. That
4 odd overs.
Just so you know, guys, there's a bit of drizzle in the air apparently at lunch here.
They're putting the covers on.
Is that all the crowd in the pitch or something?
Yeah, they let them walk on. They do that at some grounds in South Africa as well at lunchtime, just to enhance the experience. I think you've got to pay a certain amount to do it, though.
I love that experience.
You compare that with a Pakistani pitch invasion, it's all very controlled, isn't it? We know how to do it.
Imi, quick question. I've logged in now, so I can see all the admin stuff, yeah? But on the right, I can't see all the chats. I've got the chat box, but it's... You can see them, I'm assuming.
Yeah, can you see the chat on your right hand side?
We can't hear
I can see.
We can't hear you.
I can hear him. I can see the window, but I can't see any comments and I can't see anything in there.
Omar, are you still with us? Oh, good man.
What?
I was looking
or maybe I've got to log out.
So there's a comment about.
Maybe I've got to log out.
Hang on, let me check it.
The comment about 220 being a decent score, I reckon that might be just a little bit below par. But who would take 220 now?
Doc, what was you saying? What was the pass score on here?
I didn't. I just tried to average a few scores in my head and came up with somewhere between 150 and 300, which is not really that accurate. But I would be annoyed if we got 220 or less. Yeah, we were saying 300 as well, weren't we?
I think if we've got 300, that would be a really good score on this pitch.
I think as a minimum, though, you want 200. You don't want to be out for anything less than 200, full stop. Because it's a psychological, then if you've got a 1 in front of your score, yeah, then it's like you just completely messed up. You need to get a minimum 200, ideally 250 to 3, yeah, but as a minimum from where we are at the moment, 88 for 4, last batting, last recognised, 2 batting partnerships, did you say? You need to get a minimum 2.
Yeah. How much did Williamson and Taylor put on in the last game? Just those 2?
About 150, I think.
Yeah, we probably need 250
if
then.
I go, it might come up.
1 second.
If I go, it might come up.
Yeah.
So
Well, you're going now anyway, aren't you?
If the stream stop, yeah. If the stream stops, then you know that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure if I go, your one should come up. I'll ask you on Facebook,
Okay.
on WhatsApp.
Okay. All right.
So that comment about how much we got in the last game, I think, didn't New Zealand get 430 odd, and we avoided the follow-on by about 10. So I think we got 242, 41, something like that.
241.
No. Have we got any of our other regular celebrities joining us at any point this evening that we know of?
Where's Cass, Tabs? Shazad said he'd come back on as well. I'm sure he did.
Good.
All right. I'm just going to be a couple of minutes. I'm just trying to sort some admin stuff out, yeah?
So the comment from Mazam about typical Pakistan in New Zealand, Australia make an okay start, then lose quick wickets. Wasn't it the Australia tour last year where we batted really well, very carefully? I think day one, session 1 of the first test, and I think we got to about 70 or 80 for 1 or none at lunch, and I think we ended up being bowled out for 220, which Warner got pretty much by himself. So yeah, that one sticks in the mind from last year.
We're known for collapses, isn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah.
We could be cruising at one stage next minute. We lost 4 or 5 wickets in one go. Like we just were. To be honest with you, we were perfectly fine. The run rate was perfect. It was about 3 runs and over.
I don't know if that's is that a mental thing? Is that a mentality thing where we think we're okay, whereas the other team doesn't? You know what Australia are like? Australia are never out of the game. You could need 2 to win off 8 wickets, and Australia will they'll go at you just as hard as they always do. So I don't know if that's a mentality thing or what.
You know what I was watching today, Doc? I was watching the Australia-South Africa semi-final from '99, the highlights of that, the 25 minutes highlights, yeah. And when it went down to the last over, and they needed Klusener was batting, and they needed a 9 to win. Out of the first 2 balls, Klusener gets 2 boundaries. So the scores are tied here. They just need 1, and you can just see, Australia, like you say, they didn't give up. They're all in, blocking the 1. The first one, Donald almost gets runs out, and then the 4th ball, he actually does get run out. But it's just that pressure, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I can think back to just think about Pakistan Australia games. Okay, you think of. Do you remember the World Cup game in 2011 where we ended their run? They hadn't lost a World Cup game since '99.
Yeah.
In 2011, we were only chasing about 170, and they didn't let us get over the line.
Yeah.
And we had to scratch and claw our way to that really small target. And even that Headingley test that we beat them, where we bowled them out for 88. In 2010. And again, we needed 130, 140 in the 4th innings, and they scratched and they clawed and they didn't let us get over the line.
About 5-6 wickets. Yeah.
They just don't give up, and that's such a good mentality to have in sport. It's just, I don't think we have that.
Spirit in it. I remember. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when we was playing India in the Asian Cup, and we were all out for, I think, was it 80 or 70?
88, I think it was. Yeah, and then Ahmed came in. Yeah.
4 down, and I even believe that Kohli was out as well. That LBW when they never gave it out.
Yeah.
But I think if that was, it would have been a total different ball game. I think if he was given out as well at that time,
Yeah.
it would have been a completely different game. But you just got to have the fighting spirit and never give up. Because anything can happen, really, isn't it? It's only a ball away of getting the wicket. As long as though you can get the wickets, it's a total different. It can completely change the match.
God, I'm just thinking of my scarred childhood of Australia defeats now. Do you remember, was it Hobart 99 where they chased 370, I think? And they always talk about that when Langer nicked it behind and he didn't walk.
I tell you what the hardest one was when we were playing Australia, and I think it was the semi-final we was playing, and Saeed Ajmal last over. That was the killer for me.
Which one?
T20, 2010, T2010, T20 semi-final.
Oh, okay.
Hussey to Ajmal.
Oh yeah, I remember that. We all remember that. I saw that a few months ago. The highlights.
I don't know what's worse. What's worse, the Australia defeat in that semi-final where Hussey got hold of Ajmal, or the 07 final against India with Misbah's scoop? Sorry, this is all a bit masochistic, isn't it, at this time of night?
I think that the thing that annoys me about the Misbah scoop yet is how everyone blames Misbah for it. And what they don't do yet is they don't look before what happened before. We were flying, I think, with Imran Nazir, and I can't remember who opened with him, for the first few overs, but then everyone started collapsing, and then we were like, no way were we going to get even close to it. And Misbah, I think, hit 3 sixes off Harbhajan Singh, and we did brilliantly to get there, but then everyone blames him. But we would never have. We should be thanking Misbah for getting us that close. It was just completely unfortunate. Who was our coach at the time? It was that Australian guy, wasn't it?
Jeff Lawson, I think.
He said, that he saw someone down at what was it, fine leg, and he saw that Srijant was up. So he said that he knew that Misbah was likely to attempt that shot. He just didn't, middle it, and so it was just unfortunate. But the amount of abuse that Misbah got after that game, it was just disgusting.
It's always a way, isn't it? It's always a Pakistani way to, well, not actually, sorry, that's a bit unfair. Not just a Pakistani way. Most sports fans will generally hold on to one person and kind of make them the scapegoat. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that Misbah gets kind of tarred with that brush. I think maybe I'm getting confused with 09. I mean, the comments just come through that it was Imran Nazir and Hafiz. Did Salman Bhatt not play? But was he? Maybe he was the 09 T20 World Cup. I think we had Salman Bhatt at the top of the order.
What in 2009?
Yeah, I'm sure Salman Bhatt played in that.
I can't remember. I'm not
I
sure.
know Kamran Akmal did, and it was Kamran Akmal and Shazia Hassan who opened the final. So
I can't remember.
Anyway, all memory bank stuff. I think we're trying to let Cal back in here.
I've let him in. He's in, isn't he?
I can hear him. I can't see him.
I think he must be making Chasha or something like that.
Oh, right, okay. One down in 07 and opened in 09. Fair enough.
All right.
That was back when we used to get to the final stages of most of the T20 World Cups, didn't we? If you think back to runners-up 07, winning it 09, semi-finals in 2010, those first three anyway. And then I think 2012, 14, and even 2012, I think we got to a semi against Sri Lanka. I think 24. Oh.
Oops. Let me just take. I'll just take him out for a bit. Yeah. So sorry. So to everyone to everyone that's commenting at the moment. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the comments activated on my admin screen. Yeah. So bear with me a few minutes. So then I'll be able to show them on screen. We can go through it.
If you prefer to listen to the change of pace, guys, by all means, go and listen to change of pace.
Don't do that. No, don't do that.
It's a marvelous thing about free will and free choice, isn't it? You can go and log on and do whatever you like.
Yeah, stay on here, guys. Stay on here, guys.
The thing is, the Misbah shot, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he smashed a full toss for 6. The ball before, or the ball.
Yeah.
and that was a kind of a proper shot. I think the semis in 2012. I think that was a group game we got knocked out in 2012. I think the semi was against Sri Lanka when we were chasing a middling score. I think it probably would have been 14 because that's the one Sri Lanka won. And we were chasing 130, 140. I think Hafiz got in and Imran Nazir got in, but Herath, as always, because he takes wickets against us even in his sleep. I think Herath was the one who made the difference that day. Yeah, semis against Sri Lanka. But since then, if you look at 2016 was probably one of our, I'd say 2016 World T20, 2013 Champions Trophy, probably two of our worst performances in recent ICC tournaments or relatively recent ones. 2013 Champions Trophy was just.
I was in Pakistan for the 2016 T20. And I timed it, so when I flew over in the middle of the group game, so I timed it, so that I didn't miss any of the Pakistan games. But, for the 1 or 2 days to travel that I had to do there. I think when I got there, we played Australia, I think, and I'm pretty sure we lost that.
We lost everyone apart from Bangladesh. So we had India, Australia, New Zealand, and Bangladesh in our group, and we beat Bangladesh first up, and then the rest of them.
So what we basically did was we just avenged the 99 group stage game, yeah. I don't know what's happening with this comments thing. 1 second. How the hell do I activate this?
And the thing was, I think that first game was against Bangladesh. So I think we battered them. I think Afridi hit I can't remember what he got, but I think he got a pretty quick 50, and we must have made 200 or close to. So everyone obviously, as is always the way with Pakistan, we got a little bit carried away that we might win this tournament and win it in India. And I think India lost their first game against New Zealand in that tournament. So when they played us second game, we had a chance, maybe not to knock them out, but to really inflict some pretty serious damage on them. Obviously, they beat us and went on to get to the semi, I think, when they lost to West Indies. But we didn't turn up, as is always the way in these ICC games. Most of them, anyway, against India, we just didn't turn up at all.
No.
Hamza saying that's the worst I've seen Pakistan play in a tournament since 07 World Cup. I don't know, 2013 Champions Trophy. Oh, there's two Hamzas. Hulk, sorry. 20. That's brilliant. The 2013 Champions Trophy was dire. That was pretty horrible stuff.
I think that was. How come I'm in twice?
That's what I'm saying. There you go.
Okay, there we go. The 2013 Champions Trophy. That was the first Pakistan India game that I went to, and I think it rained towards the end. We were in the Eric Hollies with Mr. Pakistan and everyone, and then I think when it rained, 90% of our stand just emptied, went home and gave up. There were only a few was left till the bitter end. I was one of them.
Yeah,
stick with the team to the end.
Absolutely. So it's funny. I was actually, obviously, I don't think we knew each other back then, but I was in the same stand as you that day, and Pakistan were eliminated before the game, so we were already out of the tournament. I don't know if you remember that, but because we'd lost to Windies at the Oval and South Africa, a horrible game of cricket in Nottingham, I think. So we're already out, but we had to play this last group game against India. I think India were already through, so it was just an awful day because they were through, we were out. It didn't matter what the result was, and they beat us anyway to send us home. Played 3, lost 3. That was an awful day. That similar to Champions Trophy 2017, the first game, obviously not the final. Where we just looked a mile off the pace. They looked like they were, Edgbaston, sorry. They looked like they were just miles ahead of us. And obviously 10 days, 2 weeks later, we would get a bit of revenge, which was nice.
The thing with that is that, you've got to have the lows as well as the highs. You can't be winning all the time. So, I've seen people where they say, why did you go to the game in 2013? Why did you go to all the games that we lose? Why did you get up in the middle of the night and stuff? Yeah, but when we win, they're the first ones that are there jumping up and down. Then they're the first ones at the ground with the flags and stuff. Yeah, and it's like, it's my team. I'm not a glory spotter. I've supported them through thick and thin. I remember one of the worst ones was during the 2015 World Cup. I think it was a West Indies game. On this game
one before.
Yeah, I think our game was on a Friday night, Saturday morning. I went to work on the Friday, finished at 5-6, came back home. The game started at 1 a.m. Didn't go to sleep, stayed awake until 1 a.m. Yeah, and then within the first 10 minutes, yeah, we were 1 for 4.
No, it was worse because they batted first. So we were 1 for 4 about 4 in the morning. So
was it?
Yeah.
Didn't you bat first? Didn't you bat first?
I think it was Russell at the end. Andre Russell at the end, I think, went a bit berserk. I think we were chasing 300 odd. And so that made it even worse because you sat through the whole West Indies innings.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if they can do it, we can do it. And honestly, one of those times, I think it was 4:30 in the morning. Pakistan are 1 for 4. And I'm thinking, what am I doing with my life? How did it get to this stage?
But it's things like that that make the victories so much sweeter at the end of the day. Whether you're watching on TV, you're at the ground, or you just reading them on the internet. Yeah, it's things like that that make them just all that sweeter.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it turns around quickly. Like, you're at the India game at the final at the Oval thinking, my God, how did this change from 2 weeks ago at Edgbaston? And sometimes you just got to stick with it a bit longer. But absolutely, it's and just a comment come through about Andre Russell. It was Russell at the end. Yeah, obviously, it's for me. I don't know about anyone else, but for me, the bad times make the good times kind of even better because you think back to all those sleepless nights and days off work and God knows money that you've spent watching the team.
Well, one thing I do regarding the money is that so far I've never ever paid a penny over face value for a ticket.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a rule I have. If it's a penny more, I refuse to buy the ticket. I've been offered them, but I've never ever paid a penny over face value. I love the team. I love following it and stuff. Yeah, but there's other things I'd rather spend my money on. Yeah, than spending 500 quid on a ticket or something. Yeah, so that's a rule I have. I've never ever spent more than a penny on a ticket. It's always face value, full stop. And that's why. So sometimes some of the tickets that we have, if they're spare, then when we offer them to people, we always offer them at face value as well because it's hard enough getting tickets. Yeah. So if you can help out, people that we know, like yourself or like others who are passionate about things, we just cut out all the bakwas that people have to go through. Yeah, but penny over face value, I just can't do it.
I wish I could say the same, and I wish I could have that degree of morality. But I have to say the only 2 times I have paid more than face value is for the 2 finals. So 09 in Lords and 2017 at 09 at Lords. Yeah, 2017 at the Open. Right, I have to. I can't not. But yeah, I mean, some people see it as a money-making exercise, which really, really, really grates me. There's a comment coming from Mumtaz about 2013 to 2016 in the limited overs for us. Yeah, I'm trying to think of kind of the culprits back then. The team would have been, I guess that was Nasser Jamshed was around, Kamran Akmal was still around, Malik and Hafiz we hadn't quite worked out what their limitations are. You probably had. Probably when we gave Anwar Ali, Bilal Bhatti came into the team for a bit. Wahab was probably knocking around. I mean, just those names alone don't exactly bring back fantastic memories. Ahmed Shahzad probably was around at that time. It just, at times, it almost felt like it was Misbah versus everyone, to be honest, in some of those one-day games.
Yeah, I think that with regards to Shoaib Malik, it's like from about 2010, that's when it changed. Everything he did before then was good. Barring obviously all the captaincy, political drama and stuff, but he was. I thought he was an alright. He was a good player. He played some really, really good innings for us. But then after 2010 is where he just hung on to the team and kind of sucked the life out of them. And I think Hamza would give us, Hamza's one of his most passionate supporters, and he gave a stat that said in all the ICC tournaments from 2010 onwards, he's done absolutely rubbish. But he keeps getting picked for them over and over and over again, and I just can't understand it. There's a point that you need to pick them on some sort of performance or form or something, but I think it must be picked on some sort of Sifarshi thing or something. You must have a relative in there or something.
There's that, and there's the fact that he again, I don't have the stats to hand, but from memory, when I think of good Malik performances, I kind of think of them in kind of bilaterals against Sri Lanka, bilaterals against West Indies, things like that, as opposed to you know, as opposed to tournament wins. I think I did a bit of, I probably should have been working, but I did a bit of research into Malik and Hafiz chasing against kind of, you know, big 6 or big 7 teams. And their record is awful. They average about, and this is 2020 cricket, they average about 18 at a strike rate of about 110, 120, which is just the most useless innings you can think of in a big chase. So yeah, and there's again another comment about Yasser Shah in the 2015 World Cup. So the 2015 World Cup, some of the selections there, because Yunus, I think, did Yunus not go to that tournament as well?
No, he did. So Yunus went there, and the stupid thing was that in the very first game against India, yeah, Yunus Khan, to my knowledge, I might be wrong, he's never ever opened in ODIs. And what did you do in that first game against India? He opened the innings in an ODI. And who did he open? He opened it with some guy who was like 38, 39. I can't remember his name. Never seen him before.
Was it Nasser? Was it not Nasser Jamshid?
No, it was some other guy. He was either number 2 or number 3, but I'd never seen him before, and he just got drafted into the team. But yeah, Yunus Khan had never opened before, but they suddenly chucked him in at number 1 or to number 2. And it's like, what is this going on in one of the big crunch games?
Yeah. Then another comment about score predictions for the second session. Well, at the moment, it looks like, I mean, I don't have the volume up here, unfortunately, because we're talking. If someone could fill us in with what they're saying, what the latest is from the ground, because it's been raining. It's really difficult to say. I mean, the momentum is all with New Zealand. It looks quite grey out there. It's probably decent bowling conditions. If I was betting on it, I'd probably say we're going to lose a few more wickets in this second session. But we've probably got the right batsman at the crease. Azhar's looked in best form, better nick than anyone else, and Rizwan is obviously a man in form. So it's down to these two really. If these two can put on 60, 70, get us up to the 150, 160 mark, contributions from the tail, we could eke our way to 250, 260. But that's
we just need to get a minimum of 200. Full stop on this. Right, so I'm just going to try something out and I hope this doesn't kill the stream.
If it does, don't go anywhere. It will be back up again.
Okay, all right. Let me just see if this works. Hang on. Chat out.
Oh, it's just me. That's brilliant, isn't it? That's just is what everyone wants to see. So Hafiz has proved me wrong. Yeah, Hafiz is, if anyone else is still watching, by the way, I don't know if the stream is dead or not, but Hafiz has massively proved me wrong as well. I think people lump Hafiz and Malik in together in kind of as the one and the same. Whereas if you look at the stats, you know, Hafiz is performing up here and Malik is really struggling. So when you pick a player, you've got to then, if you're dropping them, you've got to drop them for some reason. And at the moment, Hafiz has no reason to drop Hafiz at all. And he's going to be one of our key players going into these, certainly the first T20 World Cup that's coming up later this year, and then probably the next one as well. Have a look at the next comments that are coming through. Ahmed Shahzad opened. Yeah, Ahmed Shahzad. Yeah, difficult one with him because I mean, at one point he was looking like our kind of blue-eyed boy, wasn't he? For the next 9-10 years, he performed quite well in a couple of the Emirates series, I think, against New Zealand and Australia. He did okay, and I think in a West Indies series as well. But it never materialised. I think he got a nasty short ball, didn't he, against, I think it was Australia. Was it Stark? I'm sure someone will correct me, whoever's watching. He got a nasty short ball against Stark, and since then it just seemed like that really kind of affected him, and he was very vulnerable against the short ball and pretty much all kind of bowling. And there's a big shift if you look at limited overs cricket between about 2012 and 2019, 2020. As T20 cricket has evolved, so has 50 over cricket. And I don't think Shahzad is, you can't have too many anchors in the team. I don't think Shahzad is the kind of anchor you'd want in your team to put too much pressure on the batsman at the other end as well. So yeah, not a huge fan of Ahmed Shahzad. For me, Malik is history, couldn't care less about stats. Hafiz selects himself by playing for the team. Yeah, he does strike me as more of a kind of a team man than Malik. The funny thing about Malik is if you look back, so Malik debuted, I think, in England in 2001 in that limited over series that we played here after the was it 2001 or 2003? Either of the two. Anyway, he played here in a one-day game, one-day series, and came in at 8 or 9. And if you look back to what I would say is one of our best ever teams in 2005-06, again with Bob Warmer in charge. You had Malik and Hafiz at kind of at the top of the order in ODI and Test cricket, and actually they both looked really good. And Malik was performing well. He was doing really well in one-day cricket. Malik and Inzi, there was a one-day series in India in 2005 where Malik and Inzi won one of the games, or a couple of the games, I think, between them, chasing huge scores. I think one of them was where Inzi hit a 4, the last ball 4 off Tendulkar's bowling to chase 316, 317, something like that. And then obviously I think the captaincy really messed with his head. Obviously there was lots and lots of politics involved as well. And I don't think he's ever really recovered. I know he does well in some of the T20 leagues these days. He did well against India. There's a comment in from Hamza there. I remember the 2009 Champions Trophy, wasn't it? Malik and Yusuf put on a huge partnership. We won that game and got through to the semis of that tournament, I think. Anderson, I think someone's mentioned, was it Anderson? I thought there was a knock against Australia as well, but maybe I'm wrong. Stani Army crew show some love to my YouTube channel. That's from Saad Malik. We show love to everyone's YouTube channel. So yeah, good luck with that, Saad. Be good to know what you guys think as for those watching and commenting. Be good to know how we think what the score's going to be at tea. Looks like the covers are coming off, so hopefully the players will be back on. I make the time 12:42, so we're obviously losing a little bit of time here to the rain. I'm sure they'll make it up. Yeah, Malik always did well against India. Again, I think there was some weird tournament was it a tri-series with Australia or just Pakistan and India in the Netherlands? I think in the mid 2000s as well. I seem to remember Malik playing quite well in. Let's see if I can see some more of these comments here. It's interesting. There have been a few people saying that Hafiz should be promoted to the top of the order, or kind of further up the order in some of these games that we played against New Zealand and for the World Cups that are coming up. I have to say I quite like him in the middle order. Again, I don't know if you guys have a particular thought on that, on where you would play Hafiz. A question from Hamza.
Now, okay, we're back live. It's working. Sorry about that, guys.
I might have been live the whole way through. I think that was a bit of a monologue that I probably bored the people who are watching with. But I hope they enjoyed it anyway. So minimum 250 is one of the comments. Yeah, I think it was someone was talking about the New Zealand Sri Lanka game the other year, where I think New Zealand got to about 190, 200 and still won the game. So it's a difficult one. This pitch is quite difficult to read because it looked like it was quite a relatively straightforward pitch to bat on for about an hour in the middle of that session, and now suddenly it started playing tricks like that, like the Fawad dismissal.
Yeah, I think that, I said that we need to have a minimum of 200 just from a psychological perspective. You need to have that 2 in front. Yeah, in an ideal world, you want to have that 250 as well. I'm just going to go through some of the comments, see if that's all right with you, Doc.
Yeah, I think the next one is about Abbas, I think.
Yeah, so do you think Abbas has been worked out by the Kiwis?
What do you think?
I think that Abbas is... I've never quite understood him, because if you look at him, yeah, he's not, Shoaib Akhtar fast. He's kind of like that Mohammad Asif kind of bowler for me, really, isn't he? He's like WW, but he moves it. But then he's always been close to the edge, and he's never been getting like 5-6 wickets in an innings, even though his first couple of spells that he bowls, you think that, or he should be getting those wickets. So I don't know, but I mean, yeah. I
was reading a stat. So I think two things have happened. One is that, as will happen in international cricket with every player, when you get into the team, when you start playing international cricket, teams are going to work you out. Teams have dedicated stats people looking at every single one of your movements, and teams will work you out to an extent. So you've got to kind of constantly evolve. The other thing I would say is, so I was reading a stat, in his last 10 test matches, his average is about 38, 39, which is poor. I just wonder how much of it is down to, was it his shoulder that he injured against?
Oh yeah, I think he had that a little while ago, didn't he?
Yeah, and it almost feels like since that injury, he's never quite gotten back to where he was. There have been flashes, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying drop him. I'm not saying he's past it or anything like that. I still think he's brilliant, and you've only got to look at that Stokes ball 6 months ago to know that he's still got it. But exactly, and I think someone's just mentioned that in the comments as well. So, but he is going through a bit of a dip in form, and I mean, people, you talk about working him out. They're obviously coming down the track at him. That's where we were talking in the last match about having the keeper stand up to him and seeing if that maybe pushes opposition batsmen back a bit more.
It's interesting what you mentioned about the analysts in the team, yeah, how they worked at Abbas. Yeah, I just wonder, yeah, what our analysts are doing. I'd love to know that. You know, do we even have an analyst? What is it that they're doing? I'm sure that that they're doing some really great work. Yeah. I'd just be interested just to have a bit of an idea about what the outcomes, what outcomes that they're actually working on sometimes.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because stats can be really misleading. Like there's some ridiculous stats out there that mean absolutely nothing, and there are some stats that are really pertinent. For me, I guess it's stats are important, but also, you know, like for example, we didn't go short against Wokes at Old Trafford. That's something that surprises me. We didn't come round the wicket to David Warner when we went to Australia last year, when Broad got him out for fun doing that in the Ashes.
Yeah. That's the thing, though, isn't it? That when I say that the analysts, it's not just about stats, about how many runs or strike rate and everything. You look at whenever on Sky Sports, for example, yeah, that they show you the pitch map, the wicket map with all the dots in it, so they'll show you where the ball, where they're likely to get out, all that kind of stuff. Do we do that? And if we do, then we want to see the outcome. But if we don't, then I'm guarantee you other teams are doing it, especially England for a start. So I'm just going to move it on a little bit. Yeah. More comments. So I'm hoping these two can back till tea, because that's exactly what we need right now. 100% agree with you on that, Shazi. Saad says Malik can be our fielding coach. Only way he can go to the World Cup. I'm not going to answer that because I don't know what the Stani Army watershed is. I think that's the politest way I can answer that.
I think Saad might be tongue in cheek there, but
I'm only messing, Saad. Yeah. It'd be good to get to 150 with 5 down at the most. Really excited to see his offer and hope he gets an extended run. Yeah, what we now we're 88 for 4. We, you know, that is another 62 runs. So yeah.
Sorry, Hulk. Just question. Do you think? I don't know if anyone. I didn't hear all of Rizwan's interview. Do we know what if anyone could answer in the comments, it'd be helpful. What do we think is the rationale for bringing Zafar Gohar in for Yasser on a pitch that probably won't turn? Do you think this is just a one-off and Yasser will play against South Africa again?
It's a bit of a tough place to make your debut then, isn't it? When you've already kind of got your marching orders, really. So Yasser's a leggy. What's Zafar Gohar then? Is he a leggy or an off spinner?
I think he's more of an offie, isn't he?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think he is. Yeah, I haven't seen a huge amount of him in domestics, but I just feel like, you know, if we needed to change the team, I don't think that's the change that's going to go from winning a game. I'd be really interested to know. I mean, Hamza's written there it's for control and giving batting lower down.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, the batting is a definite thing that we we needed to lengthen our batting to shorten the tail. So, I mean, I would have personally took Yasser out and brought in another batsman like Butt, for example, and we would have had 4 pacers there. And if any spin, you had Harris, Fawad, Sean, but I'm not the selector. Right. So, given the failure of Haider, Abdullah, and Hoshdal, I think they still need another season to mature. Therefore, Malik should continue to be part of 2020. So, do you want to take that, or shall I?
I'm gonna respectfully disagree. I don't think Malik should be in the team. I don't think there's any long-term. Oh, it's gone cacao. Oh, hello. I don't think there's any long-term benefit of having Malik in the team. I would rather keep. I know it sounds defeatist, but I'd rather keep failing with Haider and Abdullah and let them learn something for the next World Cup or the next tour to Australia or something else than fail with Malik as we have done 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, however many times. So I would disagree there, Wasim, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Doc.
Eddie Martin joins us in commentary.
You know, if they're going to keep getting out for 10, 20 runs, I'd rather it be the newbies, the Haiders, the Abdullahs, the Hoshdals, because then at least there's something there for them to learn. With Malik, there's nothing that he's going to learn. He's been there. He's been all around the world. He's done everything. We're just not going to get anything by having Malik in the team other than shutting the door on the youngsters. Full stop. It's not even a backward step. It's just a nail in the coffin. Shazi agrees with Wasim. Okay.
And we're a full toss and we're a boundary. So well done.
Okay, awesome. So back on live. Do you guys think it's all over for Sean as far as his test career is concerned? So he actually got picked for the test team of the year last year, and I was really shocked at that, judging on what he did in England. I think he got 1 century, but then some of the guys were saying he actually got I think he made a couple of centuries against Sri Lanka earlier in the year.
Yeah, he got 100 against Sri Lanka and 100 against Bangladesh in those series. So I'm not going to, for people who have been watching for a little while, I won't repeat, kind of keep going what I said, but it depends on what you want from your openers. If you want the opener to get one big score in 5 and fail the rest of the time, Shan is your man. If you want your opener to see off the new ball but only get 30, 40 runs, Abid is your man. You probably get to the end average will eventually be the same anyway. It just depends on how you want to go about your top order. I think honestly you could toss a coin and pick either one of them and you'll end up getting a similar result.
Yeah, I think the ones that are kind of knocking on that opening door are obviously Imam, and then there's Butt as well, who's in the squad but didn't get a game. So it'll be interesting to see what Mohamed Wasim does for the South Africa series with regards to the openers. Welcome salam, Hadi. Good to see you again, bro. Saad says Abbas Lent needs to adjust to these wickets. He will come good. So that's something that I've always I've never understood. And that you look at whenever you go around the world, you get spinning wickets, pacey wickets, bouncy wickets, dead wickets, etc. And you'd think, that having all the experience in the world in the squad and management, etc., that they would know that okay, here the ball's going to bounce a bit higher, here the ball's going to seam a bit, here the ball's going to be dead, it's not going to swing or spin, etc. That they should know this. So, like you say, Saad, for Abbas to have to adjust his length to these wickets, okay, that's fine. But then I would have thought that someone would tell him that they could find out that information, or if it didn't work for the first few overs, then he'd try something different.
But it's funny how, because okay, you look at someone like Stuart Broad, right? So Stuart Broad debuted in 2006, right? And I think even last year or the year before, 12 years into his career, he was saying, you know what, I think I've realised I need to just pitch the ball up a little bit. I think I've been bowling too short for a while. So I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, these guys have got more skill in one finger than the rest of us put together. But it seems easy sitting here, doesn't it? Just to say, look, well, how can you not see that you need to drag it back a little bit? I don't know. It's difficult.
Yeah, but you could use the example of the slip cord in the last match. Move forward a couple of steps. Anyone could see that. The commentators were basically taking the mick out of the team for that.
Yeah, but then there's more chances of them dropping a catch in it. This way, they miss it. They say, "Oh yeah, we should drop short."
You'd rather. I mean, I mentioned in the last game, you ask any bowler, they'd much rather that you drop it by being too far forward than it drop short and you never have a chance.
Yeah, at least you have a chance.
Let me give you a prime example today. That thingy, who was it? Abad Ali got caught out. He was the slips were too forward because his hand were hitting his chest. It went really fast. Yeah, so they was forward. Maybe if they was back, then maybe he would have dropped it or he would have dropped short. But he realized that hit his chest, and that's how he only managed to caught it. Because if that was either side, that would have gone.
But they've obviously got confidence in their skills that they can deal with. These guys do drill after drill of these kind of slip catch training that they do. So I don't know. I think I'd rather have them, 2 steps further forward than 2 steps far.
Yeah, because at least that way, then even if you've only got a 10% chance of catching it when you're forward, you'd rather have 10% than 0%.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right, just backing my way through some of these comments. So it's saying England worked him out as well, coming down the track, made him less lethal. Yeah, I don't think that his returns in England were that good.
Oh, shot this one. Lovely shot for 4. Through the covers, full ball from bowl, and we're 99 for 4.
Okay, he still got Stokes even with that. Yep, we all love that ball. All right. Said says, I think we need to have a look at Yunus Khan's notepad. It looks like he was recording time the distance. So I don't know what he's been recording in that notepad of his. I hope one of these days he actually releases it. So brothers, we've actually got a new entrant into the watch along. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Assalamu alaikum, brother Riz.
Wa alaikum salam, brothers. How you doing?
Guest entry.
Right, you're gonna have to bear with me, Riz. I'm just going through some comments here, just trying to get to the bottom of them. Okay, so do you think we should bring Junaid back? Always liked him as a bowler. Cal?
Who?
Junaid.
What depends in tests or 1 days or what?
I'm assuming it's test. This is tests. We're talking tests.
It depends what part of the country it's in. That's how. Which part of the world it's in? Sorry.
So I don't. So I get where you're coming from, but if you get a bowler who does well in one part of the world and not in the other, I wouldn't. How can you?
No, but you can, innit, obviously, because obviously, look, some
Four. So we got 100 now. What's this got?
107 for 4. I'm sorry for scaring anyone with my reactions. I know I might be ahead of people on the stream. There's a comment from Star. Apologies, but I can't sit here and not do it.
It's like some of our players, yeah, they're really good in Asian conditions, yeah, but then no good in like when it comes to like Australia or England or New Zealand.
Yeah, but to that point, Kalia, what they should do then, yeah, is look to send them there for some of the domestic leagues there.
But they don't.
Yeah, but that's the point. But they should do, and that way they can get used to the conditions. Right? It's just common sense. Send them there, and that way they can't say afterwards, "Oh, I know that the ball was going to bounce a little bit higher."
Like the problem is what we have, yeah. All our batsmen or these pitches or there's two bounces too much for them. They can't handle the bounce. But they've been playing so many years, yeah. They should be able to handle the bounce. They should know that's how the pitches react to you now.
It's just I just can't understand it. But even if you look at when they're in the nets and training, I remember that for example, I think I said this for the last match that to handle bounces, Imran Khan, what he used to do, he used to get someone to get a bucket of water, put a load of tennis balls in it.
It's wild.
What?
Hitting it like a dream at the moment. I don't want to jinx it, but he's nailing it.
Awesome.
Doc, you get scared, because every reaction what you do is like an out reaction or a 4 reaction, and it's the same reaction you do. So you need to change the reaction, of the wicket one or the
you've got a good poker,
one, a negative one.
You got a good poker face. So let me just finish what I was saying. So this you get someone to like get a wet tennis ball and chuck it down, so it bounce it, and then it bounce up at him, and that's how Imran Khan used to learn how to deal with bounces. And then I think they've heard that they used to get a marble slab, put that somewhere, and then they used to chuck the ball on that, so that obviously bounced high. There's ways of simulating things. So every time I hear the excuses that we weren't used to conditions, I just think it's complete bakwas. Right, let me move on. Started by execution.
Have you realized something, guys? Yeah. Look at the intent in this game. Okay, TK, we've lost a few wickets, but look at the intent.
Yeah.
If Fawad Alam, he got a good ball, you can't deny that, obviously. Harris played a bad shot. Okay, if you take Harris' bad shot out, but Fawad got a good ball, he's gone on that, But the intent, look at the intent and look at the scoreboard ticking. So even we're down 4 down, but if it wasn't that, the scoreboard was proper ticking nicely.
Yeah, you got
but
score.
In the last test, we just went into a complete shell.
Yeah, but
in the last test match, we got 50 runs in 40.1 overs. I still remember that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll let Riz voice an opinion. Sorry, because I know he's waiting there. Sorry.
Go on, Riz. What do you make of proceedings today?
I've actually been impressed by Pakistan's batting. Apart from obviously Harris Sahel, his shot selection. I mean, okay, Shan got a exceptionally very good delivery, but he's not been really performing too well of late. And then obviously Fawad got a brutal delivery. Nothing much could have done about that delivery. Who have I missed out? Who was the other one?
So we've had Abid get out at slip, I believe.
Oh, Abid, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, Abid he could have left that one alone, but it was that kind of length. He was probably thinking, I need to play at this. I mean, that was a very important wicket. If we'd gone in at 1 down at lunch, definitely we could have probably easily been putting 400, 450 on the board. But I mean, I still think, with Rizwan Azhar Ali at the crease, we can still put on maybe 250 or 300. Let's see what happens.
I agree about the intent. The only thing was, so Rizwan hit, I think, 2 or 3 boundaries in that last over, and I think maybe the 5th ball, he flashed at one outside off stump and missed it by this much. And the thing is, we have to then accept, if we want players to bat with intent, if Rizwan nicks it and gets out for 21 off 12, which is what he's on at the moment, and we're 113 for 5, then we can't complain that what the heck is he doing on day 1 of a test match with a strike rate of maybe 200. So
I've just seen that now. He's on 21 off 12.
Yeah. So we can't have it both ways. So just you know, let's.
I think that's really good from Captain Riz. You know, it's positive intent. You know, he's got just basically saying to New Zealand, look, this is how I'm gonna play. You get me out, this is how I'm gonna play. So, you know, then New Zealand will be thinking, oh wait a sec, you know, what are they playing at?
Because if they survive this little patch here and they get another 50, 60 runs, then soon 170 for 4 or 5 is for 4. It looks decent, especially on this kind of pitch. You understand?
Okay, but sorry, I've got to go.
Come on, Riz, man, you should stay longer for 5 minutes. What's point coming on 5
Sorry,
minutes, bro?
obviously I'm at work, so you know, sometimes we get a bit busy. But maybe another time, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
man.
Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it, bro.
No worries. Thank you, man.
Right, to everyone that's watching, I'm just gonna quickly zoom through these. I'm not gonna put everyone up there, because we're never gonna catch up to date with it. So
I know what you're saying, what you're trying to say, Doc. I understand exactly what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say to you,
sorry, just give me 2 minutes here. Let me just catch up with the comments, and then we'll come back to the commentary. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
So Zafar's Offie was a top performer in the Qaid Azam Trophy last year, best spinning all rounder. Saad says, thank you, Akbar, I'm with you. Heather and Abdullah need to be given a long run. Abdullah's an ODI player. Should have seen them back today for Pakistan change. Dalit and Heather were on fire. India got 242 last year on this ground batting first. Hamza Khalid says. Asif's made an excellent point. Our young bowlers, including Abbas, they all bowl to keeper rather than at stumps. They don't have the ability to swing or use the crease to create different angles. If only they had a world-class bowler as their bowling coach. India got out 124 in the second innings and lost. Hope Rizzu's taking confidence from the last match and gets a century here. Well, the way he's going, he might get it in the next half an hour. Akbar, you scared us with your reaction. 1 or 2 changes are okay, but not too many times. It is.
Sorry, Hulk. It's raining a little bit heavier now, as far as I can see. Anyway, so I don't know how long they're going to stay on for, but it's just some decent drizzle on my screen. So
okay, almost at the bottom now. Riz is in 2020 mode. Sad about Junaid. He was awful in the ODIs before the World Cup in England. Harris is really disappointed. He's neither maintaining his fitness or form. Yeah, fitness for me, is always a bugbear for me. I won't make no excuses for anyone on that. Don't care if it's Barbara or whoever.
And they're going off for rain. They're going off for rain.
So I think all in all, how long have we been in for? We've been in for about 20 odd minutes. That's a good little session for us.
Well, we went to tea on, what was it, 88 for 4? Or lunch. So that's 12. That's 25 runs, no wickets in about 4 or 5 overs. So I mean, that's all down to Rizwan. The only thing is, I mean, in a situation like this, you don't want New Zealand regrouping again and thinking, right, let's come up with some new plans. You just want the session to go on and on. And obviously, your batsmen have got to get going again. So this rain has come at a really rubbish time for us, to be honest.
Yeah, it has. Especially as you said that Rizwan was playing fluently, really. But did you say that it was quite just a drizzle? It's not heavy, is it?
It doesn't look particularly heavy. I mean, some people looking at this don't even have umbrellas up. So it doesn't look too bad. What are you watching on at the moment, Hulk? Sorry, I don't want to. Are you on a stream or something?
I'm on a stream. I'm miles behind from you guys, so you just carry on. We'll go off your reactions.
No, that's fine. So it doesn't look particularly heavy. I didn't think there was that much rain forecast for today. I thought they said maybe day 3, day 4.
It does, I think, Doc. If you look a bit more thingy now, it does look a bit heavy.
Does it? Yeah.
Are there umbrellas coming out in the crowd?
Yeah, umbrellas are out.
Yeah, they are now. A few more.
Sorry, Cal, I cut you off about a few minutes ago. Just
what I was saying was, I understand exactly what Doc's saying, but what I'm trying to say to you is, like our openers up until 4, I think, should show some intent. Obviously, the position what Rizwan's coming now, we're in a difficult position, so he should play a bit more sensibly, yeah. But I think the first lot, the openers, up until the 4th position, should be playing with some intent. Because obviously they've got not much worry behind them. It's not like they've got any pressure. Whereas where Riz has come to position where Riz is coming now, especially of the scoreboard, it's a little bit more difficult for him to go and play within full intent. Do you understand? That's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say anyway.
Yeah.
But I think the first 3-4 should definitely go out with positive intent, and go for the shots, and not stop going into a shell, because it doesn't make sense. Because they're the ones who are supposed to get you the start, get you some runs on the board. And the backbone is not supposed to be doing the opener's job, is it?
Yeah, but it just reminds you of like when you look at when Misbah was in the team, he'd always come in at 20 for 3, 25 for 3,
Trying
30
to
for
defend,
3.
trying to rebuild the team up again.
Yeah, and I think
So-
there was a start that's of Rizwan about whenever he's come into the to bat over the past 5-10 games, they were always under pressure, so he can't even try and play naturally because he has to build a score first. When you come in low middle order, that you think that you're hoping that you've got 150 odd on the board, 150, 200, so you can.
I think what we should do it now, the way Azhar's playing, everybody should just bat around him.
He needs to stay there. He needs to get
he
the
needs
big
to
daddy
stay
100.
there, and
The daddy
everybody should
100.
just bat around him. So if Azhar gets a good 150, 100 score, he's already on 50 something. If he gets a good, what was he on? Is he on 50 something?
Yeah,
52.
Yeah, so if he gets a good 100, and everybody else chips in for 30, 20, 30, that we should easily get 250.
Well, Saad's saying that we should just look at applying the Duckworth Lewis and say that look at run rate. We should be Pakistan 300 all out. I'm with you, Saad, on that. We've got Shazi saying that Rizwan's doing what Misbah used to do, rebuilding to get us a decent score. 100%. That's what he's doing. He's doing a good job of it. But it'd be interesting to see what Rizwan could do if he came in when we were like 250 for 4 or 5 or whatever.
I mean, those of us who are of a kind of a similar age, I remember Inzamam always coming in at 20 for 3, 30 for 3, 40 for 3. And the thing is, that's why Misbah gets a bit of unfair criticism, because also they used to say about him kind of duck and taking ages. But
what else could he do?
Yeah, Inzi never used to come in and just hit it from ball one. Rarely. He would always accelerate towards the end of his innings, especially in one-day or Test cricket. So, I think Misbah got a lot of unfair criticism as a player. I mean, he's made some questionable decisions as selector and coach, and we can go into all of that. And he was part of the committee that.
If you think about it, Doc, we've always had the problem of openers. We've never had a solid opener. Maybe in Amr Soil and Saeed Anwar's time.
Yeah, since then, yeah.
Apart from that, after that, we have never had a solid opening.
See, I
would give us really good starts.
I would say Garmer and Uckermore for a while. I keep talking about 2005, 2006. No, not now, not now. Don't worry. And maybe not as a keeper, but Salman Bhat, Gamran Akmal, Yunus, Inzi, Yusuf. Was actually a really, really good top 5. That was the top 5, I think, that beat England after they won the Ashes in 05. So, but yeah, that was fleeting, and then Akmal started dropping everything, and obviously the whole thing just went south. But yeah, we've always struggled with openers. But I would say we've always struggled with openers in foreign conditions. We haven't always been awful in our own conditions with openers. But yeah, going to England and New Zealand and South Africa, the openers have always struggled.
Yeah. So on a serious note, we're a batsman short in this team. We are. That's why I thought that they'd take out with the bowler, Yasser, and bring in a batsman. But obviously they've gone a different way, so we'll just see how that pans out now. Welcome, Salam Harris. Good to have you back with us, bro.
Guys, I just remembered. Is there any truth to that? Getting a new coach.
I don't know. I think it's just rumors, isn't it? Where we just hear what journalists say. Yeah. So for at the moment, until you hear
that journalist who said it is really normally spot on.
There's no journalist in Pakistan that's spot on. I'm sorry, that's
but his source is normally spot on. That's what they were saying anyway.
Well, whether he's spot on or not, if it happens, it happens. Yeah, we'll just see.
What would he change for who they're saying it for?
who they're saying it for? I don't know.
I think was it Gary Kirsten they were saying. I'm sure.
Oh yeah. There's always the argument that having a foreign coach would be a good thing.
But we've always got results with foreign coaches. If you think about it,
Yeah.
we've had plenty of our our stars and that, like Javed, me and Dad, Waka, Yunus, obviously Misbah now. We've always had our own, but we've never produced really any results. Whereas we've always produced results when it's been a foreign coach.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't remember the Dav Watmore years as particularly glory years. I don't remember the Jeff Lawson years as glory years. Mickey Arthur, yes. Bob Woolmer, yes. I don't know. I think the thing is about you know, if you look at kind of T20 cricket now, cricket is, everyone knows a lot more about everyone else. These T20 leagues and CPL and BPL, everyone knows everyone else's weaknesses, and there's a lot more kind of analysis you can do because there's a lot more coverage of players. I don't know if a coach like Misbah is taking all of that into account, whereas someone like Gary Kirsten, he's been with India, he's probably been with some BBL teams and all around the world. It just feels like it gives you more of a worldly view.
You know what? It's foreign coaches. They're more into the game. They're more like like, for example,
analysts.
Yeah, and not just that. They're more up to date with the game. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like they're up to date to the game. Where our coaches, they're backwards. They're still about 5-10 years behind. I'll give you a prime example. When we had Dav Watmore, he had Nixon with us as a fielding coach, and our fielding improved dramatically. Yeah, as soon as them two have gone, our fielding's gone down the hill. Yeah, and we've just gone backwards again.
I mean, you know, the way that I always look at it, Talia, is that if you look at our coaches, like you say, you know, Waqar Yunus, Javed Meen, have they ever had a coaching job outside Pakistan?
And another thing, Waqar Yunus,
you're right.
How many times has he had coaching job?
For Pakistan?
Yeah, for Pakistan. Yeah, and what has he produced? Nothing. Yeah, so why are you bringing him back for?
I don't think you can say that he produced nothing. Yeah, I think that the way that I look at it, is that if they're that good, why hasn't anyone outside Pakistan grabbed them? That's always the point. So I think you're 100% right that some of these foreign coaches, you know, they do go around different teams in different countries. So they will have that understanding of, does the ball bounce up higher in New Zealand? So they will have that. So Shazzy makes a brilliant point. I've got a lot of respect for him. Became as a skipper after the spot fixing scandal in 2010 with the weak team. He built into a strong force over 6 years to take us to a -- spot. That is something that Misbah does not get credit for, and that's such a shame. Forget what he's done as
he was a really good captain and a player, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a good coach.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with you, but I'm just looking at him as a player. And as a player, he doesn't always get the respect for that. Just going to a comment about that Hamza made about my favorite player, Kamran Akmal. 2005-2009, he was elite. So whatever he did in batting, he ruined it 1,000,000% more with his keeping, and it was just absolutely shocking. In fact, I used to talk to people, to some of my friends who spotted other teams, and they used to say to me that, what does Kamran Akmal have to do to get dropped from the team?
Don't you think, you would play Kamran Akmal, forget as a keeper, but just as a one-day opener, or just as an opener?
Now,
yeah, maybe.
No chance. I wouldn't even have him as a water boy. I wouldn't even have him around the team. I wouldn't even have him anywhere. He might be doing good for PSL, but there's a big difference between a PSL
not just
domestic
PSL,
league and
he's doing good in even the domestic thingy.
Why would I get rid of some of the young guys that are coming into the team, the Abdullahs, the Heathers, I forgot right? Why would I get rid of them to have someone come around? Because let's say that he comes in not as a keeper, he's still got a field. They took him to West Indies just as a batsman, and wherever they put him in the field, I remember Ramiz Raja was just laughing. They said wherever he goes, he can't field. He literally could not field. Full stop.
Yeah, but let him sit on the bench, put sub on, so you don't have to field.
He had no chance would I have him here. And Cal, that's a yellow card for you, bro.
Just asking you that, you know.
The problem I have with Akmal, I think
I'll be back in 1 second. You carry on.
That's okay. So, two things about Akmal. One is that he's played one of the best innings I've ever seen when we were 39 for 6 against India in 2006, and we won that Test match. His 100 and something that he got was brilliant. He saved a Test match in India against in Mohali against India. He played some brilliant innings against England in a 05 one-day series. So he was excellent for quite a long time, but there is just far too much shady stuff about his character that I would not want anywhere near the Pakistan team at the moment. And that's, we have to be careful what we say and all that kind of stuff. So I know exactly what you're saying.
What do you think about Sharjeel?
Wait.
Forget him.
Wait. Would you want to have him in the team?
No, I don't want to have him in the team.
No. Listen, let me.
I don't want to.
Let me ask you, you want him in the team around the young guys in the team? Would you?
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I understand that now. Again, his history. But I'm on about Sharjeel.
No.
You won't bring him back in?
He hasn't proven himself yet.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Sharjeel. I watched quite a bit of the T20 competition this year. I would only have him in T20 cricket. I wouldn't have him in 5-day cricket. And
no, not in 5-day cricket. I'm on about 2020 and 1 days maybe 1 days.
He was pretty poor. And again, there's a question of character and the question of actually whether he's in good enough limited overs form to bring him back. I'd probably.
Apparently, he's doing really well in domestic at the moment. You know, in what they're playing now.
So as far as I'm aware, he's doing well in 4-day cricket. I don't think he did particularly well in the T20 stuff. I just think there's too many people ahead of him. Too many young players, Bhutan Malik or Abdullah or Haider Ali or whoever you want to talk about. I think there's just too many people ahead of Sharjeel.
But saying Abdullah, we've had him now. He's not doing really nothing, has he?
Cal, how many games?
What did he have? We played 2 2020s. Did he play 3?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, give him a few more chances in it. Yeah,
I think so. I think so.
Mm.
There's just on Quick Info are saying that it's quite dark because obviously BT have got the highlights on of the last game, but Quick Info are saying that it's quite dark around the ground as well. So there could be a few interruptions today. But anyway, we'll see what happens.
So Herschel Gibbs being pointed the coach. I don't think it's the Islu coach. I think it was it the Karachi Kings coach?
I thought it was Karachi as well.
My God, yeah. I just seen that Fawad Alam dismissal. What the hell was he doing? Not this one, the last test match.
Down the
leg side. Leg. What kind of shot was that?
So Shazzy goes, all Akmal brothers are a jinx. So I told my brother a few months ago, I said that Babar Azam is actually their cousin, and he wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, cousin brother or something, innit?
Cousin, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. You're right on that, bro. Cal's on the verge of getting a red card.
Who wrote that?
Akmal's never a natural keeper. He took a keeper at 16, so he could be selected for under 19s. He just beggars belief here that he was able to stay in the national team for so long. Yeah.
Isn't is it Royal Nazir who's the keeper under 19 one was? Yeah. Isn't he an opener as well?
I'm not sure what position he's
I'm sure he's an opener.
I think he comes a little further down the order, but I think
he's played in opening. I think
he's been doing quite. I think he's done quite well in kind of the domestic as well. So again, there's all these players. We've got to give. You know, there was a comment earlier about giving everyone a chance. I wouldn't give everyone a chance, but I'd certainly give some of these young players a chance. But the thing is, you can't.
Rohil Nazir, I'm sure he got a century in one of the A games in New Zealand this tour.
I don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again. But when you pick someone for a team, whether it's T20, 1 day, or test matches, you are making an investment in them, and you are basically saying we are going to give you 5, 6, 7 games, or that's what you should do when you select someone. So you can't just select someone on a whim and think, "I'll see what happens," because you're then stuck. If you're doing it properly, you're stuck with them for the next 6, 7 games. So selection is so important.
Yeah, you have to give them that chance, innit? Obviously, you can't just say or play one. We see what a lot of problem we've got. Yeah, is and this happens a lot in Pakistan cricket. Yeah, they'll select a player, he'll play for 1, 2 games, yeah, and they'll drop him. So he's not even had his proper chance, really. Yeah, and then that's it. They won't bring him back again, which is not a proper chance if you think about it. You know, you could have bad luck 1, 2 games, you got out quickly or something like that. Yeah.
What did you make of Hulk? What did you make of Imran Nazir?
So I agree with Shazzy saying that I really liked Imran Nazir. I thought he was a good explosive batsman, and importantly, he was a really good fielder as well. So he brought
the problem with Imran Nazir, Hulk, is he was a really good player, but underperforming.
I think he had his moments, you know, he had his ups and downs and stuff.
Odd ones here and there used to make a good score, but he wasn't the potential what we should have got out of him.
I think he should have on than off. He was more on than off, but I think that was.
He was a deadly batsman. He was a really good batsman.
I really liked him, and he was brilliant in the field.
I was in Ireland. This was about 4 or 5 years ago, and I seen him at the airport. Oh my God, he had put some heavy weight on. I swear down. The
TED community.
Say again? Yeah, proper TED community. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. I met him at the airport and he had put some heavy weight on. But I think he's lost it now because he got ill as well. Do you know that?
No.
He was ill. He had some kind of disease. I can't remember. I think he's come over it now because he came out of the game completely. But I think he's gone back into it now. last year or two or something. Yeah, but he went out of the game completely and he got ill or something as well. But he put a lot of weight on.
So a comment here from Hamza saying, "Can I join you guys on the stream?" So Hamza, we're testing out a few different streaming technologies at the moment. This is a new one we're doing at the moment. I think was it a few days ago, Amy posted from his Twitter or the Stani Army Twitter that we're going to be asking fans to come onto these watch-along. So I'll ask Amy tomorrow when we actually want to start that. So please keep an eye out for that. Yeah, and we'd love to have you on here, bro. So just keep an eye out for that one. But if you don't start it in this test match, then we're definitely going to be looking to do it for the South Africa series. But keep an eye out for that tweet.
That's the end of. I'm thinking that's the end of January, isn't it? So you get your test matches will start UK time probably around 6-7 in the morning, and then your limited overs games will probably start around maybe 11.
What time did the tests start at 11 o'clock in Pakistan? Is it, or 10 o'clock?
Wait, I can give you the exact times. I was making a calendar yesterday.
What time does the match start in Pakistan? Is it 10 or 11?
I think it varies on the city because sometimes they want to start early because some areas they get quite a lot of fog, don't they, in the kind of early evening and stuff. So the light goes pretty quickly.
So I'm going to wait. So for
if you say it's 10 o'clock, is it 5 hour difference now, or is it 4 hours change?
UK time, both the tests are going to start at 5 a.m. The 2020s, all of them are going to start at 10:30 in the morning. This is UK times.
Early intake.
Yeah. Where was I in the comments?
I prefer the evening one, to be honest with you.
I think everyone prefers the evening ones, don't they? You finish work,
like 4 o'clock or something.
Yeah, you can do that.
Well, that's why the West Indies tour is always a good one because the West Indies games start in.
They start around 4, don't they? I think
3-4 o'clock. So I've managed to book some time off for quite a lot of that South Africa series, hopefully. So it's difficult to plan your life around Pakistan cricket though, because some of these fixtures get announced so late, and they'll just change them by a day or two. And anyone who works in you're working with other people unless you're entirely self-employed or whatever, it's quite difficult.
Doc, are you with us with any of these England games?
Say again?
Are you going to be going to any of the England games?
I'll be there. Yes, I'll be there for hopefully all of them apart from Cardiff. So I'm sure I'll see you guys there.
Just talking about the booking the holidays, one of the funniest things I've seen about booking a holiday was in 2007 during that abysmal World Cup for us and India. In the Super Sixes or second round stage, everyone had predicted that okay, Pakistan and India are going to play on this Friday. Loads of people booked the day off, and you know who played that day? Bangladesh versus Ireland.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Well, that's the thing. It's funny because that actually made them change the format of the World Cup a lot because they thought we are never going to be in this situation again where we don't get India and Pakistan playing each other, because really it was only one defeat that knocked us out of that tournament. So we lost to West Indies in the first game, and if we beat Ireland would be okay, but we lost to Ireland, and India lost to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So really, one extra defeat could knock you out of the tournament. And I mean that was an awful World Cup on so many levels. But
even that the Champions Trophy what we won in England, that was a shock one as well. Nobody thought we were going to get into the final.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
And everybody thought England was unbeaten that time.
Yeah.
Up until they lost to us.
Only England could host the tournament, right? But somehow play a semi-final in Cardiff, which is not even in England, against Pakistan on a Pakistani wicket. I mean,
it was the wicket that was the thing. There,
thank you, England. Thank you so much.
Hamza says in the World Cup, Ruhail was 1 down. Okay, but he normally plays at 4. So, okay, so he's not an opener, but he's there at 3 or 4. Okay. Harris agrees with you, Doc. I'm not sure on what, but he agrees with you.
That was about selection. So.
Sheikh Dar says, I read somewhere that Islu appointed Gary Kirsten as the head coach as Mispa's contract is over.
A lot of people watching, that.
Yeah. So I'm not sure whether it's. So I think that Sheikh, that there is quite a bit of there's rumors going around, and we don't know what's true at the moment. Is Gary Kirsten, is he going to come for Islu? Is he going to come in for the Pakistan?
No, I think he's already been appointed for. Is he not been appointed for Karachi?
Gibbs, that's Herschel Gibbs.
Sorry, that's Herschel Gibbs. Yeah. Sorry,
I'm not sure.
Hamza's mentioned. I'm sure you'll get there. Actually, there's a comment just coming from Hamza about Islu, but I'll let you carry on. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So Rawalpindi and Lahore, they start early. That's for the South Africa series. I need to sort a calendar out so I can book some annual leave. Don't we all, bro? 5 a.m. is a filthy time.
It depends, though. To be honest, it depends what time you start work. If you can get in for 9:30, you could probably fit in a couple of sessions before work. But it's really difficult waking up at 4:30 to watch the toss when you know you've got to get to work at 9. That's
Get up, watch a bit of cricket, pray Fajr, watch the rest of the cricket, and then start work.
Brilliant.
Shazzy makes a good point about sharing that calendar. So I'm still finishing it off, Shazzy. As soon as I've done it, we'll share it on the Stani Army Twitter account. That's a good point, is that? Yeah, evening's much better. And Hamza says, I'm an Isle fan. We point, oh, Johan Botha, that was it. Yeah, I saw that today. Yeah.
So it is again, according to Cricinfo, it is still raining in Christchurch. So yeah, this is not ideal at all, really, because I think we had, as someone mentioned in the comments, we had the momentum with us. New Zealand, you might be the second or first best team in the world, but I think when you put a team in and they're coming at you at 5 and over, it just puts you on the back foot, doesn't it? So that's they're just showing the last wicket dismissal of the last game. Oh, horrible. So I think this is a good rain break for New Zealand. I'm slightly annoyed that we've had to go off, but what can you do?
Yeah. Shazzy's asking, he's not on Twitter. Are you guys on Facebook? So I'm a relative newbie to social media, so we're definitely on Twitter.
I'm sure Imi's got a decent. I'm sure Imi's got a presence on Facebook with the Stani Army. I'm sure
He's got a presence on Facebook. I'm not sure whether it's under the Stani Army banner or something else. So, Shazzy, if you join us on one of the other shows, I'll double check with Imi tomorrow morning, and then next time I see you online, I'll let you know on there. I'm sorry about that. I just don't know the moment on that. Harris says, I was about to mention that so much heartbreak, that final wicket. Which final wicket?
The last game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were up for, 7-8 hours watching that till the bitter end. Heartbreaking. But it's those moments that make the victories so much more sweeter, Harris.
All right, so if we've got one question then for you guys and for anyone in the comments, okay? So you can change. Oh, it's nice and sunny in New Zealand, by the way. If you could change the result of one Pakistan game in your lifetime since you started watching cricket, what result would you change and why? Cal first.
That 2020 year, I think, was it in South Africa against India?
Yeah.
2007.
Yeah. That was a killer, that.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
That proper killed me, that. Because I went, like, we literally was like, we was there, basically. Do you know what I'm saying? If he didn't play that shot, because I think, what did we need? It was like
6 off 4. 6 off 4.
Yeah, so we were literally there. It killed me, that was just a killer.
Is Hulk, are you the same then?
That was the first game that came into my mind because that game had so many things bouncing off it. That tournament, basically, India winning that gave birth to the IPL. I think they had the ICL before that, but this is where the IPL came.
That was the first tournament as well, 2020 World Cup.
Yeah, and
we won the second one, I think.
Yeah, we won the second one in 2009.
Could have won the first and second one.
Yeah, against India in their own backyard. Yeah.
No, it wasn't in India.
It was in India.
No, it wasn't. It was in South Africa.
No, you're thinking
South Africa.
Oh yeah, it was in South Africa, wasn't it? I think.
Hulk, you're thinking of 2011 in Mohali, the semi.
No. I've got my things mixed up. Yeah, but yeah, okay. I agree with Carl. I would definitely be that 2007-2020 final for me as well.
So it's interesting because Hamza's written 99 World Cup, which is up there. The World Cup. I presume he means the final, or maybe I don't know. Does he mean the group game? The group game against
the final.
And then we've got Mohali, 5 in a row. That semi-final. I just don't know if in my lifetime we will ever play a World Cup semi-final in India against India with it just felt like the whole world was watching that game. I can't remember a cricket game in nearly 30 years of watching cricket that had that much attention on it. And if we had beaten India in that semi, it wouldn't even have given us a cup. We might have even lost the final to Sri Lanka. You never know. But I think probably that one or Sydney 2010 just so I can watch Pakistan win a Test match in Australia before I die, because I'm not confident that I will ever get to say that, to be honest.
I remember that 2010 game. Yeah, it was. I was living in Buckinghamshire at the time, and it was snowing. So I thought to myself, I'm going to get snowed in here. I'm no way am I going to work tomorrow. So I stayed up the whole night watching that game. Yeah. In the morning we were snowed in. Yeah, but we lost.
I have never been as excited for a day's cricket, I don't think, in my life as day 4. We went into day 4. I think Australia are about 40, 50 ahead, 8 wickets down. You think, right, 2 wickets down, knock off 60 runs. We will beat Australia in a Test match in Australia. The series will be 1-1, and then who knows what could happen with the decider. Honestly, I don't think I've never felt that way at the end of a Test match.
The most shocking thing about that year was when we first started. I can't remember they had one recognised batsman and a tail ender in.
It was Hussey and Siddle.
That was it, yeah. And then Mohammad Yusuf was captain. And then when the camera zoomed out, we didn't have a single fielder in the circle. Everyone was on the boundary, and I'm thinking they're only about 60, 70 ahead. The two wickets left. Why do we not have any close fielders? Even for the tail ender, everyone was on the boundary.
So there's so much. Obviously, we know now with Akmal and Salman Butt and Asif and Ahmed all around the team at that point. We know now that might not have been as legitimate a match as maybe people think. But I was listening to an Australian podcast the other day. They were talking about some of the great Sydney Test matches over the years, and they mentioned 2010. And then they said, you know what? Actually, we're not really too happy with winning 2010 because there was so much shady stuff around it. So it's kind of going to be a forgotten game for a lot of people, because people don't really like talking about games that have been fixed or whatever. But for me, that will always I'll never forget that game ever. I think it finished at about 4 or 5 o'clock a.m. British time, and oh god, honestly, felt sick. Some more comments about the 99 final. What do you remember about the 99 final?
Sorry, just before I get into 99, Shazzy, if you're still on here, so Tabriz, one of the admins in Stani Army, said that yes, we are on Facebook. It's the same across all platforms at Stani Army. So that's there for everyone. Okay, thanks. Sorry, just going back to the 99 final now. You said, yeah, the 99 final would have changed the future of Pakistan cricket, because we had such an amazing team at that time. Shoaib Akhtar, Abdul Razak, Azhar Mahmood, Mohammad Yusuf, Inzi, and Akram. It was just an amazing team. How could they not win it?
Well, Saeed Anwar was still opening, wasn't he?
Saeed Anwar, yeah. Shahid Afridi. Crazy. What's this one? Shadi says, remember when you beat India in the ODI series? Junaid and Irfan on fire. The Bulls after that. Is that the one that was in 2000? No, that can't
be. It was Christmas 2012. We even played them in a T20 game on.
On Christmas Day, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that.
So we won the one-day series 2-1. Should have been 3-0, but I think we lost the last game, which we shouldn't have lost. And then I think we drew the T20s 1-1. I think there are only 2 T20s
coming off.
Yeah, we're looking. Hopefully, be getting back on soon.
Yeah.
But that's commonly known as the. I think there was I mean, I'm sure the comments will be able to tell us a bit more. I'm sure there was a quite a famous advert in India, and they were billing this series as Anidal, as in Pakistan got Anidal, let them come.
Right.
And so it's always known as the Anidal series, because they were obviously in, dare I say, typical Indian form. I think they thought they would beat us quite easily, but obviously it wasn't to be. So no, that was good stuff. And that's from then until just before the World Cup last year, I don't think India lost a single one-day series at home to anyone apart from us or maybe Australia. So it's not easy beating India in one-day series in India, and that team did it. So
yeah, I remember I was at work about 6, 7, 8 months after that 2012 series, and I was at lunch, and there were a couple of Indians there, and one of them started talking about Pakistan India cricket, and he said something like Pakistan have never beaten India recently or something like that. And I said to him, what about Christmas a few months ago, mate? And he just went completely quiet and changed the topic.
Oh, that's a really good point that's just come through. I'm sure you'll get to it in a second, Hulk, about the 1996 quarterfinal.
Sorry, just before we get to that, let me just go through some of these, because I'm going to lose my position. So we've done that one. Same buzz as when we beat, that 2017 was just brilliant. So I don't know about this one. I don't know if Cal or Doctor, if you know this one, the Hobart '99 test.
Yeah, so this is when Australia were chasing 369 or 368 to win a test match. Again, I think it was the second game of a series. So it would have, like Sydney, it would have gone 1-1, I think. And they were 100 and something for 5, and Langer edged one behind, huge nick, didn't walk, not given out, and then Langer and Gilchrist, I think, Langer and Gilchrist brought them home. So. That was one that Vaseem and Mukaj still talk about, because really we should have won that game. But equally, you would think we would create more chances after that. But yeah, no, that was you talk to Australians and they'll say that's one of their greatest test wins. And it's always on when they show the records of highest test chases. It's always there at 6 or 7 or something like that, I think. Yeah.
Just before we go on to the '96 one, Harris goes, if Amma never got involved in fixing, would he be in a great 100%?
Without doubt, yeah. He was
The
at his
thing
peak
that-
then.
Yeah, the thing that brought it to me was that when he got done on that morning, and normally all the Pakistanis were all biased, right? We're always going to say that, oh yeah, of course our players are going to be the best in the world, yeah. I still remember Michael Holding was in tears.
Mm.
You know, he was in tears. I mean, you see someone like that who's got no affiliation to Pakistan or anything. All Michael Holding loves is pure fast bowling, like he did in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, the guy was in tears because he knew that at 17 years of age, yeah, the amount of skill that Amar had, yeah, and he had what, 12, 15 years ahead of him, yeah.
And he was lethal. They were proper scared of him, you know that.
He was just brilliant. He could move it both ways. He was fast. He was pacey. You know, if you could just
I think you know who's to blame there, Salman, but.
Yeah, 100%.
Just to say, play restarts in 8 minutes.
All right. So I'm not going to go on about the whole armor thing yet, because we could be here for days and days about this. But all I will say to anyone watching, yeah, Google the Michael Atherton did a report on that whole thing, right? It's quite a long essay, yeah. Read that, and that tells you everything from start to finish. And the good thing about that is that Michael Atherton, you know, he's not Pakistani, he's not biased in any way either or, yeah. He just gives you factual kind of document of what happened in it, yeah. Google that, have a read of that, yeah. That's really good, is that. Okay, let me see. Arne Do, I'm getting a bit of love there.
What's Yunus?
So yeah, so 96, Doc.
Yeah, no, I remember this game really well, because again,
we all remember it.
It's a knockout game in India. When are you gonna get a chance to beat India in a knockout game in India? And obviously, again, we're cruising. First of all, they should never have got to 290 odd, because
Jadeja, yeah, two of us 40.
Absolutely.
Was it not when I think he got lucky as well in that match? Was it Tendulkar when he reviewed that LBW? Was it?
That was
Mahali. That was Mahali. That one.
Was that Mahali? Okay.
Yeah.
So then obviously having bowled them out, or having, chasing 290, at first we got an over knocked off. I think we got an over knocked off for a slow over rate, which used to happen back in the day. So, and back then no one really used to chase 280, 290, but we get to 115 for none, or 115 for one. And obviously there's that famous Amir Sohail, Venkatesh Prasad moment. And obviously after that, there was the typical kind of Pakistani collapse. So yeah, that one hurts, because there are certain moments that kind of change like the narrative of a rivalry, right? So for a long time in the 80s and the early 90s, Pakistan had a brilliant record against India, home and away, limited neutral series, maybe apart from the 92 World Cup. But that moment, if you talk to kind of current players or players who then came through, they would say that we watched that Venkatesh Prasad, Amir Sohail moment, and we realized, you know what, we can kind of stand up to Pakistan. We can give as good as we get.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, since then, obviously, they probably had slightly the upper hand on us, certainly in World Cups and big games.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy when you can pick and choose games.
Yeah.
But look, if you think about it, even up until this World Cup was gone, when that one day that World Cup game where we played India, we was going perfectly fine.
Which one?
The one we lost.
Manchester.
World Cup in the Manchester one.
Yeah.
We was going okay. And the next minute just collapsed.
It was Babar's wicket. I think Babar's wicket to Chahal, I think, or Yadav or Kuldeep. Chahal, one of them spun one in, knocked his off stump off, didn't they, I think.
Yeah, but you've got to look at that. If you look at that game from a bird's eye level, yeah, then India played. You've got to give them. They played brilliantly from a batting perspective. I think Rohit Sharma got a century in that, and Kohli did a, Kohli did a Kohli.
Yeah, but even that we messed up on that. We could have easily.
Oh yeah. We could have brought it. We could have pulled it back in, but the point is we didn't, and India took advantage of that. So fair play to them. You don't take your chances. Yeah, that's what happens then at the end of the day.
The problem.
Sorry, welcome, Raheel. Sorry, go on, Doc.
No, go on. It's not important. Go on, please, Karen.
Check this out. Shazzy goes, I still have the newspaper, the spot fixing scandal article in it, keeping that for the archives. Bro, you should burn that. What are you keeping that for?
Yeah, put that in the ashes.
Precious memories, right?
Loads happened in that series. Loads happened. Afridi retired. Yeah, and we went back to Pakistan. I think the first test was we won or second? No, that because we had 2 series that time, because one against South Africa. Sorry, one against Australia.
Yeah,
and then
we beat them in
England. And it was all in England that time.
Yeah. So we drew 1-1 with Australia, and then we lost 3-0 to England. But to be honest, we were done. No, 3-1. Sorry, we won the Oval Test. And we lost the series 3-1.
Yeah.
Raheel goes, the Braves, why are you not on the screen today, bro? So I don't understand that either, because apparently he's got an early start at work tomorrow. And it's
don't ask about the Braves, man. He's let down him.
Yeah, and it's almost 1:45 yet, and the Braves is still messaging. So I think that the Braves is basically doing a cal.
What?
Yeah, I think he's doing a Kaleem.
How's he doing a cal?
He's doing a Kaleem, isn't he?
How?
Like you did on the last day of that test, yeah? You go out at 4 o'clock.
Bro, I came on.
To bed, and he's messaging for an
how
hour
could
and
you
a half.
say that to me? Yeah, I came on. Yeah, at when it started. Yeah, and I went at 2:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
So how can you say you don't want to me? He came in at 12:30. Doc went before me.
What I mean
Doc
is,
went before me.
No, what I mean is after they left, yeah, they carried on messaging. That's all I mean.
Oh, okay, I'll let you off then. If I didn't go upstairs, yeah, you know what it is? I was really tired that day. If I didn't really go, but still,
I don't think you were feeling that well either.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling. That's what it was. Otherwise, I would have stayed on.
Yeah, Atherton's awesome commentator. This is something that we know all too well about. A delay getting the permission slip signed. We know about that.
I think he's past that stage now to Brace.
I don't think he is.
Really?
And he's not here to defend himself either.
I'm here to defend him, innit?
Amr is naive at 17 to 18 is BS. 5 to 17 years is very street right. So no, I want to quickly say something and then I'm going to move on. When you're 17 years old coming into your team and your captain tells you to do something, right?
And
you can't say
you're new onto the scene, yeah.
You're new onto the scene, yeah. Right. You might be the best bowler in the world, but you're still a kid, and you've got your ex-captain, yeah, telling you to do something, right? You can't say he's very streetwise, and you
remember another thing. They remember they're in Pakistan. They come from a small village, yeah. They don't have no money at all. They've not seen money in obviously they're just newly come onto the scene, and somebody's offering you, lumps of money, yeah. And you're only 17, you're not really thinking straight. You haven't got like a brain of a mature 20-year-old plus, yeah, to think. And you're going to be thinking, yeah, it's right.
Lads, we're back live. We're back live with play now. So just so you know.
Okay. All right. Okay. So just carrying on. Let me see. Oh, here we go. The Braze is saying, early start of work. I should be sleeping now. See, that is the love for Pakistan. Got to be awake at 7, 8 o'clock, whatever the Braze has yet, but he's still here messaging. That's the love he has for Pakistan. That's why we love the brother so much. My favorite commentator is Shazi Mahmood, and my favorite commentator is Nasser.
Boundary with one. Good shot.
1 minute down, and next minute you're up.
Yeah. He loves it, and he's the one who's saying that. I think that the Fab Four, yeah, it should be the Fab Five with Babar as well. So yeah, he does show a lot of love for.
Sky in general do cricket so well. It's just from start to finish with the analysis they do, the detail they go into, the knowledge that they have. Often you'll find that the English commentators have more knowledge, like the comment it says, about our players than Ramiz or Vaseem, for example. It's I can sit there watching England Sri Lanka from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the evening. It's really good stuff.
And Tennessee is still there, Doc.
Sorry,
still continuing from the left where they left.
Oh yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah. No, exactly. Rizwan played a really good shot there. He's on to 25 off 17, which is bizarre, but brilliant. I'll take that.
Osman Azam, my brother, the Mohali game was one day before my birthday, and I was in Pakistan. Biggest heartbreak.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. What's this? So Raheel says he's definitely doing a Cal. On the last day of the first test, Cal said he's going to bed. Then you appeared in the comments calculating the run rate. See what I mean, Cal? You're famous. You need to have your own show, bro.
No. You should be saying to me, yeah, that's the love for the game. I'm staying, awake this time. Either you're not backing me up, are you?
Look, the best Cal legend. We're all backing you on, bro. Cal, I'm giving you your own show. How is that not backing you?
Ooh, that was close. That
Cricket on Sky is the best. Yep, definitely we agree with
you.
That.
Back in the days, you could do the all-nighters, man, no problem.
I
stayed awake all the way through 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, then gone to sleep for a couple hours.
The one thing that I will say,
I think I would have done it that day as well, but I wasn't feeling it. That's what.
You are feeling well. It's all right. The one thing I'll say about the difference between Sky and BT Sports, yes, obviously you guys are watching on BT Sports here, is that when we went to Australia in 2016, I think 15, 16, I think, yeah, it was on BT Sports. And remember when I think Asad Shafiq was batting and we were going to get the 400 or whatever, yeah. The worst. I've been watching cricket, yeah, for what 30 odd years or something, yeah. And what they did in that, when it gets to like a really exciting part of the game towards the end, what's going to happen? You get the crowd noise and everything. Yeah, what they kept doing, yeah, every 10 minutes was they kept cutting to the studio, which is where Vaughan and a couple of others were. Yeah, and when they cut to the studio in London, it was completely dead. So they just cut all the noise and the atmosphere out of it, and so it's like such an anticlimax. And then they went back to the crowd, to the live of Shane Warne or whoever was commentating, and then they cut back to the studio. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. That's why I hate BT Sport.
So the interesting thing is that will probably never happen again. So probably not, because BT paid a lot of money for Australia's home series, obviously mainly for the Ashes, but obviously you can't buy series you can't buy rights just for a series. You have to buy it for a package. So they bought Australia's home games for 4 or 5 years, and in that first summer they put in it's actually probably more effort for them to have a studio with a presenter, with graphics and all that kind of stuff. So they put a lot of effort into it. In the end, it was annoying, and you almost wish that they didn't put that effort into it of having a presenter and just took the feed directly from Australia. If you look at their coverage of the India series now, they don't have a presenter. They don't cut to London. They literally just take all the feed from Channel 7 in Australia. And that was just BT. I think that was BT trying to kind of show that we can be like Sky, where we have a presenter and guests in the studio, all that kind of stuff. But their heart's not really into kind of cricket coverage at the moment. They're playing a lot of money into football and other stuff. So thankfully, we won't see that again. But I remember it was flipping annoying.
I think Sky doesn't really concentrate on Pakistan or anything, their games.
I don't think we're a particularly easy board to negotiate with, to be honest, when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Because that impression.
But also, I don't know if the interest is there. I don't know. You'd think it would be.
I think it's definitely there.
It's definitely interest there, but I don't know for some reason.
So just moving on, Said goes, what do you think of the commentators of the New Zealand team? Very biased, in my opinion. So I've said that throughout this series, they're all New Zealand. So obviously they're going to be, it's very biased. They don't even forget even having someone from Pakistan. They don't even have someone from another country. So it's completely biased. And it is good commentary, don't get me wrong, yeah, but there are parts of it which are kind of biased, and he's like, no, he's just not good. Shazzy says, I'm giving Rizwan the nickname of rescue specialist. Every 50s made has come in when we're 4 or 5 down for less than 100 runs. Gutsy play. Yeah, we were talking about this about an hour ago, weren't we, Doc?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, very good. I remember that host, he was a disgrace. I think Said's referring to that BT Sports thing. Yeah, I can't remember what his name was yet, but yeah, we just
was it Matt Smith? Matt Smith.
I don't know, I can't remember. Oh, this is a good, interesting one. Hamza says we just sold our rights to Super Sports. I don't know, but it depends.
We sold them to Super Sports in South Africa. So Pakistan games will now be live in South Africa for the next 3 or 4 years. But obviously that's just in South Africa. So it's like, for example, New Zealand has sold their right to, I someone, Star Sports maybe in India, but obviously to BT in India and to some other company in Zimbabwe or whatever. So yeah, as many countries that can broadcast Pakistan cricket, the better, to be honest.
Yeah. So Usman asked, is the PSL on Sky or BT? Nothing's been announced as of yet. When it obviously is, yeah, we'll
I think
message,
when PSL gets onto Sky, then it'll be another level.
Yeah,
it's still getting more. Obviously, being getting more popular by the year. Every season.
Oh, hold on, Rizwan could be out here. Umpire says no. It's a shout for caught behind. Kind of a ball just cut him in half, and he may have got an inside edge. He's deciding to review. He's got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6.
He's not going to do it.
4, 3, 2. Oh, he's gone to review it.
Oh man.
So let's see what happens. You can tell by that they weren't particularly confident. The quick thing I'll say about the PSL is that obviously you've got to think of it as a TV product. Okay, so the PSL as a TV product in the UAE with about 10 people in the ground is a rubbish TV product with no top level international players. The PSL in huge big stadiums in Pakistan that are full of people with a good level of international players starting at a good time for English viewers, that is a good product. So it would surprise me if it doesn't make its way onto BT or Sky at some point.
I think it'd be better on Sky than BT.
Yeah, definitely. Don't like BT.
Right, look, this Watling went up straight away. The ball is passing the bat now, and there is no spike whatsoever. So this is going to be given not out.
Not out. So they've lost the review.
It hits the pad, but they'll probably check the LBW. But it looks very high.
It's too high anyway. It's too high, though.
Yeah,
that's miles high. Even if it is, it'll be umpire's call.
Not out then, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think it's like that.
Now that we've got past that, yeah, check this comment out. Raheel goes, PCB should sell the rights to the Stani Army. Imagine Kal Hulkistan and the Braze presenting. That would be brilliant if you were doing
that. After the watershed, it would be fine.
They didn't even check the LBW, you know that?
That's weird that they didn't check that.
But you could tell it's miles high, innit?
They didn't check what, sorry?
They didn't check the LBW.
You said, Doc said it was a caught behind.
No, but they didn't check the LBW. They did, because obviously it hit his pad as well, isn't it? Well, I won't say pad, I'll say more of a thigh than pad.
Yeah, it was going miles over, but I'm surprised they didn't check
that. Harris says, wasn't IPL on ITV before Sky? Yes, it was. I think it was on ITV4, I think. I stopped watching it after the first season, when it went all...
you know what it is, Hulk, yeah? I think on any English TV channel, if you get the PSL on, that's advertisement for itself anyway.
Yeah.
Boundary.
I think it'll be better for PSL if we can get it onto any English channel.
Yeah.
Well,
that's how IPL got broadcasted. British.
No, but what is it on in this case? Is it on Hum Masala or Geo Super? I forget now.
Yeah, but that's not, if I would rather not have it on any of these Asian ones, and have it on an English channel than to have it on any Asian one, because if you got it onto an English channel, at least you've got the whole of the UK market, and you're not only it's not only for the Asian. Like, which English person is going to go and watch it on Hum Masala? Come on, Doc, be honest.
Yeah, well,
if it's on ITV or if it's on Sky or if it's on BT, you've got more chance of getting the British audience along with the Asian audience as well.
Well, you've got ads every over, and you've got a rubbish, awful non-HD picture quality. So that's and it's hidden away on some channel that no one knows about. So
exactly, that's what I'm saying. So if you've got it on any English channel, there's more advertisement, and you're going to get more audience as well.
Yeah. So hopefully it's on one of those. There. So
I think he'll do a good job there. Team Khan. I think he'll definitely get us onto some kind of English channel.
So that just brings on the question by Sheikh, where what's your take on Wasim Khan as the PCB CEO? So to that, Shazi goes, I think Wasim's really good since he's come in. The PCB has a bit of a backbone when approaching other boards, definitely. And what do you say to that, Doc?
Brilliant. I think he's been really good. I think he's come in, he's shaken things up a bit. You got rid of the old fuddy-duddies who've been sitting on various boards and committees for 30 years and picking their favourites and all kinds of nonsense that's been going on the PCB. He's not without his flaws, and I still think that decision to make Misbah first of all getting rid of Mickey and putting Misbah on the committee that got rid of Mickey and then making Misbah coach, that I wasn't a big fan of, to be honest, right? And making him selector. So a few things he's got wrong, but hey, look, no one's perfect. I think you look at the social media side of things, and how much publicity there was for the national T20 and the QEA stuff. The website is a million times better. Just
Definitely.
there are more teams.
These other teams come to visit Pakistan, like England and South Africa.
Yeah.
I think it's played a big part in that.
Yeah, and also he being based in England, he's got good links with the ECB. And I'm sorry, we live in a world where you need to have a good relationship with one of the big three. And obviously, we're never going to have a good relation with India. Australia, I don't think see us as particularly relevant. And that really leaves England, who we keep visiting every year, which is good.
Good, yeah.
We've been here every year since 2016, which is just amazing for us. So to answer the question, Sheikh, we all think that Wasim Khan's been doing a great job, and I think a couple of months ago he renewed his contract. So that's great. That's great stuff for Pakistan cricket. Hamza says, good point. People at my workplace are talking about IPL every day. Yeah, so if it's on a British channel, like Cal said, it just gets so much more publicity.
We just need to look at the quality of international player that goes there. That's the thing. Obviously, I don't know if we'll ever be able to compete with the IPL, but it will be a lot of that is the safety thing as well. Hopefully when players get more comfortable about going to Pakistan, we'll get a higher quality of international player going out there.
Yeah, it's all more exposure, isn't it, Doc? That's what it is.
Yeah.
The more bigger it's going to get, the more bigger players will want to get involved.
So Shazzy says, I'm so glad the PCB has stopped begging India to play Pakistan. It's sounding desperate. Shazzy, it's as if you're taking the words out of my mouth with that. I've been saying that for years.
Even in the World Cup games, we should say to him, listen, you're not playing this. Why should we play any World Cup? And I can't see ICC enforcing it onto us.
Well, no, but hold on, but don't just as an aside, the women's team didn't play India, and India got 2 points for that. So we've got to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I've got
no, but we should say to ICC, if they're not going to play any normal game, then we shouldn't be forced to play in any ICC game. And
but then India will get 2 points.
No, but we shouldn't. We should obviously contest that they shouldn't be getting any points.
No, because the thing is that
don't put any fixtures in with them. That's it.
India, well, no matter where it would be, forget the ICC, the World Cup, even a bilateral tour. Even if it was forget Pakistan, India, even if it was in Sri Lanka or England or whatever, India refused to play us because of political reasons. Right or wrong, that's their stance. Okay, I get that, I understand that. My point here is, if it's wrong to play in a bilateral tour, why is it all right to play in the World Cup? Whatever political stance you have, it just disappears then. I cannot understand that, and that's why it's two-faced. So that's why if it was up to me, I would, like you said, Cal, for the 2020 World Cup in October, I think it's October, November against India. All that stuff I don't want to take this political, but I would say no, we wouldn't be going, and I'm not going to go into the reasons why I say that. So I'm just going to move on from this, because this is just supposed to be light-hearted chat about cricket. Okay. Let's just go on. So Harris makes a really good point. The PSL on ITV would be really good because it's free view and it will bring a lot more viewers. That's a really good point. Is that you'd have more people watching it then, wouldn't you? And that's what the IPL did when it was on ITV4, I think. So we'll see what happens. I think it starts in late Feb.
No, early Feb.
I can't remember at the moment.
I think it might be a tough sell this year because of the lack of crowds. But then, to be fair, Sky Sports picked up the Lanka Premier League, which I was shocked about. So you never know.
Yeah.
No, because to be honest with you, Doc, I think it's more better for them to go for now because they'll get more viewing because of all the situation, especially if there be another lockdown.
Yeah, true.
My slight sorry, just to finish on that one quickly. My slight concern is I think England's tour of Sri Lanka and India might clash with the PSL. So I can imagine Sky may be thinking maybe not. We don't want to cover that one. But you're right. ITV, BT, or whoever they might see it as more attractive.
We'll see. Sky Sports is expensive. Sky Sports, BT Sport. How many subscriptions are you supposed to pay? Makes I see the most money. Yeah. So just switching topics. So what do you guys think about this Shambles of a World Test Championship format doesn't make sense to me.
Cal?
I'll let you lot talk on that one. I'm not too sure on the Test Championship. I don't even know how it
Carl,
works.
Carl, explain the algorithm to us.
I don't even know how it works. I remember I was asking you last time. I still don't know how it works.
I think it's a good premise. I like the fact that they would make a Test Championship, but you cannot have a Test Championship where two of the biggest teams won't play each other. So India won't play Pakistan. You can't have some matches worth 60 points like this game is, and some matches worth 24 points like a 5-match Ashes series is.
Why is this one worth 60 and the other one's worth different?
Because for every series you get 120 points. So if this is a 2-test, you split that up so you get 60. If it's by 5, then you get 24.
Okay.
So that's how it was before COVID.
Bro, you get.
But now, sorry.
We get a draw here. Do we get 30 points then? Yeah.
Yeah, you get 30 points. Yeah, that's how it was like before COVID. Since COVID happened, they're doing some sort of percentage thing on it now, which I've not really looked into, so I don't understand that. But yeah, to Doc's point, if everyone doesn't play everyone, and then some games are 5, some series are 5, some are 4, 3, 2. It just doesn't make sense. And then the other thing you got to bear in mind, yeah, is in tests, home and away makes such a big difference as well. So it's just not right. Yeah, so I'm just saying that 3 home, 3 away series with 120 points divided equally. Yes, that works in principle, but then you've got things like the Ashes. Both here and over in Australia, which how do you do that then? Is that outside?
Would it ever work? I'm thinking out loud here, okay? So just bear with me a second. Like how you have an ICC ODI World Cup where all the teams are in one country for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Could you have 6 weeks, 8 teams, 2 quarterfinals, play a test match? Then you go through to the semi-finals, you play a test match, and then you have a final, like a really short, sharp 4-week tournament.
The reason that wouldn't work here is because you look at any World Cup that's been played so far, they very rarely, if at all, have 2 games happening at the same time.
That's what you need to do. Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, so if you're happy to have them simultaneously, yeah, then fair enough. But that then also, then it begs the question that because home and away makes such a massive difference in tests, where do you play it? You're going to get some. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know.
It's like, I guess, but the thing is, but if you think of the ODI World Cup, it's not always the best team that wins that, because it is always in a certain country, isn't it?
Is this game in Christchurch?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just an idea. It might just, at least it might make Test cricket the focus for like a month, 6 weeks. Everyone's only thinking about Test cricket, and it's big, and it's the biggest thing going on in cricket. But
rather than having it over 2-3 years.
Exactly. Well, you lose interest, don't you? I mean, we're nuts and crazy about cricket, and even for me, I have to. And sorry, the other stupid thing is you've got the World Test Championship rankings, and then you've got the ICC official rankings, and the two are worked out differently. So
I've never understood that.
The top 2 in the World Test Championship aren't the top 2 in the ICC World Ranking. So that's madness to me.
So Usman says Test Championship should be fair. How can England play 18 and Pakistan play 9? Yeah, imagine Liverpool playing 38 and 25. Exactly. It's just a bakwas. So Hadi's giving us a bit of an update on the Shane game. He said that we just got 231.
Ooh, this one through slips and gully for 4.
Deliberate, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy
Ducky did it there again. Ooh.
Sorry.
Yeah, so Shane's got 231. Thank you for that, Hadi. So Shazi's saying they just showed. They're not showing. They just showed a split screen of Azhar Ali cover drive, straight drive, on drive, Barber-esque. Just imagine we had him and Barber playing together.
Looking here at the average first inning score in Christchurch. Yeah, so from 2016, yeah, it's been around about 251, whereas in 2014 it was 441. So it's been going down near enough a few years after that. So 2016 it was 251. In 2017 it was 289. In 2018 is 242. In 2020 it's been 242 again, and then in 2021, guess how much it is? 126, the same. Obviously, it's just started down it. Yeah, but it's just started that in it. But obviously, it's about 240, 250 that normal average score.
So that's the thing. We just want to try and get to a minimum of 200 at least, and then just see how high we get it. Let me just go blast through some of these comments in here. Harrison,
sorry, Hulk, very quickly. Where are you on the coverage? Because if I pause mine, then we can all be watching it at the same time. What ball are you on, Hulk?
So I'm not really watching it that closely yet because
I'm on the third ball of the over now.
Okay.
You guys do what you want.
It's going to be too difficult.
I'll just tell you the percentage-wise, yeah. So team batting first have won 28.6. This is the last 10 years, by the way, yeah. Team batting first have won 28.6%. Team batting second have won 57.1%, and 14.3% has been a draw.
Cal, if you don't get your own show after pulling out these stats here, I don't know what's wrong with the world, man.
I'll just show you the. No, I can't tell.
Yeah. Sorry, Harris said that doesn't Bangladesh still owes a game from before lockdown? Yes, they do. I thought it was ridiculous what actually happened in that whole test series, how it was split up here. But yes, they do still owe us a game, which we should be played in Pakistan as well.
Oh yeah, they owe us a test here, don't they?
Yeah, they owe us a test that should be played in Pakistan.
Very nearly a run out. Very nearly a run out.
It's the last thing we need at this point.
As long as it wasn't, that's the main thing.
Sky ain't covering England's Indian series. I heard Sheikh saying, yeah, I think there's some Hotstar or Disney Plus or something weird going on about that. So I don't know.
Oh. As it what? Oh my god.
What?
No, it wasn't that close.
Cosme, you're going to give us a heart attack as well.
No, it wasn't that close. I'm just saying.
No,
if
the fielder had picked that up cleanly.
But if Riz went straight away, I don't think that would have been even a close one. That.
I know, but he didn't, and Riz was halfway down the pitch.
He hesitated as it didn't stop.
Hamza said whichever of the two teams gets the highest percentage of points from their 6 series gets to play the final. Okay. If India-Pakistan doesn't happen, then how on earth can you determine test champions?
He was ball watching, innit? Did you see that doc? He was ball watching.
Yeah.
Whole points to determine who's the world champion. Everyone must play each other. 100% agree with you. I think Harris is going to come on soon.
Henry.
Check this out, Cal. Hadi says Statman Cal.
No, just so I'll check in and just see what's the average. So as long as we get about even if anything above 200, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
But then again, if we get to 300, then it's a different ball game because even if the first thing average is 220 or 240, but the first whoever's batted first has lost in it, so we don't want to get 240.
Yeah,
we want to get
exactly. We need to get 300 to be
to be in the driving seat.
Yeah. So I think the first target should be 200. Get to there, and then after that, work your way up to 3.
I think we should. I think we should say something for our run rate here: 3.75 and over. When you consider how slow we were batting in the last game,
exactly, they've learnt in it. They've learnt.
That's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing that we were batting on the slow side, but we've come out with intent and we've executed shot well.
This is my point in it, Doc. What I'm trying to say here is, would you rather carry on scoring and okay, the wickets drop as you go along? That's fair enough. Or would you just go into a shell and then just carry on losing the wickets, and then if another wicket drops, it's game over, and you're still only 50 for 6 or 5 or 7 or whatever?
Oh, good running.
You want a bit of intent, don't you?
Yeah, you need to have the intent. You have to. You can't just go into complete shell.
You can't have 50.
Because then the other team's on the back foot as well. You're scoring. At least you're scoring runs, aren't you?
Yeah.
Whereas if you're not scoring, they've got no pressure at all. They just complete. They're on attack mode. That's it.
Yeah.
So these two have now put on, I think they put on 50 together, or close enough, maybe. I could be wrong. Yeah, 50. Well done, lads.
Okay, so here's an interesting point. The Sheikh says that the points for that Bangladesh game have already been shared. I wasn't aware of that.
Really?
I
wasn't aware of that.
I need to see.
I don't think so.
I need to see the evidence for that.
Because I'm sure they owe us a game. They said they're going to come back and play.
Yeah. And then COVID happened, so I haven't heard that. Shazi saying 20% winning batting first. Come on, lads, with Pakistan. We're here to make records. Remember Misbah's quickest test century? 56 balls. Shared it with Viv Richards, if I remember right. Tuk turned into Tata. Yeah, so the points for the Bangor game have been shared. I'm not sure whether. Yeah, I haven't heard that before. Imran goes on the run
Who's this
rate.
bringing the bats? Is that Imran Butt?
I didn't see. It could have been.
Yeah, so just agreeing with you here, Doc. It says it shows you what positive intent can do. Yeah, 100%. I'm not saying in tests nowadays you need a run rate of 3 and over.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you look back at this is where people have a bit of a problem with this guy, isn't it? Because obviously a lot of his success was built upon batting once, batting big in the Emirates. You know, being 250 for 3 at the close of day one, getting to 460, and then letting the wicket spin and see what happens from there. And obviously that's not I guess you can't really play like that everywhere in the world, can you? So.
Is the T still going to be at 22?
240. Yeah, 240. Yeah, 240. Yeah.
Oh, still at...
Sure, because of the rain. They did have the session timings up, but this session will go on to 4:45, which I guess our time is 3:45.
So another 5 minutes then. They've added 5 minutes.
No. T will be at 3:45 our time.
But how can it be a 4:45?
No, not 4:45. It'll be 2:45, Doc.
Yeah, 2:45. They're not going to extend it by an hour.
I mean, quick info is saying that the session will go on until 4:45 p.m.
Then they've extended it, haven't they? They've extended it. They've extended it because I'm sure last time it was 3:40 or 2:40 or 2:45.
2:40.
Yeah, they've extended it.
How long were we off for?
I don't know.
I think it was about 30-40 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah, at least.
Well, just regards this watch along for everyone that's on the stream. I'm not going to be staying on much longer than 2:40. I'm going to be calling it a night. Right, so just going back to this, Hamza goes regarding the Bangladesh points, they've not been shared. So I think that's what we're saying here. Hadi says, wonder where that geezer that was betting the other day is hooked. I'll make Peter. Remember him, Cal?
Yeah, I remember him. Oh, he must be good. He lost.
No, he
lost. He down.
No, he kept changing the spread or something. Yeah, and by the end of it, he said that whichever result happens, he still comes out in the positive. Because initially he was saying that he's going to lose money if New Zealand win, but then I'm sure towards the end of it, he said that no matter what the result, he still come out with some sort of pair. Peter Cornfield, I think it was. The time to go into our shell was the second innings of that last game. I still think we could have won that game.
Oh, Hulk, come on!
Not won it, but we should have definitely drawn it. Definitely.
Could have won it initially, but then
a draw would have been like a win on that.
The betting guy, Peter from Scotland. Yeah, we all went on that journey. So funny that was. See, Doc, when you watched those final 2 sessions, after you came back from work, you should have put it on your TV, and put this watch along on and listen to this. That would be nothing.
Having avoided the score for like 15 hours, my finger would have accidentally pressed quick info shortcut on my computer, and then my whole day work would have gone to waste. So probably it was risky enough doing that, let alone without adding more complication.
Somebody said that's Imran Butt then.
Yeah, that was Imran Butt. Yeah, shit.
The thing is, there's Yasser. Is that Yasser? Could be. I mean, I think would we all not be happy if we said now that at the close of play, whenever that will be in 1.5 sessions time, if Pakistan are still batting, I would take that all day long.
No.
100%. No, really? Still want to be batting.
Yeah, what about if they're 9 down?
Obviously, you don't want that.
Yeah, so we need to talk realistic, innit? If we lose,
if we were 400 for 4, that would be lovely. But as long as someone can guarantee me that we're going to bat 85 overs today, in itself, that means we will have got to 250, 260. So,
if we can get to 250, 260 today without losing another wicket, that'd be next level.
That'd be brilliant.
That'd be awesome. Then come back tomorrow, make another 200, and shove them in. No, realistically, look, these are good players. They're both in, so there's a good chance, they can stay. It's only another not even 1.5 session. I don't know how long this session is going to last for. So at least
Jameson has been the big problem. You look at Trent Bolt; they've got his figures up. He's in his 10th over and he's none for 37. that's nearly 4 and over. You don't expect that from someone like Bolt. Because we've been talking, I'm not quite sure what the hold up is. Did anyone in the comments know what this?
I think that bat was it not sorting his bat out or something?
No, but that shouldn't. That does have to be done in the middle of the over.
I don't know.
I think it is. I think he is just changing his grip.
Is he changing his grip? You know the first thing that comes to my mind. You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
Go on, 99.
99 said Anwar.
Yeah. Why did he change his grip?
Well, would he made 199?
If you speak to the conspiracy theorists, they'll say that he changed his grip because it was assigned to someone that, etc. And so
don't bother going down that road.
We're not going there.
Hadi, so we're going to call this stream call it quits around 2:40, 2:45. So we'll be on the air for another 25-ish minutes. My kids are going to wake me up at 7 o'clock no matter what happens anyway.
I will still be watching, but I don't think anyone wants to listen just to me talking for 4 hours. So I think that's probably a good time to end the stream, to be honest.
Well, you did a good job at doing your monologue, didn't you, before when I was trying to sort out the comments in here?
Well, yeah.
Shazzy goes, Rizwan strike rate still near enough 100, yeah. So I think that was because of the flyer he got on before the rain interval. He was like 20 odd off 12 balls, I think.
Ooh, almost out. It's fine. Don't worry.
That's from this guy, Carl.
It's just my natural reaction. Sorry.
He's doing it deliberately. Doc, all I'll say, just wait, until there's a game on here that I've got this up-to-date stream, and then we'll talk about heart attacks. Hamza goes that Rizwan's due 100. Definitely, inshallah, he should get one this match. I'm expecting at least 50 from Fahim, maybe a 30 from Zafar and debut. It'd be brilliant if you could get those. That would push us up to the 300-ish then, wouldn't it? Plus.
I mean, Fahim is next in, isn't he? Yeah, Fahim is next in.
Is Goar any good batting?
I don't know.
I think his average is somewhere between 20 and 25 in domestic. So, yeah.
I'll take 25.
I think.
What's his name? Is his name Zafar Goar?
Yeah.
Zafar Gohar.
Has he played before?
He played. Almost out. It's okay. Sorry. You'll see it in a second. Rizwan almost gets an edge through to Watling. So I think Zafar Gohar played in a one-day game against England on their tour to Pakistan just before the 2015 World Cup, or just after the 2015 World Cup, and he got 2 wickets. And we didn't win the game. In fact, we lost the series. It was a series where Yunus Khan played the first ODI and then retired from one-day cricket. I don't know if you remember that. England beat us like they always do in one-day series. So yeah.
I remember that name.
The under-19s and stuff for a while. Sorry, Hog.
So I'm just reading the comment. This rate will be well past 300 if you play 80, 85 overs. Yeah, it's just about staying time on the. Time between the on the wicket here. So when there was that delay, Sheikh said there was some issue with Bolt's landing area also, so that's why the delay. Okay, so it wasn't just the changing of the batting grip then. So in answer to this question, are you guys going to be on every day of the test? So I'm hoping so. Yeah, I hope so. You know, there'll be some members of Stani Army will be watching the game every day. So that's the plan, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, the first session is usually what 9:30 or 10 o'clock to 12, which is usually doable for most people. I think after that might be a bit more difficult.
After that, it's touching up with the first session. That's the plan, but you know, we'll see how it goes. This is the comment of the day for me. Comment of the night. It's a good thing is a doctor nearly giving us all a heart attack.
Sorry.
This one I don't know. Harris said that has Azhar ever hit a century versus New Zealand? I'm not sure on that.
Surely in that 2014 series,
in the UAE.
Yeah, there are a lot of runs scored. The series where we drew 1-1 and poor Phil Hughes passed away and New Zealand won that second test. I
37 50s, you know that.
I have to be honest, I can't remember. If someone can tell us off the top of their head and stop me going to my phone, that would be good.
Who did he get? Who did Azhar get his triple century against?
Windy.
Windies, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Was that not the day? Was that the day-night test?
I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe the pink ball one, yeah. Oh, so Sheikh said that yes, he has hit a century against New Zealand, but not in New Zealand.
So can someone tell us what game that was then? I can't remember. Was it the 2014 series or was it?
Hamza says it was in 2015.
No, I think Hamza talking about Zafar Gohar there because I think that's when I think that might be when that comment came through. When Zafar played against England, I think. The comment's been there a little while.
Let me just go back to the Zafar one then, just to finish this bit off, where it says, I watched Zafar and Imam play live in under-19s versus England here in Derby. Okay, and Gore turned the game around with his bowling, and Pakistan won a game looking down the barrel. Let's hope we're not looking down the barrel today, but that Zafar still plays his part. Hadi says, I really want 250, 300, but this is Pakistan in 2 overs time. It can be 134 for 8. Yep.
I've got Azhar Ali's Test centuries, yeah, and basically he's got 17 altogether, and he's got no, actually 1 minute. Yeah, he's got 17 centuries altogether, Test centuries.
Oh, 2018. So 2018 then that must be the series that we lost 2-1.
Oh, Hamza says he hit a century in 2018. It was New Zealand, so that would have been in the UAE then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
We played them. There's a few series around there.
Yeah.
There was a limited series.
I think the triple century against Windies, as Sheikh saying, that was a day-night pink ball one. And Sheikh saying that he thinks he scored one when the Kiwis toured was last. Some of that it might be in the 2018 one.
Yeah, it's when we.
Is that the one where he was batting with Azhar was batting at the last wicket and we only needed like 10, 15, 20 and he just kept block, and then there was a wicket?
Lost by 3 runs, I think, or 2 runs.
Yeah, something silly like that. Yeah, it was a UAE 1 times.
It's funny, isn't it? I wonder how Azhar is going to be looked at, in 15, 20 years' time when people look back. If you look back to the 90s now, we talk about Saeed Anwar and we talk about Amr Sahir, Lijaz Ahmed, Inzamam, etc. Do you think we'll be looking back in 10, 15 years as a great, or maybe just that kind of rung below, or even the rung below that?
Oh, he's hopping. There's one.
What?
No, he's limping. He's limping a bit.
Sorry, he's limping.
He'll be all right.
Wasn't he limping the last game as well?
Yeah.
He's always limping.
Go on, what do you think?
No, I wouldn't rank him as a great. I think that the term great or legend or whatever you want to put it at that top rung, is I wouldn't put Azhar up there. I mean, yes, he has got a triple century, but
no, he was before. He was really decent, but
Rizwan in the air and safe.
The last couple of years, he's just gone downhill. Before he was okay. He wasn't good. He wasn't bad. He was always scoring 50 plus. Yeah, and for the last few years, just gone downhill.
Yeah, because I think that what it boils down for me was that if you have a team that's got Inzi in it or Javed Miandad, and when it gets to there, you've got full hope in them that they're going to do something, right? Yes, they might fail, but you've got hope in them. When it comes to Azhar Ali, I don't know about you guys, but I just don't have the full hope that he's gonna make the score. And that for me, just if I don't have
I think that's now, innit? Before we used to, Azhar used to be all right. Before he used to score the runs, last few years just gone downhill.
I keep saying boundary on these shots, and I forget how slow the outfield is, and they keep getting 3s. Sorry.
Shazzy makes a really good point. What we need desperately is a proper all-rounder like Callis, who's probably the most underrated all-rounder ever. He played all 3 formats and most of the time smashed it with the ball and bat. If you actually look, I completely agree with that. If you actually look at Callis's figures, they're absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure there was a stat at one point where I think he was batting and I can't remember whether he was playing us or someone else, but they put his stats up for his bowling and batting, and then they put the entire opposition team's stats up, and it was more or less on par, something silly like that. But yeah, he's just. I think wanting someone like Callis in the Pakistan team is just a little bit of a push, and we would gladly take someone who's even half of a Callis. But that's exactly what we want, and we've been crying out for someone like that for years.
It's because the balance of our team for years has always been slightly off because we don't have an all-rounder. We don't have a Razak coming in at 7. The balance has always been slightly off, where we've had to play either an extra bowler or if we play Can you imagine all those UAE tests where we played 2 spinners, 2 seamers, and the 2 seamers get knackered or they're not quite effective enough? If we had a 3rd seamer, at 7, like a Callis or like Razak used to be, so many things could be different. It would let us play 2 spinners abroad sometimes instead of 1 spinner. Yeah, we're desperate for one.
I'm just going back to the other thing. It depends how he finishes his career. He's 35 now, and Yunus scored a lot of centuries after 35. Yeah.
Good point.
Harris says, I think we'd look back as a good player, not great. Yeah, I don't think that I don't think I'd put him on that top rung at all. It was, Said says, it was funny to see the frustration of the Kiwis and Rizwan was having his eye issues in the previous test. Yeah. Yeah. Hadi says, does Rizwan have the potential to become a great? 100%. If you look at him just as a pure wicket keeper, forget batting and captaincy or anything. If you look at him just as a pure wicket keeper, he's brilliant. He's really good. When he was over here for the England series, everyone, Nasser Hussain, Michael Atherton, they all raved about his wicket keeping talent. So yeah, definitely has the potential to become great. We've got Captain Riz back with us. Captain Riz is gone. Okay, let's hope that the real Captain Riz stays in longer than that.
The good thing about Rizwan, he's only 28. So he's still got a lot of miles left in the clock.
Just think that how you feel, going into a game, and you're not afraid, of when the nicks go back, the edges go back to the keeper, you're not umming and ahhing that is the keeper going to catch them. From all the pain that we've had over the past 15, 20 years, and this is, I'm not saying anything against Safraz. Safraz was a really good keeper, right? But it's just, having that rock behind the stumps is just brilliant.
I'll be back in 1 minute, and you just need to get charged.
Okay. Azza would always be remembered as a Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, I think that's the thing, that even when he was a captain, he had that kind of that nice guy facade. Kind of. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that is just something that I think similar like Misbah. Misbah was a bit more cool, calm, and collected, really.
I think it's just because he's got really, that he's got these cheeks. I just want to get his cheeks and do this to them. I think that might. It's not necessarily a technical point on his captaincy, but
you reckon?
But I just want to get his cheeks and just do that to them, and just give him a cuddle, as opposed to seeing him as kind of like a ruthless kind of captain.
Yeah.
But as I say, there might not be any kind of cricketing logic behind that.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that.
It's late. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Shazzy says, Azhar Ali was always a decent player, playing second fiddle to Yunus and Misbah. I think he feels the pressure of being a senior batsman. So yeah, that's a good point. He always had the comfort blanket of Yunus and Misbah were there to back him up. And obviously when Miss You, as we fondly remember them when they retired, I think against the West Indies, when we won out there, he was kind of pushed out into the front, and so was Asad Shafiq, for example. And yeah, I think it was just a bit of hit and miss, really. Hamza goes, Williamson is like that as well. Do you know what that's in reference to?
Is that being a nice guy, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Williamson is that nice guy. I mean, look how he handled the 2019 World Cup final.
That was.
I think he's someone you can tell he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's not afraid to, you kind of see some interviews with him. He can be a little bit sarcastic. He can kind of, he looks like a decent human being. You feel like you could kind of have a conversation with him, even as a fan to a player, and you wouldn't think he'd be, kind of looking down on you or anything like that. He seems like a really good bloke. It's difficult to hate this New Zealand team, and there are some teams that when you play them, you think, God, I really want to beat this lot, but it's quite difficult to think that about New Zealand because they seem like, a bunch of decent guys.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that when they were playing West Indies about a month or so ago, I heard then that if New Zealand beat West Indies, then they're going to be the #1 test team. Then I heard that if they beat us in the first test, they're going to be the #1 test team. Now I hear that if they beat us in the second test, they're going to be the #1 test team. I just don't know when are they actually going to become that #1 test team. They keep dragging it forward.
I think if they win this game, they go to number 1 in the rankings, and then Kyle Jameson is coming back on, by the way, so this could be difficult. If they beat us, they go to number 1. But then if India beat Australia 3-1, which you never know, could happen because it's 1-1 at the moment. Yeah. I think India go back top of the, I think India go top of the ranking. I think, but yeah. It's difficult because, like we said, we've got 2 sets of rankings to look at. Do you look at the World Test Championship or do you look at the ICC rankings? I mean, historically, I've always looked at the ICC rankings, but yeah.
And no one knows how they're calculated anyway.
It's interesting now. Our run rate is 3.5 and over. We've got Rizwan, who's slowed down massively. So he was 21 off 12. He's only got 14 off his next 30 balls. So he's really slowed down. And we've got Jameson coming back into the attack now. I wonder if Rizwan has tried to drive him first ball. I wonder if we're going to continue this intent against Jameson as well.
So how old is the ball now? It's about what, 30, 40 overs old, is it?
We're in the 40th over here.
Okay.
So it should be easier to bat at the moment.
Just hope that we don't get any of those freak balls that got far though.
Yes.
But that was early. That was early with the ball was a lot newer than it.
Yeah, but plus you don't know if that just hit like that specific bump on the wicket, for example. Just hope that the ball doesn't find that bump again. Now Hadi says, I agree with Azhar being the nice guy. I went to Dubai to watch Pakistan versus England and met him. He didn't really show any passion and seemed very soft. Yeah. I think that's like Doc saying that he just doesn't have that facade where he shows that he cares so much. I mean, I'm sure obviously he does, but like you say, that showing any passion really.
Just goes back to his cheeks, I guess, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can't wait to talk about that comment with the rest of them. Shall said, don't like the guy, but just look at Dhoni's record as captain. He's literally won everything. Yep, can't deny that. And then he also says, in an interview, I remember Zaid Khan said Dhoni would never lose his calm in the field or in the presence of others. But if you made a mistake, he gave you a lot of time in private. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? That when you're on the pitch, yeah, if you start, throwing your arms around, shouting and stuff, yeah, the rest of the team, they feed off that. They think that, okay, you're in panicking, so maybe I should panic as well. Whereas if you're in a pressure situation and your captain, the guy that you look up to, is still cool, calm, and calculated, it calms you down. It releases some of the pressure on you as well. Sorry, Doc, you're going to say something.
No, I was going to say, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I bet you there are games that India have lost, and India have lost big games. Okay, they lost the 2019 World Cup semi-final, they lost the 2015 World Cup semi-final, they lost the 2016 World T20 final, they've lost the 2014 ICC World T20 final. So they've lost lots of big games. I reckon if you spoke to an India fan about Dhoni's passion, he would say, we lose, you keep losing these big games, and he's just standing there trying to be Mr. Cool. Why doesn't he show more emotion? And then if you look at some games that some of the complaints about Sarfraz when he's captain is that, he's too demonstrative. He's always shouting at the bowlers, and how's that going to help them? He needs to calm down and be more like Dhoni. It's difficult. It almost feels like if you win the game, whatever your approach was,
it's the right one.
Kind of the right one. The only thing I would say is that, and I'm trying not to go to football too much, but if you look at someone like Sir Alex Ferguson, one thing he never did as a manager, and he's probably one of the best man managers ever, is he never had a go at his players in public. Give them, teacups in the dressing room and hair dryer treatment, all that nonsense. But in public, he stuck by his players and always defended them. So I guess there's probably, if you're going to be one end or the other, I think players probably prefer more the arm around the shoulder supporting them than the kind of gesticulating, what the hell are you doing kind of thing.
Hanging you up. Sorry?
He's beating the back quite a bit.
All right, okay. With Jameson, yeah?
I said Jameson's beating the back quite a bit.
As long as he doesn't take the bat with him, that's okay.
Again, he looks the most threatening bowler by a mile.
That bounce he gets from the height, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shazi goes, this is why Freedy was a very good player. But I didn't rate him as a captain because he starts swearing on the field. Yeah, like Doc mentioned, you need to draw that line somewhere. Because if you start swearing and gesticulating out on the field, then obviously it doesn't come out well for the rest of the players. I think captains will get escalated regardless, Harry says. So, no, I think that, like Doc says, if you win, whatever attitude you had was the right one. If you lose, then they start start doing the analysis of everything that you did, in the run up to the end of the penultimate over and all that. How did you act? How did you direct the field, etc. But if you win, everyone forgets that, even if you're a complete begarret on the field.
If you look at interviews with some of the best captains, they will, and the likes of Nasser Hussain, and by best captains I don't mean best results, I mean captains that players like playing for. They always identified their target and they knew who could take it and who couldn't. So Nasser Hussain would say he would never have a go at someone like Darren Goff, because he knew Goff was like the heartbeat of that team, and if he didn't have Goff on his side, he probably would lose the rest of the dressing room. So he identified who he can have a go at and who he doesn't. I think sometimes, if you look at what happens in our team, I think sometimes the youngest player or the new players, they get a bit of a rollicking from the captain. That's not going to help. If you're 19, 20 and you're making your way in international cricket, you do not need, the senior players having a go at you. So you've got man management is massively underrated, but it's such an important thing in cricket and any sport to kind of get to know someone and manage someone is. And I don't, to be honest, I think it's one of the things we get wrong the most in Pakistan cricket is management of players and communicating with players effectively.
And that's why you can be the best player in the world, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be good at the best. It doesn't mean you're going to be a good coach.
No.
It doesn't always translate, because it's not just about showing someone how to bat or ball or field. It's about having those man management skills. Like I think you brought up the Fergie example. Fergie wasn't the best player on the pitch, but he was one of the best managers though. And there's the difference.
And look, we all, we all work. I'm sure we've all got bosses or people that we answer to, and we're all different characters. I might be someone who needs a kick up the backside if I don't perform well. You might be someone who needs an arm around the shoulder, but we might all be in the same team and with the same captain. We've gone with another one through Gully that's gone through, not catchable height, that's gone for 4, and we're laughing. So, yeah, you've got to have man management bang on as a captain, and it's difficult. Managing people is hard in any walk of life.
Yeah, this is a great example here. But Yunus was pretty cool and laid back, and in the 2020 in 2009, when I think we'd lost a couple of games, and he said, "Oh, it's just a bit of fun." He compared it to WWF, and he got slated by that. I remember I thought, "What the hell is he doing?" But if you think about it, he was just kind of relaxing his players, because being in Pakistan, that the players would have been getting so much abuse from everyone. So, it's little things like that, tactical genius. And then Razak was flown in for that New Zealand game, and the rest of the day is history.
But it's funny because didn't they all start hating? Again, I won't go into the murky details, but there was that oath that they took that none of them wanted Yunus to be captain, because essentially he was working them like dogs, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But again, from a man management point of view, I don't know if someone like Yunus was able to identify who he could shout at and who he couldn't, and who would revolt against him. And in the end, he lost the dressing room completely.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I think there was a part where Yunus was at the peak of his powers, and he just wasn't playing for Pakistan.
Him and so many other players. I mean, you think of the players that we've missed at our peak: Asif, Shoaib, Yunus, Yusuf. The list goes on and on.
Hamza goes, "Isn't that why Misbah was brought in though, because of his man management skills?" So maybe I remember when he was made the coach or the manager or whatever you want to describe it as, but everyone that I spoke to was really happy that he was brought in. That this is going to be great for the team. We've got some stability there and stuff. But hit and miss a little bit, I think.
Look at any interview with Ahmed at the moment, and he'll say Misbah and Wakad are the worst man managers. I'm never going back until they leave. So I don't know the ins and outs of that one. Who knows? 144 for 4 after 41 overs. So we probably had about half the overs for the day, depending on how much we lost for rain. And we're on 144. Double that is 288. I would take that.
Anyone who's watching this watch-along, do you know when tea is going to be over the set because of the rain delay? If you can let us know in the comments, please.
Because I do think it's 3:45. How can I say that? Because I don't think they've had a drinks break this session yet, have they? So that means we're not even halfway through the session.
If it is at 3:45, so they just added on an extra hour, or coming from an English point of view, yeah, that's a radical thing to do. They don't do that here. I remember it was having going on and on for ages about the rain rules, or in the series here a few months ago. You just complete bakwas how they handle it here. Yeah, known for having little clans in the dressing room. They've always had that. From everything that I've read about the Pakistan team from the 60s, 70s up to now, there's all of those little clans and the gangs in there.
Do you think we're the only team that has that? Don't you think that would happen in other teams, but they manage it better? Or am I being a bit cynical?
I think that let me put it a different way to you then. You know all this stuff about how when a player gets annoyed or whatever, and he leaks information to a Pakistani journalist, yeah, or he just goes onto a journalist talk show or some news show or something, starts blasting everyone and stuff, yeah. Have you ever heard that happening in any other cricket team, national team?
No, Stuart Broad gave one interview this summer, a media-managed interview, and even that was seen as like, "Ooh, Azad has just got a nasty blow to the head."
No, he's knocked out.
The ball jagged back, hit him on the side of the head. I don't know how the hell the ball's done that. He's okay.
Let's go for the fourth.
You'll see that ball in a second. That was like the same one that got Fawad.
Loose ball here, Jameson.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Chain of helmet.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't his head. Apologies. Sorry. I thought it hit his head. It was his arm was up here. Sorry, it's not his head. He's okay.
Go on. What you were saying about the journalist stuff?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to say I agree with you completely, because Stuart Broad gave one very, very well media managed interview this summer, and even that was seen as like, oh my God, Stuart Broad's done an interview on Sky. Like, can you believe it? Whereas that's like nothing in Pakistan, like the stuff that we come out with.
But I remember that interview when he was on that chair and stuff. And if you remember back to what he actually said, he didn't have a go at any like ECB chief or anything, or you've dropped me from the team and you've done this, but I'm the best bowler ever and all that. He didn't say any of that. He just spoke honestly and just kind of got things off his chest. Yeah, but it was absolutely fine. I didn't see anything wrong with what he said. But you have a look at some of our players, the way they act, yeah, and where you say that these little clans and stuff, yeah, cliques, and do they have them in other teams? They will do.
Inside on pad.
Yeah, but it's that level of professionalism in the team. Like I remember, Flintoff and Harmison were like best mates. Yeah, so there was obviously a little clique there and stuff. But you know, there is that level of professionalism that I think sadly a lot of our players just don't seem to have.
I think the mentality of sport, if you look at kind of the way Australia play and South Africa play, it just feels like in that kind of team mentality, it always seems like what happens on the pitch happens on the pitch, and at the end of the day, we all have a drink and we're all mates, kind of thing. You know what I mean? As in, obviously that culture is never going to be in Pakistan, that whole drinking culture. You know what I mean? It's always like what happens in the dressing room stays in the dressing room. Let's have a drink at the end of the day and we're all mates. Whereas it feels like in Pakistan, it's bestie if you say anything about anyone else, or you leak information. It just feels like things are taken to heart so much, and it becomes a feud, and it becomes then the Karachi media is saying this, and the Lahore media is saying this, and it just becomes so much bigger than it needs to be. And I don't know if that will ever change. I mean, look, we're all whatever born here from Pakistan, so I'm not going to start bad mouthing the country and people or anything like that at all. But I just think there's just different societies work in different ways, don't they?
Yeah, I think with that professionalism thing there, that Shazi goes, our media doesn't help the players. They want the interview to have some masala on them, and it feels like they rile the players up. Yeah, because they want to have all the clicks, don't they, on their Twitter, Facebook, their news shows, and all that stuff. Sort of thing. Just moving back to the cricket then, about Jamieson, who we've all been really impressed with. Shane needs to take notes from watching Jamieson. He's got the height, he needs to use it. Yep. Get that extra bounce from there.
How many really good bouncers can you remember Shaheen bowling? I mean, we've all watched every ball, but I'm trying to think. He doesn't go short very often, does he, Shaheen? From memory.
Good Yorker bowler.
Rizwan up in the air and short. We're okay.
So it's 2:44 now. I make it. So we'll go for another 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Sarfraz is like Butler. Rizwan is like Fox. There's levels to keeping. So I haven't seen a lot of Fox, but I'm assuming what you mean by that, Billy, is Fox is a better keeper than Butler, and that's why Rizwan is a better keeper than Sarfraz. I think that's what you mean by that, Billy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I I've not seen Safraz hit many kind of 60 ball hundreds, but at the moment I'd say Rizwan is ahead of him in terms of keeping and batting. To be honest, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, all four of them are good. I love the fact that we've got Safraz in the background. It's not bad having him as a backup keeper. He's a good player. He's just not as good as Rizwan right now.
Yeah.
Would you not have Royal as backup keeper?
Sorry?
Would you not have Royal as backup keeper?
I reckon they would go with Safraz, to be honest.
I think it'd be good to have like someone like Royal in the squad, just as like an understudy, just kind of soaking up the knowledge from definitely from Rizwan or maybe from Safraz as well. But as I said, it'll be interesting to see what Mohamed Wasim does with the South Africa tour, and then obviously beyond that. Okay, Hamza says that Jameson does well is he pitches it up. Yep. That's obviously knowing the local conditions. Because he goes, Shane doesn't go short enough. Irfan bowls short way too much. Finding that middle ground. With that.
Lovely shot, Rizwan. What a shot. He's on to 46. Cover drive. Or threw it off. And he moves on to 46 off 57, and we're 154 for 4. Run rate of 3.6.
He got 2 50s in the first test, didn't he? 50s in both innings, did he?
Did he get a 50 in the first innings? Yeah, I think he did.
I remember.
Billy's talking about keeping only.
Yeah, by that you mean, Billy, that Fawkes is the better keeper than Butler. So yeah, and with the basis of that, then yeah, so he says Fawkes is the best keeper by far.
Nearly out. You'll see the ball in a second.
This guy is going to kill us today.
Okay, so Rizwan has almost been bowled, caught behind, and LBW in the same delivery, and none of them happened, thankfully.
Hamza says he thinks tea is after this over, so we'll see. We're going to see from the 5-10 minutes. So just come back to that point about that Billy made about Fawkes being the best keeper in England by far. On that basis, Rizwan definitely like Fawkes, and he's definitely the best wicket keeper in all of Pakistan, and that's why for me he's always one of, if not the first name I would always put on the.
Lovely shot. Lovely shot from Rizwan. He could get 3 here to move on to 49. Folks reminds me of, was it James Foster was the old England wicketkeeper who was always seen as the best wicketkeeper, but never seemed to get kind of the chance. And Folks similarly came in for England against Sri Lanka. I think got some pretty decent scores, kept very well. So it's a drinks break now. So we've still got an hour till tea, I think.
Yeah, I ain't staying on for that.
Come on, yeah, what are you doing?
I've been talking non-stop since.
Forget that, yeah. So Billy's saying,
40 minutes.
Get that, man. Billy's saying that he likes the show, guys. First time listener. Thank you very much for joining, Billy. It'd be interesting to know how you came across us, if you don't mind letting us know. And if you subscribe to our Twitter or Facebook, you can find us. I'll just put it on the screen for you and for anyone else. You can find us at Stani Army. And for everyone that's listening, please subscribe to our YouTube channel.
What did I say? Like, share, and subscribe, guys.
Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, we need to get on that, don't we?
Want to be giving some free tickets away.
To what?
Yeah. That's a surprise, that.
Oh, easy. Just remember, it was Cal who said that, yeah. That'll be coming soon to you, yeah, from the Cal show. It's the Rizu's Abs Ju show in Christchurch. Long may it continue, inshallah. Inshallah, bro. Inshallah.
Yeah, I have to be honest.
He scored very good scores, you know.
Solid.
I mean, when we were 80 odd for 4 a couple of hours or 3 hours ago, I don't think anyone expected that we'd be this, into the 140s and still 4 down this quickly.
The doc, be realistic. I don't think we expected to be 80 odd for 4.
We did 68 for 1. I think New Zealand.
When we were 68 for 1, we never thought we'd be 88 for 4.
I think, yeah. So what annoys me is that I don't think New Zealand were walking in at lunch and thinking, we bowled so well, we deserve to get 4 wickets in that session, because they really didn't bowl.
Compensate, for that session where we lost them wickets, we need to go through this session without losing a wicket.
Yeah.
Just to compensate, I think.
So Billy's comment said, thank you, Guy in Green. Sorry, don't know your name. So yeah, we're trying out different streaming technology.
Well, how come names don't come up on
platform. Yeah, that's one of the things that we haven't figured out how to get the names to show up on these at the moment. They're shown on my screen.
Yeah, you know, you've got the writing at the bottom here. It takes half of the screen off.
Yeah.
You know, before it was
it was smaller, wasn't it? Yeah.
Billy, if you just follow the Stani Army, Billy, you'll get plenty of updates and ways to follow all of us if you desire. Thank you.
Yeah. So my name is Hulkistan, and that's Dr. Akbar, and that's Cal there as well. Dr. Akbar with the world map behind him. Yeah. So he's saying interesting that he lives in Chester and he somehow came across us on Twitter. So yeah, as I mentioned, that you can follow us on Twitter at Stani Army. It'd be great to get you on board from there and see you at some future shows as well.
I take it, Billy, you're an England fan, and if you're an England fan, what on earth are you doing at 2:50 in the morning watching New Zealand, Pakistan? But it would be lovely to hear back from you.
Why wouldn't you watch Pakistan?
Well, exactly. This is true.
Pakistan fan, come on, Doc.
So says drinks now can't be far from tea. From tea, I think it might be at least another 40-50 minutes then. Yeah, Harris is saying that forward wicket was a freak one. It's an unfortunate one, that as well.
Well, we've just got to hope that when we bowl, we talked about Shaheen not going short enough. Naseem has got a few wickets like that. If you think back to the England series, I think he got Joe Root with one that kind of reared up. And Naseem can be kind of our Jameson if he chooses to.
We just need to take our chances, take the catches.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Welcome, Salam Hamza. Been great having you on here. Inshallah, we'll see you in some future shows as well. Saad has a question. There he goes. How many members Stani has? So on our Twitter at the moment, we have over 10,000 members. So please follow us on there. Billy goes, will do, buddy. Thank you very much. Let's get there. That's Stani Army there. Let's go back to here. Here's an interesting one. Hulkistan, are you the dude who normally turns up to the games as the Hulk? If you are, I got a pick with you at the New Zealand versus Pakistan World Cup game here in England 2019. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's me, bro. Yeah, if I met you, yeah.
What are we on? 50 and a bounty.
Doing it. Well done, Rizwan.
Excellent.
Yeah, that New Zealand Pakistan game, Edgbaston, yeah, that was an awesome game. That was one of my most favorite games during the whole World Cup last year. Not last year, the year before now. It was brilliant that was. Remember that, Cal?
How can you forget that game?
Awesome. Did you go to that, Doc?
Yeah, I was there for that. I think I said on here before. I've never been, there's some crackling coming from someone. I don't know who that is. Someone's messing around with a charger or something. I don't know. Sounds a bit weird. So yeah, I was at that game in Edgbaston, and of all the Pakistan games I've been to, that is the most partisan crowd I've ever been a part of in terms of pro-Pakistani. There've been plenty of pro-Indian crowd, but never so pro-Pakistani at any Pakistan game. It was, and
that game, there were a good 200-300 fans, maybe more, just waiting outside the ground still to get in at half time. You know that? Maybe more than that.
You know what the funny thing? I don't know if it was you that told me, Cal, or someone else, yeah. But about half an hour, 40 minutes into the game, so I think it was you who said to me, "There's people outside still waiting to get in, yeah, but the price of the tickets is actually going up."
Check this out. I know someone who watched the match halfway through, went out and sold his ticket for £200 and went. Halfway through, I'm on about halfway through the match. They battered, I think, and then he's gone out and somebody paid him £200 for his ticket, and he sold his ticket on chip because he saw Pakistan. And there was good, at least 200-300 fans waiting outside the ground to get him. Maybe more than that, but minimum. Still trying to get him. Halfway through.
That 1 week where we believe we might get to the semi, honestly, lovely stuff, isn't it?
There's so many probabilities in it. We messed you up at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know.
But so just
it would have been a totally different ball game, but you know. So sometimes luck's got to go in your favor as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So just to Shazia and anyone else listening here, if you ever, that it was me dressed as the Hulk. If you ever see any of us Stani Army at the ground, please come and join us. Give them a wave, a Paxican wave, a chant, etc. We're there to always kind of bring the fun to the grounds, keep everyone entertained, etc. So yeah, We will be at the games, inshallah, if they go ahead this year as well. For the England series, for the T20s and the ODIs, please come over and say salam to us. Osman, welcome, salam, bro. We're very good. How are you? Billy says he's paid for BT Sport. He needs to get his money's worth. Plus, I like Pakistan, mate. Always have done. That's what we love about you, Billy. Brilliant by Riz.
It's not cheap.
Yeah. Alice, yes, bro. Sat next to you. Epic days, epic games. That Barbara Azam century, Edgbaston with what an innings. What an innings indeed.
The game, really big game. We had to win that.
550 plus scores for Rizwan in the last 5 innings. You know, and the last 2 games has been coming as captain as well, so he's got that extra pressure as well.
He's been beaten by an absolute jaffer from Jameson, which somehow missed the edge. Every once in a while, Jameson comes up with these ridiculous deliveries that would get any batsman out.
I think Shazzy's thinking.
Am I the only one who can hear that crackling?
I can hear it as well, but I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is in response to what you said, Carl, with the guy that went after half time and missed that Barber century. Blind the man, mate.
Move your thingy.
I don't know. Mine are on Bluetooth, so I'm not sure. So we're at 2:56 now, so I think we'll give it another 4 minutes, and then at 3 o'clock we'll just call it quits for the night.
Just out of interest, the people who are that is really annoying noise. The people who are watching at the moment, who's sticking around to watch the game after the Watchalong is finished? Have we got some all-nighters here till 5:30 or 5 o'clock?
Pakistan the most inconsistent team in the world. It's no wonder there are a lot of people's second favorite team after their own team. Yeah, definitely. Here's this one from Billy. He went to Old Trafford for the Pakistan England T20 2016. Pakistan fans were offering me close to 80 for his ticket when I only paid 25 for it. That's how crazy some fans are. Billy, I was at that game, yeah, and you know, like Doc was just saying that the New Zealand Pakistan game was one of the most partisan games that he went to. The most Pakistan, the crowd that was had the most Pakistan fans here was this game. It was this T20, yeah, and it was like we were at Lahore. I'm telling you, after the game, we won that game. Yeah. After that game, I had to go home and I had to watch the game. I had to watch the highlights because I didn't know what the hell happened during the game. Yeah. I can't remember his name because he's not a regular in the team. But yeah, but they.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, Karam Manzoor, that was it. Yeah, my point was, yeah, that at the game, yeah, we were having such an awesome time for those 3-4 hours. Yeah, I didn't know what had gone on in the game. I had to go home and watch it. Yeah, that game was brilliant. Yeah, we had the bus there as well to Manchester, and afterwards we went down Winslow Road and stuff. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. That game was awesome. Yeah. If you're going to any, it was a day night one. Yeah, if you're going to any of the games this year, Billy, for the England games, yeah, definitely come over to us and say hi. It'd be cool to meet you.
You know the scaffolding.
The what?
You know, to go on the stands, they were like a scaffolding thing. Well, those stands were out. Yeah, you had to go through the scaffolding thing first.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was at the other end. We were in the party stand.
Cal, just mute yourself for 10 seconds.
Leave it.
Might be, yeah. I didn't say to leave, but
it was Cal.
No, we know we found our culprit, haven't we?
Yeah.
Maybe let him back in.
Me, Doctor, I don't know.
I think these guys are all staying up as well. Good luck.
Yeah. They'll be watching as well. Okay. We'll just wait for Carl to come back. Rizwan, and my respect when he stood up to Abbas in England. Wow, that was brave. Look, people who lead from the front like that. Yeah, that's the thing, that he's got that drive in him that you just want to see from someone, especially from someone behind the stumps.
So I won't be saying. I'll try not to use words that I shouldn't do because I know you're not a big Kamar Akmal fan. But it reminds me of that Akmal innings against India in 06. Though, you know, when we were 30.
I remember that. I give him full credit for that. Yeah, definitely.
No, it's just, that's just when you're 30 odd for 6 and you come out and play like that and it comes off and you get 100 and something. I'm sure you got 100. Yeah,
got 100. I think we were 0 for 3. Zaid Khan got, I think he got a hat trick or something silly like that.
Irfan got a hat trick.
Irfan, got a hat trick, and then we were 39 for 6. Cameron Akmal came in and got a century, and we ended up winning by a massive score. Yeah, so yeah, full credit to Cameron Akmal for that.
Full 100%.
Yeah, full 100%. Yeah, when he plays for Pakistani, I'll give him a full credit. I just don't want him back in the team. And anyone who does, is getting red carded. Shazzy goes to Billy. That's how much love us fans have for Pakistan. Always willing to go above and beyond. Definitely. Billy says, I am. I think that means he's going to the games this year. We look forward to seeing you there.
Or it could be that he's staying up. I'm not sure. But either way, stick with it.
Sheikh said it was Khalid Latif and Sharjeel. Yeah, we were there 2020 and 2016. It was funny. Jason Roy was getting terrorized from the boundary. Yeah. So it was funny though.
Jason Roy, the guy who's got a lot of love for Pakistan, actually, because he played, hasn't he? I'm sure he played in some exhibition thing for Pakistan that was on Sky Sports once. It was like indoor cricket, and it was a bunch of legends. Shoaib was there, Afridi was there, and I think Jason Roy was the honorary Pakistani. But he'd done a lot of ads in Pakistan as well with Yunus and stuff.
Yeah, he's done some of the phone Airtel or something like that, Pactel or something like that with them.
Oh, shot Rizwan.
Go on, Riz.
I have to be honest, right? If we were bowling the way New Zealand have bowled in the past hour or so, apart from the odd delivery that does a bit, we'd be furious. If we had New Zealand 80 odd for 4 and then they were going at this run rate. So, well done, lads. Put the pressure right back on them. It's really good.
I think Sheikh's leaving us. Thanks, guys. It was nice being with you. Thank you for joining us, Sheikh. Hopefully to see you again. Billy saying, hopefully everything clears up on our call around, mate. Definitely would be really good to see you. Okay, we're after 3. What do we say, guys?
I've been talking for about 6 hours non-stop, I think, but I think people must be sick of the sound of my voice by now.
I take you got no work tomorrow, Doc.
Thank God, yeah, one day off. Look, there's a comment that's just come through about the 4-4-4 game. Yes, I wear that game like a badge of honor. I was there. I don't know if you guys were. I
was. So I've got a funny story about that game. You know, at the end of the England innings, after Alex Hales had killed us, and they scored 4-4-4, and we were there sitting there thinking, "Oh my God!"
Was that one day?
Yeah, it was a one day. Yeah, and we were thinking, "Oh, we're gonna get killed. We're just gonna get losed by 200-300." Yeah, there was this old English fan sat behind us. He leaned forward and he says to us, "We might just be about to watch the best one-day international chase in history." Right, and for like 10 minutes, we believed him. It was like in a movie, where some old guy just leans forward and tells you a little secret. And you think, oh my God, we're gonna be part of history here.
Oh, lovely shot. Rizwan is on fire.
That's what you got to do in a Doc. Play fire with fire, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. So that one-day series, funny enough, I think I went to most of the games in that one-day series. I think there were 5.
Yeah, I think there were 5. Yeah, I went to the Headingley one.
I think we lost. Yeah, maybe me too. Actually, I think we lost 4-0. Maybe one was rained off. I'm not sure. But did anyone go to the Southampton game in that series?
Okay. No, I think Southampton was the first one. I didn't go to that.
So the Southampton game, that is the absolute hottest I've been at any cricket match in my. I've been to, thankfully, a lot of cricket matches in this country. That's the hottest I've been at any cricket match. And then I remember I've never heard so many people just sigh with relief. A huge cloud came over the sun about 70 overs into the game, and everyone just went
exactly.
Rizwan's gone. Rizwan's gone.
So what's that? 171. Yeah, it was you. It was you, Cal. There's something wrong on your end. Here's a quick question for you, Doc. By Billy. Yeah, just try that. How nice and supportive is Ravi Bopara for Pakistan?
Yeah, we're talking about the. Was he part of the MCC tour that went to Lahore last year? I'm sure he was.
I'm not sure. I know he's been part of the PSL for quite a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that's a big wicket. That's a shame. This one, 61 off 71, 171 for 5. We need Fahim to come in and forget the run rate now. We don't want to be 6-7 very quickly now.
Yeah, just need to hold it until tea. So just on that Ravi Bopara thing, Billy goes that feels he's acts as an ambassador and feels it's hard done by England. It's a pity that you weren't on earlier because we had Debbie on, who is an avid supporter of Essex, which is where obviously Ravi Bopara has played a lot of his career, and she absolutely loves him. She definitely rates him. So yeah, he is a really nice guy. I think there are a couple of the Stani Army admin members who know him as well on a personal basis. I think that yeah, he's a really good guy on a personal basis as well.
So Ravi was in the team. He was I think he was in the England team in 2009 when they played West Indies before an Ashes series, and he did really well. He got some hundreds, and then the Aussies, Hilfenhaus, Johnson, and Siddle properly worked him out, and he got some horrific scores. And I think I might be wrong. I think it was Bopara. I might be wrong here. Bopara was dropped for the final game. Jonathan Trott comes in, and the rest is obviously history. And Trott goes on to be an England great. But yeah, I think, and I don't really think he ever got a proper look in again in Test cricket from memory. Bopara, but he's been.
Yeah, so I'll stop you there. Yeah, remember how we were talking about Azhar Ali about a great and a good? I think Jonathan Trott was really good. I don't think he was a great though.
Probably didn't do it for long enough, because if you think he made his debut in 2009, and then he was the 2013-14 tour. He was it was when he struggled, I think, and he went home. I think the 5-0. So yeah, probably didn't do it for quite long enough. But a good player, difficult to get out.
Yeah, definitely good player. I just don't think he was at that great level.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Check this question out. Hadi goes, guys, does Debbie follow Pakistan cricket properly?
Yeah.
You have not seen yet a more passionate Pakistan cricket supporter
than Debbie.
Until you see than Debbie. Seriously, she goes to all the Pakistan games. She's got more Pakistan tops than all of us put together. Right? She knows her cricket. She knows Pakistan inside out. Yeah, whenever she's on a show again,
she's got her own page and on Twitter thingy.
Yeah, she's got her own page on Twitter page. Whenever you see her on one of these shows, yeah, please ask her questions. Yeah, she's really good insight. She has as well. She's a brilliant, passionate Pakistan cricket fan supporter. Billy goes, just everything he does always comes. Pakistan came out with the MCC again, fully sports Moin Ali. Yeah, he's a brilliant guy.
Which is interesting because I reckon, I'm guessing, but probably a good guess that Ravi's background is Indian, right?
I think
you wouldn't necessarily expect that, would you? So, good guy.
No, I think, yeah, I've always got time for Ravi Bopara, brilliant guy. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:08 and I've been saying it for the past half an hour. And you're keeping me on now. John, they are.
No problem. I'm
yeah, that was the thing, innit? We've seen his 50. Yeah, so for everyone.
Just finally, just very quickly, there's one last comment. Well, this will be the last comment. The Shoaib got Jonathan Trott with a swinging Yorker in 2010. Yeah, I think I remember that. That was the series that we lost 3-2. Yeah, that might have been the Southampton game that he got in.
I went to that Southampton game.
Oh yeah. I remember he got a big send-off at the Lord's game, because that was the game that him and Wahab had their scuffle, apparently, didn't they? But anyway, that's old news.
I think from here,
yeah, it was
250 minimum. I think we've done okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You want to get the 2 as a bare minimum. Yeah, 200 just to get.
Well, with Azhar still there, we should be able to get 250. I think. The rest of them just chip in with 20-30 each. We should get 250, I think. What is it? Another 28, 78 in it. Another 78 here.
Yeah, to get to the 250 and stuff. Yeah, if you get 250, that's a good.
Oh, Fahim's been dropped. Oh, that's lucky. Fahim's flashed at one.
Good, isn't it?
Taylor's dropped it.
Is it to 4, isn't it?
No, that was an absolute sitter. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, that really would have been trouble.
Right. So let me just answer these, and then I really am going to go. That crazy one. Is there any backstory to why she supports Pakistan? Because we're the best, obviously. Hadi, what kind of question is that, bro?
What is it?
He says, is there any backstory into why Debbie supports Pakistan? Because we're the best. Right. Let me just put this back on quickly, and then we'll call it for the night. Thank you very much for the comment. Tuna Oyo Karun. Thank you for taking part and comment on this. Please follow us on @Stani Army. Subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. And inshallah, we'll be back tomorrow just before 10 o'clock with the second day's play, when hopefully we'll still be batting. So that's it from me. And Doctor?
Yeah, thanks for watching. Anyone who did watch and send comments in, it's really appreciated. And we will interact with any cricket fan who supports any team for however long. All we do is talk cricket. So it's all good fun. Thanks for joining.
Carl?
Yeah, thank you everybody for joining and all your comments. Make sure you press the like button so you can follow us and that. Come on.
And coming soon to you is going to be the Cal show.
No, one day.
All right, and we end as always with Pakistan.
Zindabad.
All right, guys, Allah.